Peter! Hard! Swallow it, bitch! Peter! Swallow it, bitch!
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 184 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the ass-to-mouth conductor, and still the toxic offender, aka Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my genetically modified half-Mexican by my side tonight, Double Cant J, aka JP. Also in the house tonight is the man we like to call the George Eastman of the Midwest. The oldest and stinkiest balls in Ohio, Mr. Parka, aka Dave. And we would like to welcome back to the show, and it's been a while, the man whose pants are so tight that when he farts, he's forced to burp. The man of a million likes, aka Kyle. What's going on, guys?
I love that intro. That was hilarious. I burp a lot.
I actually burst out laughing when I was writing that. I was like, his pants are so tight that when he goes to fart, he burps. Doesn't this make sense, though? But man, what's going on, Kyle? It has been a long time, man. So when was the last time you were on the show? Do you remember?
Yeah, the last episode I was on, I actually just looked before we started, was the Redstone Tower episode. I'm pretty sure that was the last one.
Nope. You're wrong.
Was it not? I'm wrong? Okay, what was it?
You did a review for Children of the Corn, The Runaway with us.
That's right, I did do that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean that was kind of a minor review. I think I was just like a brief guest on the show for that. But
yeah, we got 3 of the previous guests that were on franchises for our roundup show. So yeah, technically you weren't on the full episode.
I forgot about that, actually, that we did that episode that way. That's cool. Do you remember what episode it was, JP?
I do not, but it was. I know Derek did Hatchet 4 with us. Matt did Tremors 6 with us, and Kyle did the best movie of the 3, Children of the Corn, The Runaway.
I wouldn't say that was the best one, but yeah, I feel like
it was in the Hall of Pain.
Yeah, I feel like it was like 50 episodes at least, but it's been a while since you've been on for a full episode. But yeah, welcome back to the show, Kyle. I know you've probably been on at least 7 or 8 times, probably.
Yeah, it's been a good bit of times, and then me and JP did the X-Files podcast. So, yeah, we've done a lot. So, but it has been a long time. It's been like at least 3 years. I want to say 2 or 3 years.
Oh, easily.
Yeah,
and
yeah, you dipped out from the community. What's up?
Yeah, I had a lot going on. I mean, I had another child, so that kind of took up a lot of my time. And I did start collecting VHS as JP and me were talking earlier, which kind of had me dip out on the, I guess, BluRay DVD horror community a little bit. But I've always been in the group. I've always kept up with like kind of what you guys are doing. So I've been around.
You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Actually, my interests are like all over the place. So I kind of I've always been collecting obviously horror movies, but and watching movies, but I kind of got really heavily for a while into my music, like just listening to music, going to shows. I've been watching. This sounds really redneck of me because I'm from South Carolina, but I've been watching a ton of wrestling. I don't know. I got like super into wrestling. Yeah. So
well, this is the 22 Shots Wolf Pack. So I mean,
yeah. There we go. Shit, I'm a member now again. So, but yeah, other than that, that's pretty much been it. I haven't really uploaded to my channel in a long time, which I do want to change that. So hopefully this will get me revigorated back into everything. So
you got to kill somebody to get in Wolfpack, though.
Okay, well, I'm gonna kill Jeremy.
It's a prerequisite. Yeah, dude, Jeremy. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's been so long since you've been on the show. I mean, you got into VHS collecting, and then you said pre-show that you actually sold off your entire collection too. So that's how long it's been. It's crazy.
What was the one that went for the most money? What sold for the best?
God, I'm trying to think what I probably Wood Chipper Massacre, and I had a copy of The Abomination. All the
It makes all things desolate.
Yeah, all the SOV movies are really, really rare VHS movies. They're honestly $200-$300. I mean, there's some of the movies like Black Devil Doll from Hell that goes for like sometimes a couple of $1,000s. If you're
What did you pay for it?
I paid $10 for it.
Dude, who would sell that for $10?
A guy in Iva, South Carolina that I found on eBay that lived like probably 30 minutes from me, and I told him to take down all of his listings and that I would come buy his collection. And excuse me, and I went up there and I bought his entire collection for I think it was $100. I got Wood Chipper Massacre, got Black Devil Doll from Hell. He had Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. He had what's another one of the?
You left his ass looking like that dude at Human Centipede Part 2 when the guy rips it apart.
Dude, straight
I
rape.
fucked that guy
Straight
raw,
rape.
dude.
Dude, raw dogged him.
I blacked raw
Like
that
sandpaper
guy
on the
straight
penis
fuck
and all, man. Crazy.
Yep.
Barbed wire.
You feel bad
up the
about
ass.
that.
Damn,
No,
man.
I don't feel bad at all. He was actually, the guy was really nice. He was like kind of like a death metal looking guy. He had like really long hair. He had a Cannibal Corpse shirt on. He was older, probably like in his like late 30s. And I told him, I was like, where'd you get?
Older? Late?
This
Well,
fucking
older
guy.
than me is what I should say.
I'm in my late 30s, so I'm fucking old, man.
I mean, I'm in my mid 30s, so he's a little bit.
Older? He's like 3 years older than you. He was kind of old, like
That
40
was
maybe.
amazing. Fuck.
Well, he's old enough for me to fuck him in the ass with all the movies.
He's old enough to fuck. What are you,
Dude, that
fucking
was
Carl
no
Pants Ram?
KY. No KY, just fucking dry entry for sure.
No, you fucked that guy, dude.
he
You're like,
got
take
fucked.
down your listings. He's like, okay,
It was
boss.
That must
It
be-
was awesome, man.
As somebody that's trying to sell some shit, that's got to be a minor red flag, though, right? Like, this dude's telling me to take down all my listings. Like, I must maybe have some shit here. No.
I might make
didn't even
$100.
Did he actually not know, or did he just not care?
he so what the story is, when I did go over there and I talked to him, I was really like blunt with him. I was like, I'm a collector. He said he bought these movies in the mid 90s from a video store that was going out of business, and he's just had them ever since. He really didn't need them anymore. It didn't seem like it's not that he didn't care, because he was really into horror. He seemed like he just didn't know what he had. And as obviously in the community, we don't want to fuck people, but in the VHS community, you kind of got to fuck people to get stuff like that. Unfortunately,
VHS is skeezy.
yeah, it is skeezy. But I mean, he didn't know what he had, so I got all of his stuff, and I ended up selling a lot of his stuff. I still have a lot of VHS, but I literally have probably like 10 boxes of VHS in my garage. But
All that good shit you're keeping in the garage?
I keep it in the garage. I mean, it's for the most part controlled as far as the air goes, but I mean, it's not going to hurt it as long as it's not in like a storage
Moist.
locker. You gotta watch out for like mold and things of that nature.
Humidity,
for
man,
sure.
is a tape killer, man.
Yeah,
You get mold.
That's the thing with VHS, and this is something that I always remember JP told me back before I kind of dropped off and hadn't seen you guys in a while, is what are you going to do with all the space? Because VHS takes up a lot of space.
Oh, yeah.
That is kind of what happened. Like I ended up not having that much space left. I had so many movies that I couldn't display all of them, and it just took up so much space that I just had to sell them off. I mean, I didn't sell off my entire collection, but I sold off a good chunk of my collection, and made a decent amount of money off of them.
How much did you make directly off that guy, you think?
Probably off that one guy, I'd say close to $2,000, and I paid $100.
$1,900 profit.
Probably about somewhere in there, $1,500 to $1,900.
A fellow VHS collector.
You did not just dry
fucked him.
fuck that guy, man. You human centipede that motherfucker.
Oh,
man.
I wrapped barbed wire around my cock and fucked him in the ass. That's
You
what
got
I
him
did.
in.
That's
He's the middle
brutal.
centipede. You made him the middle centipede.
Yep, I did.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with VHS, and this. I hope there's not like a ton of VHS collectors listening to this, but people
there
that are
is.
into Well, the people that are into VHS are really fucking stupid, and they'll pay what the fuck they want to pay for VHS. So I got to the point where I knew
Just
a lot
alienated
about.
our whole fucking fan base.
Well, I'm not talking specifically about anybody, but I'll just say there are collectors out there in the VHS community that are really fucking stupid, and they will pay stupid amounts of money for fucking VHS. It's fucking stupid. So I got to the point as a collector where I knew what the fuck I had and what the fuck I needed and what I should pay for it, and I just kind of got a little cocky about it and started. You just got to lowball people for VHS. You lowball the fuck out of people until they take your money.
Did you have the Beasties?
I did have the Beasties. I had bloody. Another one of my somewhat rare ones was. I said it earlier. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. That's a pretty sought after one. The thing about VHS too is there's a lot of different releases from back in the day. So certain releases are more sought after than others.
I'm pretty good on the VHSs myself. I used to collect, but only stuff I couldn't get on DVD or Blu-ray. That's
the only ones that I was.
I'm still the same way. Like.
Me too.
I
have quite a bit left still, actually.
Yeah.
I have all the Massacre videotapes. I have every single release they did. The clamshells.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Massacre Video VHS releases, some of them are limited, but the VHS community isn't really...
They're not into them.
They're not as into them as some of the more collectors.
Oh, yeah.
Most of the people that are into Massacre are just into Massacre. Like that, they just love anything Massacre releases.
But they're more into like the SOVs, like the Raydon. What's the Raydon video and shit like that? And Cult Gems, video gems, and all those and stuff like
Sub
that.
Rosa, all that stuff. So,
cinema. Alternative cinema, home video, Tempe, old tapes, stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah. But there's different brands. Like there's people that collect Ocean Shores. Those are a really sought after brand of VHS. Even the non-horror, certain brands, the non-horror videos. Like Ocean Shores released a lot of action movies that are really kind of rare that people got to.
Did you watch Video Man? From last year?
Seen it. No.
You check it out if you're a big VHS collector. I think you'd get a kick out of that, right, Moods?
Yeah, Video Man was awesome, man. It was a great film.
It's all about tape collecting, really.
Well, I watched Adjust Your Tracking. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, that's a doc. I actually think I filmed scenes to be in that, but I was cut out of it.
Yeah, Dan Kinham did that with Tony.
Probably. It was like 10 years ago, though.
Lunch Meat. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lunch Meat VHS. I actually met him in Philly not too long ago at a VHS swap. He was a super nice guy. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I've been into. I was into VHS for a while. I'm getting really heavily back into kind of building up. I mean, I still have all my DVDs, Blu-rays. I never really got rid of any of those. I had a little sale on some of them long time ago. I sold a lot of them to Joanna in the group. She bought a lot of them. But I still have a ton. I've been like buying a lot of more extreme movies lately to kind of get my extreme collection kind of up. But yeah, that's kind of really all I've been into, other than taking care of the kids and wrestling. I mean, I don't know why I got really back into wrestling. I was a big wrestling fan in the '90s, early 2000s, and I kind of got really back into it.
Did you suffer any head injuries?
No, I didn't. Unfortunately, I wasn't.
Are you into the current stuff?
I'm really into AEW right now, which is current. It's like another league other than WWE.
Who's the best wrestler of all time?
Best wrestler of all time. God, that's
your favorite. Your favorite.
My favorite. That's a really, really hard. I would say top three. Stone Cold Steve Austin is definitely in the top three.
You're a good man. Good man.
I would say Rowdy Roddy Piper is in the top three, and I would say Shane McMahon is in my top.
Shane McMahon.
I love Shane McMahon.
That's fucking random, man.
No, dude, that dude took a fucking bump from like 50 feet once, and fucking my grandfather thought he died.
Yeah. He's taken a lot of bumps from 50 feet in the air. I don't know if you watched a lot of his older matches. That dude's great.
Yeah. I used to be a big fan. I haven't been a big fan since like 2003, though.
Mm.
Yeah. I definitely think that I've even seen a lot of his stunts, and he did one not too long, like just a couple years ago, off Cage, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Also, his son doesn't even have to do that shit, and he's doing it. That's why I like him.
Yep. Yeah. Him and Kevin Owens did a match at WrestleMania a few years ago where he threw Kevin Owens off a cage, kind of like how Undertaker threw Mankind, and it was pretty crazy. But
yeah, I saw that.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably go maybe definitely Stone Cold. Honestly, probably The Rock, and then maybe Sting. I was a big Sting fan in WCW days.
Sting. Wow. Macho Man's my favorite wrestler.
Stone Cold's the
good
best.
pick.
Stone Cold's the best.
I come from that era, man. So
the charisma of those old school guys just seemed so much more interesting.
Are you talking Attitude Era or like Macho Man?
Macho Man, any of those guys, like The Rock, like Stone Cold.
Oh, you're talking about both eras.
Like Macho Man from the 80s and shit. It's just, I just love those. So many characters from the WWF at the time, man, were just so memorable. Like the actual characters. I feel like that's what's lacking in wrestling these days. It's
even the B-listers were great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, like, there's so many to name that were amazing.
Big Boss Man was one of my all-time favorites. I like Stone Cold and Big Boss Man are the only two that I could put in there. But I also really like heels like is there any better heel? I don't know if he's my favorite, but is there any better heel than $1 Million Man? He fucking pays his opponents.
I liked Virgil better. I think Virgil got fucked, man. They just didn't utilize him more. I think he was better than. I mean, that was a cool character. That was a cool character for sure.
There's a current heel that is probably one of the best heels I've ever seen. That's in AEW. His name's MJF. He is the dude
that flipped the kid off.
Yeah, he flips. He literally plays his character in real life. He flips kids off. He smacks hats off people. He won't take pictures with people. He's fucking awesome. And I would say current wrestler that's probably the best wrestler, mic skills wise, is probably Chris Jericho in AEW. John Moxley's a close second.
Jericho is still wrestling.
Jericho
he was on the last drive-in, man, and crazy. I never liked him in the 90s when he was like in WCW and then WWF. But at the time, I just didn't like people like him. But like now, I'm like, man, that guy is so cool. I don't know why I didn't like him back then, but he seems like an awesome dude. And he's into horror.
With Howard Finkel was the best when he had Howard Finkel.
Yep. I'll tell you something I saw the other night. I watched wrestling last week, and I saw Jericho had a Jason Voorhees tattoo on his arm. I was like, damn, that's random. Yeah, I was like, random as fuck. But yeah, Jericho, he was the first AEW champion. John Moxley is now. I know this isn't a wrestling podcast, but I would say if you get a chance to go on YouTube and watch some of the clips from AEW when Jericho was the champion, because I mean this league just came out last year. It comes on TNT every Wednesday.
It seems like it's
like the Attitude Era.
It's like it's like really good counter programming to what everybody was kind of sick of with the WWE. So because I don't even follow it. Like I'll watch WrestleMania every year, but I don't really follow the entertainment. It's not really a sport, but I don't follow the whatever it's called. I don't follow it at all.
It's real to me, damn it.
I keep seeing AEW
sporting
stuff
entertainment
everywhere.
Come on,
you're about to get one of them David Schultz bitch slaps.
I have been watching Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the Ring is fucking awesome,
dude. I love it. It's so awesome. I don't know if you two have seen it, but it's really good.
It's like a show basically about like the best episode so far has been the Chris Benoit episode, which I was going to say Chris Benoit is one of my favorite wrestlers of all time too. Not what he did, but just him as a wrestling. Obviously,
I think that goes without saying.
I think that documentary really
isn't he Canadian, Moods?
Yeah, he is. He came from.
I thought he was Canadian.
He came from the same camp that's where Bret Hart and his whole family was from.
What a piece of shit.
Listen, there's a reason why everybody in that documentary was so shocked, because that really wasn't him. I think the
drugs,
CTE
man, will fuck your brain
huge. Up, dude. It's the CTE. It's not
a lot of damage.
They said his brain was so riddled with CTE, and CTE right now is such a new discovery, and so much is not known about head trauma.
That with the combination of the drugs that he was doing was not good. The drugs were not helping.
Steroids.
He was feeding his kid steroids, right?
Steroids and drugs. He was doing both, and like obviously when you have brain injuries, that shit ain't helping.
Steroids?
No, he wasn't feeding his kids steroids.
Wasn't it?
He was doing steroids, and then his diving headbutt was one of the reasons why they say that he had such. They said his brain was basically equivalent to an 80-year-old Alzheimer's patient, is what they were saying. So you can only imagine. I mean, the dude went through 3 days of killing his family. In his house.
Plus, he was Canadian. That automatically damaged your brain.
Exactly.
But no, that documentary really put it in perspective. That literally nobody, like nobody really even was like, it's hard to say that, like, the people that were involved in that, I give a lot of props to, because it was kind of brave to step out and say, like, that they don't hate Chris Benoit. Like, even though they hate the actions that he did, it wasn't him. Like, every single person there was complete, like, there was no signs of him being a bad person like that, to do something heinous like that. And it was really I really respected all those people, even his son, who's like a spitting image of him. Like, dude, I felt bad for that kid, you know? Yeah. And so many people, and like when Eddie died, that really got to me too.
Yeah, man. I think Eddie dying was a big catalyst on why he kind of went over the edge too. So it's crazy. I watched the Dark Side of the Ring the other day with the Road Warriors. That was a good one too.
I'm a few episodes behind, but I think the last one I watched was the New Jack.
New Jack. That one's insane, dude.
New Jack is insane.
Mm-hmm.
The listeners are gonna hate me because it's pouring down rain right now. I know you guys.
This is WrestleCast,
and it's funny that you talk in wrestling too, considering how much you always talk shit about wrestling.
Oh, I do.
It's even funnier.
I don't like it anymore either. I couldn't watch it.
I mean, I've talked about it before. Like, I was a massive wrestling fan in the 80s and 90s, and then right at the end of the Attitude Era is when I completely got out of it.
Me too.
I just feel like the shit literally took a massive
I loved
shit.
It to death growing up. Like, it was one of my favorite things to do.
We used to wrestle in the backyard.
Like, I tried. Like, I tried, to watch it here and there and shit. And I was like, man, these characters are shit, man. Like, I just feel like Attitude Era was just, that was like the peak of shit, man. It went to shit after that, and it's kind of a shame. It really is.
Here's the big thing for me, why I hate it. WWE specifically, the way they started using the cameras just is so annoying to watch. They zoom in real fast, and they cut, like, the way that they cut from the impacts and stuff. It comes off so much more fake than it ever did before. I literally can't stand the editing of these shows. I don't know if AEW is like that, but it drives me crazy. And I don't know. I never hear anybody talk about that aspect of it. Like, they do like these zooms when stuff happens, and it's just so jarring.
Well, I'll say this: AEW is doing things that WWE never did, and now WWE is copying them because of it. You can tell, because I don't watch WWE on a regular basis. I did for a little while, but then I kind of it just became uninteresting to me as much as AEW is like more interesting now to me. But yeah, they're doing camera things that are different in AEW. And WWE is catching on because they're getting more viewers, and they're changing the way that their format. I mean, right now there's no people in the crowd when you watch the show every week. So that is changing the way people think about it. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's just wrestling's changed over time. And I'll say this, just to kind of end the topic, because obviously we've been talking about it. If you guys get a chance, WWE Network is only $10 a month, and you get the whole back catalog of everything, every WrestleMania, every episode of wrestling from back in the 80s, 90s. You can watch all of it. So it's definitely worth
I was going through the Monday
awesome
Night Wars back maybe like a year or two ago. That was really fun because they have all the WCW stuff on there because they acquired it.
Yep, they have everything.
It is a really good deal. The $10 a month thing. I only get it when WrestleMania comes around, and then I usually cancel it just because I don't have time to spend 3 hours on a wrestling show from 1995.
The cool thing
Vince
about
isn't
it
going to pay us if you keep talking shit, JP.
The cool thing about it is you can jump to the matches. Like, so you can start an episode of Raw like from the 90s, and then if you go down, you can jump to the match that you want to see. And I read too, there's a big rumor too about Vince is selling the rights to not just the WWE Network, but the WrestleMania to Fox. That's like a big.
I heard that
that's
too.
Out now. So
why would he need to sell that shit?
Because he's gonna die.
Apparently, it's actually doing like the work. I read the other day that the WWE Monday Night Raw had its worst ratings ever, and it's been around for how long? Mm-hmm. So it seems
circumstances
like
circumstances though.
Worse I think than Doink the Clown era.
I think the AEW actually has a legitimate chance of taking over, which I think nobody thought was possible for the WWE to ever lose its footing as the kind of monopoly that it was.
The only thing that's keeping the
owns-
WWE together right now is the women's part of the wrestling, man.
That is actually
Yeah.
one of my favorite aspects of modern.
The male
Wrestling.
characters is not that exciting, man. I mean, at least the women actually got tons of skills, man. Good looking, tons of skills, but like the whole field is like massive. Like they actually have like a big portion of the deal, so keeps you interested, man. I think without them, I think it'd even be worse, to be honest.
Well, you got Becky Lynch and you got Charlotte Flair, and they're the two biggest women wrestlers in the world.
Skills,
and,
though, man. Yeah.
If you know, AEW is owned by Tony Khan, who owns the Seattle Seahawks. So he's another billionaire, investor. So I mean, he has the money to go up against Vince. I mean, Vince is a billionaire, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, you never know.
Now, do you think it's Vince that's driving it into the ground because he's old and stuff, or do you just think that
it is? Yeah, it's Vince. Vince
It's a
is
lacking
extremely
interest.
controlling. He's very controlling, and he wants to write all the storylines. He wants to control all the wrestlers. He's just an extremely controlling person, and that's why it's going to shit. And his family doesn't really want to take over because Triple H is married to Stephanie, and they run NXT, which is it's a portion of it WWE, but they're on Wednesdays and they compete against AEW. But Vince is still running Raw and SmackDown, which those two are the catalyst. They're the big shows, and he's so controlling. He's running those brands into the ground. So
He's also like 85 years old.
yeah, he's about to die. I mean, he's really old.
that's I don't think that his of course he's had some terrible ideas throughout history and stuff, but without a doubt he's had some amazing ideas that have definitely worked. But
They're not all his ideas, though. I mean, it's all their writers they hire and stuff. And there's certain times when staff writers would fuck shit up and make it better, like The Simpsons or South Park or anything like that, or SNL. It's all staff
The
writers.
storylines
I think
were definitely had writers and stuff, but I mean, to be honest, like a lot of the characters, especially a lot of the most memorable characters ever, were Vince McMahon's idea and stuff. And I remember reading this.
it's a collaboration.
I remember this one interview with him, and he got asked, what was his most, like his favorite character that he ever created, and he said fucking Gold Dust. Thought that was really interesting.
He did love Gold Dust.
Dustin Rhodes and Cody Rhodes are the two big wrestlers in AEW right now. Which Gold Dust, Dustin Rhodes, and Cody Rhodes is his brother. But but yeah, man, Vince. I think the thing with Vince is he's a bad boss. I don't think a lot of people like him as a boss.
Well, he doesn't
like
E-type personality, right? He, like you said, he's very controlling, but he's like over controlled. You can just tell, like, even in the the character quote unquote that he plays in the show and stuff. It's him. It's fucking him.
No, it is, and he realized that he can make that. He can like sort of monetize that and stuff. But I think
Leave Vince alone.
Right now, it's just that he's too old to do it. He just doesn't.
That's
That's
just losing
JP's
touch.
thing.
How many
Leave Charles
85-year-olds,
Band alone.
have great ideas?
Don't talk bad about Charles Band.
You know what's funny? I think we could
That's
have
JP.
I feel like we could have a wrestling podcast with the amount of things we're talking about right now.
Yeah, but
I
I'd be
can
out
talk
in, like, 2
80s and
days 'cause
90s
I-
wrestling
Yeah, that's what
and
I'm
into the
saying.
Attitude Era. But like honestly, dude, I lost so much touch. Like people mention names and I'm like, I don't know. Like I know
They
certain guys
mentioned
like
somebody,
CM
I'd be
Punk
like-
and shit because their names are so big. But like to name off 5 wrestlers, I'm like, no. I can't
I'd be
name
like,
anything.
remember Ahmed Johnson, guys? Remember Ahmed Johnson? He looked like he had a thong. Ahmed Johnson.
Speaking of,
all I could do.
You
speaking
got to
of
start
CM
with Jeremy.
All my
because
favorite
he's
wrestlers
the
are
best.
dead, man. Like every one of them. It's so crazy, man. From Macho Man to like Mr. Perfect to Rick Root. Like everybody is fucking dead, man.
Boss
British
Man's
Bulldog.
dead.
British.
liked,
Actually, Bret
Brian
Hart.
Pillman.
Actually, Bret Hart and fucking Shawn Michaels are still alive, which is
Bret Hart is a crybaby.
He is, but I love Bret Hart, man.
yeah.
He's
But
got one
Bret,
of the best phrases
See,
ever.
Bret-
Best
Bret
there is,
Hart
the best there
ego
was,
issue,
best there
dude. They
ever
all
be.
have these massive fucking egos.
he got
That's-
shit.
well-
You got to admit though, man, that whole shit with Shawn Michaels when he got shafted and shit was a fuck job and a half.
I love
if I
that.
was Bret Hart, I would
But
be
at the
pissed
same
too because it
time-
wasn't supposed to happen. Like that's not in the plan. Like when you get fucked like that in front of the whole
But,
world, dude, it's
dude,
embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Look at it from the business point of view, though. He didn't want to drop the title, dude.
And he was gonna go to
in an
another
era where
organization
that
and
shit
get a
was
belt.
considered still like people believed in it more. Still, a lot of younger kids and stuff thought that shit was real, and he didn't want to drop the title. Like, what are you gonna like? If you watch the documentary, like they tried to work it out, figure out a way, and he just had too big of an ego for it. I still think what they did was dirty as fuck to him.
It is dirty. But I mean, so
He's making millions of dollars. It's all right. He'll be okay.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I was gonna say
Well,
you
he was
guys.
in WCW the next week after that.
Moods mentioned CM Punk, and I actually watched his recent horror movie the other day. I bought it from Family Video when I went in there. It was on sale.
Ghost
It was
one?
for sale. Yeah, his newest one, and it was actually good. Like CM Punk's a decent actor. I mean, it wasn't like a terrible movie, but I mean, it wasn't the best movie, but he's a decent actor. Like,
I don't think I
surprisingly.
can take that dude seriously, so I don't think I can watch him. I know it
can't
sounds
stand
shitty,
the
but
guy, honestly, but I was
That's
surprised.
Jeremy's favorite dude in the world.
Really?
Yeah, he's like he loves that dude.
I kind of
watch his
find,
MMA fights.
I kind of
CM
find
Punk-
John Cena a
He
little
did.
bit
Jeremy
funny.
even bought the pay-per-views to watch him.
Did he think he was gonna win?
No, he was waiting for his ass to get kicked. But yeah,
Are you talking about...
dude? I give him mad props, dude. He was 39 years old, had no MMA experience, trained for like 2 years, and tried to fight. Like
Got his ass
when he
whooped.
didn't need to at all.
Oh, he did that because anybody else, if I'm like 39 and I'm like, I want to fight MMA, they're going to like, go away. Fuck off, old man. But since he's CM Punk, he had a name value to just walk right into the UFC, the biggest fucking MMA organization on the world. So I don't really have any respect for him. He didn't really work his way in there. He just used his name celebrity.
I don't.
And he looks like he never worked out a day in his life for a professional athlete. I never seen somebody look so flabby, not trying to be a dick.
Yeah, he did. He'd never really seemed in shape. I will give you
I
that.
wonder if he's had like body surgeries.
Are we
because
talking
it
about
looks
CM
like-
Punk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not trying to be a dick, but I mean, like, he's better in shape than like 90% of the people. But somebody who's practicing MMA that's been a athlete their whole life, it just doesn't look like he's ever really done much athletic things. He doesn't seem very athletic to me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wrestlers that are like that, though. There's like if you kind of look at like
Back in like the fucking 90s with Hacksaw Jim Duncan, my
Well,
brother
even,
used to
like,
say this: go
now.
get like a bunch of fat guys from bars and be like, "You're fat and big. You want to fight?"
Well,
Like,
they used to do that with the UFC too. Like UFC, like 10,
or the
11,
tough
12.
man competitions, like just Butterbean down the street. Hey, dude, you look like you can whoop ass. You want to fight?
Yeah, 1 in 10 of those guys is actually legitimate, and they whoop your
Yeah, but
fucking ass.
Butterbean was
It's
an
kinda
actual martial artist too, though.
funny. Yeah.
No, later on, though.
It
But
is
I mean,
funny, yeah.
originally, he was just walking down the street, and they asked him to do in the tough man competitions. That's how he got to start.
Yeah,
Motherfucker.
but he did. He made the best of it, man.
Oh, he's great. I love Butterbean.
Yeah.
Oh, Butterbean, man. I
Remember
love
when he
watching
knocked
his...
out the wrestler?
Dude. I love those,
He knocked out two.
those
He
fucking...
knocked out Bart Gunn, and he fucking
that
killed
that
him.
one. Yeah.
Bart Gun.
Killed him.
Remember Bart Gun?
I'd never seen Bart Gunn after that. I
Yeah,
think he killed him. That was
they
the
just
brawl
did
for
the
it
dark
all.
side of the ring on
What,
that.
didn't he
That's
trade
why I
with-
remember
yeah.
that.
Fucking killed Bart Gunn.
I love his highlight reel, man. Like the Butterbean's top 10 knockout videos and shit. It's fucking amazing. That guy,
You guys hear
he can
Mike
throw,
Tyson
man.
coming back?
Oh, dude, I'm so
He's
excited.
supposed to be fighting Shannon Briggs, right?
Dude, I've been watching his progression for like the last... He's been training for a couple years now, man. He looks sick, man. Like, I don't know how it's going to hold up in a ring, like in an actual competition, but dude,
I
he can
would
still
honestly
throw, man.
argue Mike Tyson is probably the greatest combat sports athlete in terms of pure excitement. I don't think anybody will ever top when Mike Tyson was fighting. Even watching
Everybody knows
back
that.
now, because I wasn't around for a lot of it. Watching back now, it's just electrifying. Like
That hook to the body and uppercut combination is insane.
Actually, today they were even... a rumor got started that he wants to rematch Evander Holyfield, and I was like, holy fuck. Crazy.
I'm down for Legends division.
I want that. He wants that other ear, dude.
I honestly, I don't even care who he fights. I just want to see Tyson fight in the ring again. That's crazy.
I don't want to see him fight anybody relevant, is what I'm saying.
No, I want to see him fight a legend.
Hey,
Get a legend fucking clause. Even bring back some MMA fighters and have the legends fight. I hate seeing old dude fight fucking young guy. It sucks.
It's
Yeah, because the young eat the old in boxing and MMA.
They come in and they're like, man, I just knocked out fucking Chuck Liddell and Fedor Emelianenko 10 years past their fucking prime. I'm the
Yeah.
shit. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of
and
here.
Tyson hasn't fought in
Yeah,
fucking over
it's
10
sad.
years. Like, fucking.
Yeah,
it's
I
so
don't like that. I'm down to see two equally old dudes fight each other, professional boxers fight each other.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see him fight anybody.
But every once in a while, dude like Dan Henderson or even sometimes Fedor will knock the motherfucker out when you're like, hell yeah, that
Yep.
feels good.
Dan Henderson.
Well, Fedor just knocked out Rampage.
Yeah, but Rampage is just as old as Fedor and looked like pure dog shit. He was like fucking
Man,
400
Rampage
pounds.
The difference is Rampage hadn't taken nearly as much damage. Like that's only his like second knockout in his like 40s.
He got knocked out TKOs. He got knocked out by Vanderlei, I think twice, and Shogun Hua, and that was his fourth, I think, TKO or knockout.
Yeah. Yeah, I know but he knocked out. Did he knock out Vanderlei?
Yeah, but Vanderlei was so dog shit at that time.
Yeah, well, I think that a lot of the Pride fighters are a little overrated myself, but
I think they're punchy. They were punchy as fuck.
I mean,
and they were juiced to the gills. Everybody was on steroids back in the day, and now they're off of them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Some of the dudes can still hold their skills. Like Fedor was like a glass cannon at the end of his career, and he stopped using all his martial arts except his like striking, which was really weird to watch. But he still was like 50-50. Like he knocks on. It was going to be an ender. Probably a couple rounds in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
he was my favorite. I
loved Fedor forever, man. I thought he was great.
He was my favorite of all time.
Not mine. I'm not a big Fedor fan, though I do respect his run.
Who's your favorite heavyweight?
My favorite heavyweight? My favorite heavyweight was probably Junior Dos Santos at a time.
I feel bad for Junior.
But probably Stipe Miocic now.
Of course, now. I mean, Stipe is great.
Well, even when he was going into the DC rematch where he got knocked out, I just like Stipe. He's funny. He's like,
Did you ever see that video? It's like 5 minutes of Stipe mumbling. He's like, I hit the fucking guy.
Yeah.
It's
he
cliche.
Just reminds me of like a tough uncle or something.
No, he sounds like a guy at work that talks, and he always has a hangover.
Yeah. But yeah.
It's hard not to like Stipe. He never does anything to do anything wrong.
Yeah, he's a fucking fighter, man.
Hey, he's cool.
Yeah. I'm not a big, honestly, heavyweight's one of my least favorite divisions. Andrei Arlovsky.
I used to love Arlovsky, but he's a glass cannon too.
He just won his last fight last week.
That's the thing with MMA fighters, man. They
on Wednesday.
They're so good for such a short period of time, it seems, and then they just fades out so quick, man. It's crazy.
The age curve is getting older. So it used to be like 33, you're kind of done.
Yeah.
You're on your way down. But the age, like Glover Teixeira just
old man strength.
Well, that's because heavier weights, the last thing to go for them is their strength, and they rely on their strength more than their speed. So the younger guys, you'll see fade out quicker because they rely on their speed and reflexes. That's why Fedor kind of faded out quicker, because he was a heavyweight that walked around a little lighter, so he relied more on his speed and reflexes than the other heavyweights. So he faded out a little quicker than some of the other heavyweights that rely on their power.
Not to mention
Mark Hunt always is power. So
not to mention I think the fight that truly showed Fedor's decline was when he got knocked out by Hendo, who was also old but much faster.
And Hendo shouldn't have been faster than him. It was fucked up. He never was, but also Henderson was juiced to the gills on TRT, and Fedor, I think honestly if Fedor had been on TRT, it would have been over. Because it was weird as fuck in that fight. That was a sloppy fight. Like, it's like, oh, Fedor almost got knocked out. Henderson almost got knocked out. They fucking almost got knocked out like 3 times. Mm-hmm. And then he caught Fedor. It was the worst stoppage because it was late stoppage, then early stoppage. He stopped it when he was fucking hit in the back of the head and knocked out. He didn't stop it. Then he wakes up and he stops it. It's like, how can you fuck up twice there, Herb Dean? But it was bad.
Yeah.
It was also, he was done though. I don't think he was going to recover from that.
Yeah. I'm a Liddell fan. He was always the guy that fucking just got me so amped up when he was fighting in a pay-per-view back in the day, when they used to have like a pay-per-view every 2 months or whatever. The shit was just so exciting. But when Liddell was fighting, that was my boy, man.
I mean, dude, that was the hype when was real. First started. The first fight I ever saw was Liddell versus Babalu Sabral. When I was like super young. My
got him with a head kick, right? When he was going down for a takedown or something, head kicked him.
I think so.
Is that the one?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
He fought Babalu twice, I think.
Yeah.
Man, I forgot about Babalu.
Yeah, right. His name's Babalu, though. How can you forget?
Yeah, Liddell and St. Pierre, man. Those are the fighters, man. When they were fighting.
Dude, GSP just got announced for the Hall of Fame, and it was like the package they put together was so amazing. I think in my opinion,
it sucks that he retired though, man. Like just that layoff that he had, and then he didn't come back, and I was like, fuck, man. I knew he wasn't.
Yeah, but he's Canadian, so.
Well, I mean, according to a lot of people, he's like, pound for pound fighter, probably the best.
I was just going to say that. In my opinion, I give it to Jones. But if you factor in Jones's failed tested and stuff like that, I would say GSP is the greatest fighter of all time. Especially
he lost against Matt Serra, though.
But then he whooped Matt Serra's ass.
Yeah.
Bad in the rematch. Same with Hughes. He lost to Hughes and then whooped Hughes' ass. Those are his only 2 losses.
I think those are big things. I think those are big things to consider.
Hendricks should have been a loss.
Should have been. I agree. I scored it for Hendricks. But
Hendricks was juiced to the gills in that fight. You explained, because after every fight after that, he sucked ass when they got him off the steroids.
Because that's when USADA came in, and I've never seen a fighter go from such a nosedive. Maybe Chris Weidman's the only other one that I've seen go from such a height to, and there was so much rumors about Hendricks being on juice to begin with. I think that he would probably be super
I think so
steroided
too.
out.
I think so.
I think
too,
a couple of those guys, like Jake Ellenberger, was the shit too, and then after that, he wasn't very good.
Yeah,
A lot of those guys.
a lot of them look like shells of their former selves whenever they.
And some of the heavyweights got better. Some of the ones that weren't using, they seem like they started knocking dudes out again.
Yeah. But that's MMA and Wrestling Podcast 101.
It
I'm
happened,
out, guys. It was fun.
it happens every couple shows, man. We get on the sports talk or some shit like that goes on, and that's why we have show notes. Skip it.
Yeah, they're talking about a 24-team NHL playoff. I'm just saying. That's something else.
Yeah, which is
happening.
weird. They're going to take the top 24 teams. I was actually going to message Jeremy with that too. I'm like, oh wow, if they're going to take the top 24 teams, Chicago's going to make the
Chicago will
playoffs.
make it.
They were number 24 in the NHL. I was like, that's fucking crazy. I mean, it's still a long shot at this moment, but I would like them to try to resolve the season a little bit. It's still not going to be.
It bothers my OCD so much. Like, they have to crown a champion.
It's still not going to be the same because the season didn't get played out, and just having that 16-team format for the playoffs and stuff was. I think it's just it's the all-time. It's the way to decide it. But I mean, if we get something, I'm happy with that, even though it's not completely fair. I mean, could you imagine? They do this. They take the top 24 teams and the team that's ranked like 22nd wins the Stanley Cup. That would be fucked.
It would be fucked, but it's not going to happen. And if it did happen, it's not. I'm fine with it.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you why it could possibly happen. Now, the players right now are a little bit pissy with the fact that, they want to just jump right into the playoffs and stuff and not have like a period where, they get to practice because let's face it. Well, they've been off for a couple months, and it's not like they're getting rust. It's just they're not in game shape right now, right?
100%.
To jump into it. So anything can happen. It's going to be like football.
And it's going to lead to greater success of the teams that were not good to begin with, or the lesser teams, because it kind of equals the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically going to come down to what team and what players can adjust to jumping back into it the fastest, right? If you can start winning games right away and advancing, like, holy shit, man, and these other guys are taking a little bit to go, even though they're more talented teams, I mean, I think you're going to see a very mixed bag of results, and some of the teams that are going to be falling and some teams that are advancing because of, just that displacement and having the time off. It's a mental game too, man. You can tell the players are giddy and stuff, but the fact is they haven't been on skates. So
yeah, and which I get it for a purist sense. Like, we don't want to bastardize the Stanley Cup, but at the same time, that is how the Stanley Cup is played. Whenever everything's fine, whenever it's not fine, there will be differences. It's just that's how it is, and it's not like everybody's gonna forget that was what happened that season. Like, everybody's gonna remember. Oh, that was the season of the coronavirus. That's why the 12th seed won the Stanley Cup. You know what I mean?
The other interesting thing, I was actually thinking about this earlier today, and I was like, what the interesting thing about stopping the season and then just starting up the playoffs and stuff, what's the one factor going into the playoffs that you have with every team every single year? Injuries. This time, most players are going to be back.
They're healed up.
You're going to have 95, 97% of these teams, their actual full rosters, starting rosters, in the lineup now because everyone's gotten over their injuries in the last couple months. It's like, that's a fucking big factor too, because it never happens. You go in the playoffs with key players out all the time, and those variables can make or break a lot of things, right? So that's an interesting factor too for some of these teams that have been suffering all season with injuries, that are out of the postseason in a technical, out of the top 16, that have their players back, that are just underachieving because of injuries and stuff. That makes a big fucking difference too, right?
I'm excited for it. If they do it, I'm down. I don't care about what all the old people complaining that it's not the way of the Stanley Cup and stuff like that. And it's like, well, who's the best team in this scenario?
What would you rather have? What would you rather have? 2004, 2005 season was completely canceled. We didn't even have a Stanley Cup that year because of the lockout year. I mean, what would you rather have? No Stanley Cup awarded, no playoffs, no nothing, no viewing, nothing, or a shortened season with an extended kind of playoff, round robin type thing and award the cup. Obviously, I would take fucking, option B here. Stop complaining. Stop complaining. I mean, this world's a wreck right now, man. If we can take something like that, take what you can get right now.
Right.
I mean, stop complaining. It's fucking stupid. So, yeah. But I tell you though, man, it is going to be weird coming back.
I know.
I just can't wait to see if it actually does, to see what the actual format is. It's going to be pretty trippy because they don't have that much time to do it. It has to happen right away because, like we said before, with they don't want the shit to extend into August, and then they got to go to training camp in fucking September and back in October, right?
Yeah, it makes you wonder: are they going to do like best of threes, best of fives? Are they going to have just a play-in game?
Yeah,
where it's one and done. Like it could be, regardless. It could be high drama. No matter what, you know what I mean? It could be one of the most dramatic NHL seasons. Whether it's like how it normally would have played out or not is irrelevant to me because we're not in a normal season.
Yeah, I just don't want. I mean, they're definitely factoring in the next season too, because the last thing you want is players getting hurt in these playoffs, these extended playoffs and stuff, and not being ready for the next season because that's kind of unfair to the beginning of a new season too.
So
right?
they use like a puck for hockey, right?
Do you not follow hockey, Dave?
Back in the day, they used to use frozen turds.
Oh, I know all about the hockeys.
the frozen turds with the hands of man.
Look, it only takes like a maybe like 3 years to know what's going on in hockey.
I mean, I know about hockey. I know how it's played. I'm just kidding. I just never watched hockey. My cousin used to play hockey.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it growing up. And
I played it a couple times on the ice out here.
In like
you can skate, Dave? Crazy.
No skates.
No skates.
We ran on shoes on the ice on the lake.
That is the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's a little bit of
because the stereotype around Canada is like kids grow up. A lot of kids learn how to skate before they can fucking walk properly. That's just it's a stereotype, but it's actually kind of true. Like kids are early here. It's a way. It's not even a sport here. It's a way of life. It's fucking bizarre.
It is.
When I tell people that baseball is my favorite sport, they're like, "Fuck, go back to America."
Dude, this is how
it's funny people say that to me, and I'm like, go back to America. Okay.
This is how unpopular hockey is in terms of like youth here. I knew one kid growing up who played on a hockey team.
Point plays, man. They used to play street hockey all the time.
Man, the U.S. has they adapted all the Canadian programs now, so it's gotten so much better down there. But man, America's been pumping out some great players, man. I mean, look at fucking Austin Matthews, plays for the Leafs. He's like one of the best players in the NHL. He's straight from the fucking West Coast, like Sunnyland and Frisco and shit. It's crazy.
It's definitely picking up with hockey here. It's pretty cool. Hell, I mean, just even. What was it? 2 years ago, there was no Canadian teams made the playoffs. Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was a few years, but it was the first time in history that's ever happened.
God bless America.
I mean, the ratio is a little bit different too, right? I mean, it's like 23 to 8. I mean, there's a chance, but I mean, that was a fucked up season. That was
strange.
I mean, considering you go back to the 80s and shit, man, with the Oilers winning 4 cups and Calgary actually in Montreal, like the Canadian teams is fucking ruled, even with the expansion at that time too. So yeah, there was definitely a time where it's changed. So, which was then.
Sportscast, sports ball all day, all night.
Some people hate it.
We talked about VHS collecting, Kyle selling his tapes, and wrestling and sports.
That's MMA and hockey.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a lot to unpack.
But we did spend a lot of time on sports. Usually it lasts for about 10 minutes and people are like, fuck this, go to the next thing kind of thing. But this lasted a long time.
Now it's time to talk about Donald Trump.
To be fair, I guarantee
Joe Biden for an hour.
No. I guarantee that more people like the wrestling talk than like our sports talk because for whatever reason, it seems like wrestling and horror go hand in hand.
Everybody loves it.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm only into horror though.
What's that?
I'm only into horror.
I don't really watch wrestling. I just know some stuff.
Have you
I
guys
used to watch it religiously though?
Have you guys seen that character on WWE? It's like a more recent character called The Fiend.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, that's kind of horror related.
I'm so out of touch with
Papa Shango.
2003.
Well, Tom Savini made his mask.
Really?
Actually, you know what's interesting, Kyle, is a girl that I used to work with was making masks for like WrestleMania. Somebody else who was wearing a mask, she made it, and at because Tom Savini's effects school is at my old job. It was about 15 minutes down the road. I actually Carly graduated from that school, not for effects, but it's also a school for like other stuff. But yeah, so that was pretty cool. She made one of the masks that one of the people wore at WrestleMania a couple years ago.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was dope.
Can I have it?
No, I think he has it. But yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, I guess we should probably move this along, actually. So,
Yeah, since JP was an hour and a half late.
Hour late.
Yeah, no, he was definitely an hour late for sure. We started like an hour and a half because he was having technical difficulties too with that fucking voice. I'm still laughing about that shit.
Sounded like fucking Fat Albert over there.
It literally sounded like JP wanted to eat his microphone. It was fucked. I don't know what's going on.
Sounded like he was 400 pounds.
All right, man. So, yeah, let's move this along.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right, JP, let's move this into the news. Let's do it.
Some news. Okay, so first up, Blue Underground. As you know, this month, in a week's time, they are dropping their 4K releases, their first 4K releases of Zombie and Maniac, which I do have pre-ordered. I finally did it.
You're a whore.
You're going to order me a copy, too?
No, you got a copy.
What?
Yeah, don't you? You're getting a copy, right?
I don't know.
All
I know
right.
I'm getting copies to give a contest away. I don't know if I'm
Well,
getting
just
it
watch
to
them
review.
first.
I ain't opening them.
You pre-ordered those and after you bought the Blu-rays?
Yeah, well, okay, so I got, I did buy, actually, no, I got both of those for free. Yeah, I got
no wonder he's not hesitating to pre-order these. He's like, I got these motherfuckers for free. So
No, but I did buy because they've been doing those 3-disc collectors, like thicker cases from Blue Underground.
Yeah.
Lately, and I have bought most of them myself, but I think those were the two that I got as screeners, which were the best two, so I was happy with that. But I remember that particular release is what made me fall in love with Fulci's Zombie. I've always liked it, rated it high. I think it's in our Hall of Fame. But
Bad
watching that release, dude, it was so amazing.
It looks fantastic. In 4K, it's going to look amazing.
I know, and that's why I was so excited, because I'm like, dude, it already looks so good. If it even looks a little bit better, it's going to be one of the greatest looking films.
That worm placement's going to look so right and dead on. You just watch.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with
It's got everything to do with it.
Oh, you're going to notice new shit with that bad worm placement, man. You're going to be like, it's going to ruin most of the movie in 4K, dude. I don't know why you even want to check out that in 4K.
He's going to realize the worm placement was dead on.
Yeah, or it could go the other way too, right?
See, Fulci for me is
the best.
Gets better. No, Argento. I like Argento more, but Fulci for me, as I rewatch the films that I had watched initially, usually for this show, like all the stuff we did on Italian Horror Month and stuff, I've noticed that every time I watch one of his films, I come up on it a little bit more, and I don't know if that's his films in general or just like me. But it seems like that I start appreciating different aspects that I didn't take in.
Well, you probably start
watch.
to understand them a little bit more too, because I know, like, when we first started doing these things, you're always so confused on Italian cinema, and so I think you weren't getting the aspect of, like, nightmare logic in certain aspects of that, very typical in that type of filmmaking.
Zombie really doesn't have nightmare logic.
No, it doesn't. I'm talking about more
Beyond
Gates of Hell trilogy and stuff, like the Beyond City, films like that and stuff that can
City
be a
of the
little bit
Living
off-putting.
Dead was one that I always liked. That was my favorite one from the beginning, so I've always liked that one. But but you're right, like House by the Cemetery, I just thought it was sloppy and didn't really care for it too much when we reviewed it. But when I got that 3-discer, I came up so much higher on it, and I actually really do love that film now. And the same thing with New York Ripper. When we reviewed it, I thought it was like, okay. It was like a 6 or 7, 6.5 or a 7 out of 10. And then I didn't even watch it for the 82 show because I just didn't think that it would. I'd watched it, within like a year
Dude, that is
and a
just
half.
bollocks. That is
I just didn't think that it.
That's
Did you say bollocks?
Yeah, dude, it was like that's my number one. You didn't even rewatch New York Ripper, and that's my number one
Out to
film.
lunch.
I have literally watched the New York Ripper over 100 times in my life, without even exaggerating. I've seen that movie way too many fucking times. I got fascinated with it, man. And this guy's not even rewatching for a top 10 shit. What
I
the
didn't
hell kind of
rewatch
shit
it
is
because I
that?
didn't think it had a chance to make my list.
What was in your top 10?
Yeah, but JP, that's exactly
top 10
you
was
just
very solid.
made the point of why you rewatch fucking movies when you're doing top 10 lists, because there's always something that could change your mind. You know, maybe time has gone by. Maybe you've just kind of, maybe I need to revisit. You know, there's always these variables that can change.
Not much time had went by is what I'm saying. Like if it was longer, I would have.
But still, when you're
but I ran out of time, man.
What was your top 10, JP?
Again,
I gotta hear what's better.
My number 10 was
New York Ripper.
my number 10 was The Entity. I'll tell you that.
JP talking about running out of time with his amazing time management skills again. Jesus
I think
Christ.
I had
You know
Baker,
what, man?
Nightmare Maker.
Okay.
I'll just pull up the list. But anyway, when I rewatched the New York Ripper, that was another one that went up really high for me. Went up higher, I should say. I'm digging the Fulci Maniac. I've always liked, but so they announced those come out, and now they announced two other titles. One being the New York Ripper, and the other being House by the Cemetery. So those are the next two 4Ks. Along with announcing that, they also announced that they're no longer doing Blu-ray releases. I don't know if you guys caught that.
I did not hear that,
But
motherfucker.
The Blu-ray's coming with the 4K.
Is Blu-ray?
Yeah, there is a Blu-ray in the 4K.
Is
So you get both.
fucking William Lustig going to be solely responsible for me to finally get a 4K player and TV?
Get with the time.
Although I can still buy these 4K discs and watch the Blu-ray, which is stupid because I already have the fucking 3-disc Blu-ray edition. So what's the fucking point of that?
So there would be no point for you to buy it unless you plan on upgrading. But
Just lazy.
they are somewhat limited, not super limited, but I think they are somewhat limited.
I have a question. I'm a little bit out of the game with the the newer versions of movies. So, like, what is the best reason why you should buy a 4K over a Blu-ray? Is it just the video quality and audio quality, or is there like better features, like special features? Like, I'm just not really
on
understanding.
the Blue Underground, it's just going to be the video quality. They have all the same features.
Because they
honestly.
already put out these 3-disc editions.
Like
now, if
30
it was
times.
the old release, the old zombie release, and then they did the 4K one, it would probably be an upgrade because they did make a bunch of new features for the previous
Plus
release.
the soundtracks come with these 3 discs too, so you get more features. Obviously, their 4K scans, but then you get the soundtrack too, which is cool, man. I mean, for somebody like me that loves to listen to those type of soundtracks, it's actually a bonus. So
is the video quality that? I mean, you're taking a movie from the 80s and converting it to Blu-ray, and
they
then
don't
converting it to 4K.
They do scans. They do scans.
no, these are scans from original elements, man. Honestly, dude, Zombie looks
that much
phenomenal
better?
on that Blu-ray. It's fucking crazy.
So the Blu-ray of Zombie was a
master on
4K
Blu-ray looked
scan.
fantastic. It looked fantastic.
Like
it was
the original-
it was a 4K scan that was downgraded to Blu-ray basically to 1080p.
There's stuff on that I never saw. I actually saw the seams on the zombies. It was so good.
Yeah, dude.
Some of
Like,
the seams. Like
the
I've never
first
seen
release of Blue Underground Zombie looked good on Blu-ray, you know, and then we got this 4K scan, and I was like, what the fuck, man? This is ridiculous. So, I mean, obviously the 4K, actual 4K disc is going to be even better. I mean,
10 times better.
You know,
I mean, I guess
really,
for me
not
personally, I'm coming from like a VHS collecting aspect. So I'm looking at these movies and I'm watching them on Blu-ray, and I'm like pretty in awe of like how they look on Blu-ray. I have a 4K TV, but I don't have a 4K player, obviously, or any 4K movies. So I'm just kind of curious, like if it's that much worth going out, buying a player, and then buying the movies, rebuying the movies over for.
It depends what editions you have, I think, and it depends how much you love the movie.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you got the first print of Zombie, get the 4K. I would. But if you have like the 3 discs, maybe sit on it a while. I don't know.
So for
I'm gonna
me,
get it
that's pretty much
eventually.
what I'm doing, man. Because Kyle, I still haven't upgraded. Like, I've been kind of ignorant to it. I've been really we have an ongoing joke on this podcast, you know, with I call 4Ks 4 gays. Because I'm just like, dude, like, is it really that big of a fucking... Jeremy just swears by this shit like it's the greatest fucking format known to man and ever will be kind of thing. I get it. They do look better and stuff, but I'm like, man, you know, some of these Blu-rays just look phenomenal. Like, but my biggest thing is, the reason why I haven't upgraded the 4K TV and the thing, because I have like 4 great TVs in my house that all work fucking great and the picture quality is amazing and shit. I'm just like, I can't bring myself to buy this 4K TV system when
Especially
my shit
up in
works
Canada
fine.
When they're fucking mad expensive.
Exactly. Like, honestly, for a good one right now, it's still $2,000. You know, the players themselves
I got
are
mine
$500-600.
for like 400.
That's what I'm saying. So a price is a factor, but it's also not just that. It's simply I can't justify, because no one's gonna buy my 55 Samsung TV down here for I get what, $20 for it now? Like,
I'll give you
they're
10.
They're obsolete. Like, so it's still good to me. You know, like, what am I going to do with it if I buy another TV? Man, I got no room to put it anywhere
I'll
else.
say this. I'll say this. I have an Apple TV 4K, and I have a Philips TV 4K that's a 65-inch, and I've gone on YouTube and watched some of the 4K demos on YouTube, and they do look amazing. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, they have some of the animal ones where you can watch like the 4K videos, and they look crazy. I'm just like, wow, that is. So I'm just wondering if a movie from like the 70s, 80s, if they can get that scan as good as what I'm watching on YouTube from something today.
Well,
like it, I mean,
let me answer that, since I actually am the only one here that has upgraded.
What are you talking about, Willis? I got a 4K player and a 4K TV.
Well, I mean, for somebody that doesn't upgrade,
Yeah.
I will just say this.
About Willis?
It's just like any format, Kyle. Like, I mean, if you're doing new scans, like the Blu-ray scans and shit, like, you know, the reason why you get some Blu-ray scans that are really good and others are really kind of trash and shit, it's also, you know, the source elements too, right?
Or shitty companies.
Source elements are a big deal, man. If you get a good fucking print and you can do like Vinegar Syndrome, man. I mean, they're using like, you know, they get good prints and stuff, but their system that they have and the way they do things is just phenomenal. Like, they scan shit to, I don't even know what the fuck they're doing over there. It's absolutely insane. But prints is a big deal though too. So that's why you'll notice certain scans are better than others.
It really comes down to just the release too. Like Modes was saying, the scan, the people scanning it, the original elements, like all that stuff factors in. But for me, I don't think that it's as amazing as Jeremy. I think that some titles look really good. Others, I don't see a big enough difference to justify upgrading your entire system to play 4K titles. Now, I was able to upgrade for cheap. Xbox One X plays 4Ks, as well as the TV I got for, you know, $450 or something like that.
What size is it, JP?
I think it's 50.
And it has HDR or no?
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. So
remember JP was ripping on you too? No, because he's like you can't get the fucking full effect of 4K quality by watching on your size of TV and shit. And I was like, dude.
Yeah, he was dissing my TV size, Jeremy,
because he watches it. And I'm like, dude, Jeremy, you watch 4K movies on your parents' 75. That's not your fucking TV, dude.
I know,
like what the fuck are you complaining? Like, dissing other people.
and so like one title that really blew my shitter out was Pet Sematary. Like I went from a DVD. So that's another thing to answer that Dave pointed out. Like, it depends what format you had, if it's worth upgrading. Like, I had Pet Sematary on DVD, one of my favorite movies. I upgraded to 4K, and
Remake's
it was
better.
amazing. It was so good.
Shut up.
Even the Blu-ray on that newest release is really good. But you know, and Zombie on the 3-discer, like, that was so good that I imagine this 4K is going to be really good as well. Maniac wasn't as good on that 3-discer that they put out, but it was still really good. So,
I just don't think Maniac was shot as well, because the elements are probably, you know, it's cheaper. It's a cheaper movie.
It's not like even that it was shot bad. I did read somewhere that
just cheap.
There's actually no really good prints left of the movie. Like, all the prints that are available are pretty muddy and used and shit. So that's a factor in why these scans aren't turning out probably the way they could have if they had, you know, better elements and shit. So it kind of makes sense.
I think Dave hit it on the head for me when he said that it really depends on how much you care about the movie. Because, like, something like, for me, like, my favorite movie of all times, the original Dawn of the Dead, I would be willing to go out and probably buy a 4K copy of that.
And
there's one coming.
And the 4Ks are region free. So if you import that new one from Second Sight, it's region free, so you can play it in any 4K player. So don't feel where you can import it.
And you know what, Kyle? I agree though, man, because I'm the same way, even with collecting these days and shit. Like, I really have stopped buying a lot of shit that I don't need and stuff. I really do focus on certain things, and obviously when that Dawn of the Dead box set comes out, I mean, that's going to be a purchase.
I'm ordering.
Yeah,
all
There's-
I'm,
there's-
so
as
nobody
soon
gets
as,
any.
as soon
that's
as
my
that
favorite movie
pre-order
too, you know
comes
that.
live, I will have that sucker because the unique thing about that is it's all the cuts too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
it's only
we
three.
don't even have on HD nowhere.
I
Yeah,
actually,
we do.
I actually do.
Currently,
I have
my
the Italian
opinion-
box.
Japanese Blu-ray and I have a Italian Blu-ray, but they don't look great. They're HD prints, but they're not great.
Yeah, no, they're not great, but at least they are on a high def
HD.
format. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I have that Italian Blu-ray box set too, so I have all the cuts
And the
on.
Japanese and the Italian one.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have any of the Blu-rays at Dawn, but I mean, my favorite edition's the Ultimate Edition, the DVD
That's
edition.
what I still from.
I know. I
I
always
still
tell
rock
that.
that.
I always
But
tell
this
that.
this
Still
new
looks good,
second sighted edition is basically that, but in 4K.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
remastered.
I would be willing to buy that. I mean, but the thing is, like, how much is a 4K player now? Is it like $200 or something? Or
You have an Xbox?
I have an Xbox One. It's not a 1S or whatever you have.
Well, I mean, I'd say probably $100, $120.
Fuck, I wish, man.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Why don't you just have somebody buy it in the U.S. moods and just ship it to you?
It's still going to cost. a dick
See, the
load.
problem is, it's not just like I'm paying one for one here. It's conversion, right? Dollar sucks right now. Like, you know, $100 Blu-ray player is still going to cost me $220. Like conversion and shipping and shit. So, like, I mean, at that point, it's like now it's just invading people's time to get them to ship it up to me, and no.
And only saving them like $10.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really not even worth it. Like, I wouldn't even put it on people to do that unless I was getting like a crazy fucking deal on something. No, I don't even worry about it. I'll figure it out.
But yeah, so I have a handful of the 4Ks. Some stuff I've been really impressed with. Others I haven't. Jeremy likes to buy pretty much everything that comes out on 4K. I like buying movies that are meant to be cinematic. You know what I mean? Like I don't really see a point in buying a comedy, whatever, on 4K. But like something that's, you know, action packed, like a war film or a horror film with atmosphere and stuff. That's what I get out of it. In terms of upgrading
I
things,
just buy shit that I'm gonna watch. Really, I feel like Jeremy
Well, I
buys
mean, I might
everything
watch
just to
a
collect the
comedy,
format. But I
Well,
mean,
I think Jeremy is like OCD as fuck and has to have a ton of movies. Is what
He
it
won't
seems
spend
like.
$1 on anything, but he'll buy a 4K for $30.
Yeah.
of a movie that, like, I don't even know why the fuck you buy that shit. Like, you're gonna watch that shit once, probably not even watch it. Like, I don't get it, man. Just because
Like,
of the
I'll
format.
take
He's a
it. I'll
format
take
whore.
his
He's a
4K
format
collection, though.
I remember when Blu-ray first came out and like collectors on YouTube, like they were literally buying every fucking movie coming on Blu-ray. I'm like, the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
here?
I'm not buying that.
This is
It's like somebody's
crazy,
like,
dude.
"Hey guys, I bought fucking Care Bears on Blu-ray." I'm like, "Have fun with that."
Yeah, dude. I'm like, no, man, you're never gonna watch that shit. Don't fucking lie to your viewers. Like, fuck off. So
some of the
Love
things that are cool about 4K though is the price is actually coming down a lot. So think
Not
about
here.
it, right? So yeah, not there, but I bought Alien brand new on 4K for $15. I think that is a very fair upgradable price. you know?
Halloween was like $10.
Halloween was like
Halloween is
really
still $30
cheap.
here.
It's like 10.
These Blue Underground titles are 30, but so were the other 3-discers.
Man, the fucking pre-orders. I remember when the 3-discers came out. Man, they were $47 pre-order.
I like it.
Now Prime, I think they're 63 Prime. Yeah,
But,
something
I
like
like
that.
it.
It's nuts. It's fucking nuts. I mean, I know
so-
that's like $12 American, but still, you know,
That's
Did
still a lot of.
I
still
hear
like
that like
$5.
4K is region free? Is that what you said?
Yes,
Dave?
there's no region coding on them.
Okay, that's pretty dope.
That's probably the dopest thing about like the future of 4K.
We gotta
is
stop talking about it though, because
you
they're
know
not-
that's going to change.
Right?
You know that.
That's what I'm worried
It's
about,
so-
Dave. I'm like, do they actually know?
I
Well,
still
think
have
they do.
not
I
been
think
able.
It's the end of physical media. I think it's the last frontier. They're not going past this.
I think that I honestly haven't been able to find any information on this because I know we've talked about it a few times. But why is it that 4Ks aren't region coded? Because
I don't think that there's enough people buying it.
But it doesn't even, it's not even that fact. It shouldn't even matter that. I mean, going into the sales, they should still be region coded because certain countries, you know, they have the rights in that area for these things. That's why there's regions, right? So why aren't they region coded? Like, I mean,
I would assume that the players, they just don't make them region coded.
That's where it comes from. Is whatever company, you know, started designing these players or whatever, they just didn't implement region coding into the player.
So it just bypassed the whole fact of like region rights and stuff then, because right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Guess they
I
just
don't think
didn't
they're
care.
worried about it as much.
That's so fucked up. Then why don't they stop that shit with fucking Blu-ray then?
I know, right? It's kind of fucked up for real.
It's the
Like, if you
same
think
difference.
about it.
It's literally the same difference. It's
yeah,
still
it's
media. You're still selling a product. You're still selling this movie out of region.
Because I don't. The people who make the players aren't the ones who own or sell the movies. So I just think they don't care.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not like pissed off that it's like that. I think it's actually kind of cool, but I find it just very interesting that they're still
it
recoding
doesn't
with Blu-ray.
make much. It doesn't make that much sense to me either. But
exactly. Like where it
I'm down.
derives from. It's region rights. I've been so confused by it, but yeah, big on that though. That's cool. Yeah.
All right. So to finish up with this news, Bill Lustig was on Shockwaves this week, and he talked about the 4K and talked about how they're going full 4K. I guess apparently despite the fact that Zombie and Maniac, I think they just like came out within the last like 2 years on that 3-discer. Despite that, they still the pre-orders were like outstanding or whatever. They sold like 75% of their initial pressing or something in pre-orders, which is insane. So that's why they're making the decision to just roll with 4Ks for now, which I mean, we're going to see probably 2 Evil Eyes where we just the New York Ripper and
it said Final Countdown's coming too.
Right.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they're finally doing other titles like the Final Countdown and shit. Because let's face it, man, Blue Underground still has the rights to a lot of great movies that haven't even seen the Blu-ray treatment yet, which is nuts.
Yeah, but I guarantee you we go through and get the ones that were just released in the 3-discers peppered in there. But yeah, they also announced that they're currently in progress is Vigilante,
nice.
which is nice. That's
Dead and Buried. Let's get Dead and Buried.
Which had a Blu-ray.
And Inferno. They still got Inferno?
No,
I don't know. Actually, if they have Inferno.
Yeah, actually, they're the last people to release Inferno.
Yeah, right? Inferno's a must on 4K. That movie.
It doesn't mean that they still have the rights, but I would assume they probably do if no one else.
I hope they do.
Well, they definitely lost some of the rights to other companies, but the Final Countdown and Daughters of Darkness are the other two.
Yeah, so you got to remember a lot of the titles that they had the rights to, they may still have the rights because, let's face it, man, 88 Films is a different region, right? Because they have the regions in Region 2 for a lot of the titles that Blue Underground have released too. So, but I'm assuming Blue Underground still retains since Region 1 hasn't released a lot of those titles. So, which is
the way that I always factor it in is, has anybody else released it since that person?
What?
Usually the rights still remain with that person.
Not always. They have like
usually
in that region, but I'm talking in the region. But I'm talking in the region.
But here's why I'm saying usually is because if they haven't, another company finds that out and then they
like City of the Living Dead's coming out. Blue Underground lost the rights to them.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of their titles haven't been re-released in Region 1, so I assume that they still have the rights. Because
and who knows,
it's different in Region 2.
Lustig might technically even have the rights, but just licensed it to somebody else. It just depends. It gets messy. But so Dave, before we move on, you did ask me my top 10. It was The Entity, Butcher, Baker, Nightmare Maker, Basket Case was me, and then after that it was Alone in the Dark at number 7, and then Poltergeist, and then what was next? For whatever reason,
all I can do is picture JP reading this list at the back of the bus right now.
Poltergeist, Creepshow was after
the short
that.
bus, by the way.
And then Friday the 13th Part 3, and then it was Tenebrae, The Thing, Amityville 2.
Amityville 2 is your number 1 over The Thing?
No. The Thing is my number 1, then Tenebrae, and then number 3 was Amityville 2, which I think is super underrated.
Not a big fan of The Entity.
He only likes that movie because of the incest aspect too, man.
The last 20 minutes, The Entity is fucking junk.
We've said that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not a big fan of the movie in general.
I don't like that movie either.
I think it works so. I mean,
dude, honestly, New York Ripper.
There's no soundtrack that works more effectively than in The Entity, man. That shit is just fucking devastating.
I need to rewatch it. I bought the Scream Factory. I haven't watched it since that DVD came out from Anchor Bay.
Yeah.
Just never did anything
it thumps, dude. That fucking shit thumps, man.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
That movie's intense. I feel like a lot of women like that movie. I'm not joking. I see a lot of people
That's a
like
weird
some of the
statement.
podcasters I listen to, like this one chick, it's her favorite movie of all time. I think that it's scary. I think it scares them.
I mean, it's a good performance. It's not poorly acted. It's just, like I said, I saw this when I was like fucking like 14. Probably, you know what I mean?
It was probably
didn't
too
even-
intense for you.
I doubt it.
The
I
effects are
was
still
watching
good.
goddamn Zombie Bloodbath 2 at 14.
I think the effects still hold up, man. The scene where the boobs, well, it's not even Barbara Hershey's tits. They use a prosthetic or whatever, but like the hands and stuff are moving around.
I remember that scene.
That
was
shit
crazy.
still looks really good, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a horrible movie. It's just not my thing.
Well, it is
Well,
very
it was
rapey.
my number damn 10.
Yeah,
It's-
which should have
it's-
been New York Ripper.
It's kind of funny to
I
discuss
did
this
say
movie not
that
being
it
one of
was-
your favorites, and we just discussed like 8 hours of rapey films last week, and some of those were pretty good.
I just don't like possessions and usually don't care for poltergeist shit. I love demon movies, but only like an Evil Speak and Night of the Demons and Demon Night, that kind of shit. I roll my eyes on Exorcist ripoffs usually too. I just can't. It's not my thing.
I actually prefer some of the ripoffs even more. They're just absurd.
I didn't think I was a big fan of like demonic possession type stuff, but it turns out that I kind of am.
I like some of the older stuff, man. Like, didn't you just rewatch Beyond the Door, Dave?
Me? I never saw Beyond the Door because I don't like Exorcist ripoffs. I finally watched it. It was okay. Beyond the Door 3 is way better.
Isn't it funny? Okay, what is the most shocking thing about that movie to you? To me, it's the
The
fucking
kids is cussing.
the kids cussing, right?
They're the worst kids I've ever seen. They're like, fuck you, Dad. I'm like, what is going on
the way
here?
they talk is like so absurd, man. I just love it. It's so funny.
The way they telegraph that fucking pea soup. The kids always eating pea soup. I'm like, get the fuck out of
I
here
know,
with
right?
that.
It's so bad. It's so
You
bad.
fucking kid eating pea soup.
I will say,
old
man,
pea
that
soup.
Arrow Edition, man, compared to the old Code Red, oh my god, it's like
Yeah.
night and day, man. Night and fucking day. Crazy.
I hate Code Red.
Well, I mean, I think they
love
did put out a
them.
Blu-ray,
You
but
love Code
the
Red.
DVD was super muddy and shitty, man. But the Blu-ray's amazing. It's good
Like
stuff
Code Red's the
from
reason I
Raro.
don't have a copy of Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker.
I'm glad you don't have it because I have it and I love it.
Yeah, well,
That movie's simply amazing.
No, I think I'm going to sleep with it tonight.
I've always
I'm
said,
like, I love you, Susan
I've always said
Tyrell.
for like the hundreds of movies that Code Red has released over the years and stuff, that might even be like one of the top 2 movies that they ever released.
that and House on the Edge of the Park.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, those
They
are
got a
2
lot
of the
of
best.
good movies.
They do
got
have a lot of good movies, but
I just don't like
shouldn't
them.
say I shouldn't say best. I said my personal favorites, but
Yeah, Jungle Holocaust. They got great shit, but
They've released a
they're
lot.
not easiest to get and they're expensive.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Ronin side.
I don't like
Ooh,
buying
kills me.
shit expensively.
Yeah, see
Who
those
does?
type of niche releases.
Who does?
Man, you're never gonna like. They're $30 American on there. Like it was funny, and their shipping went through the roof. It was going to cost me, I think, $73 per Blu-ray. I was like, "Fuck me, man!
That's outrageous. That's too much.
That's ridiculous. Fuck that." No, I'm not.
I'd
doing it.
punch a kid in the face for $73.
It still shocks me how many
I do it
Code
for
Red and
$5.
Scorpion releases I own, man. It's fucking insane because I
gotta-
import that shit all the time. Like, but if I lived, I would all the time. I'd buy it, but it's just,
Remember the bundles? I liked when they did the bundles. They'd sell like 5 titles for like $70-$80. I'd buy them all the time.
yeah. Screener Archives is good. They always had the cheaper prices for that too. If you got the bundles from
Yeah.
them and stuff. So
Dude, I ordered 15 movies from Screen Archives because I missed the Twilight Time sale and everything good was gone. So I paid extra and bought a bunch of Twilight Time shit.
you supported that bullshit. I guess they're going under anyway, so it
I
doesn't
don't
matter. So.
give a fuck about that. I just want the movies.
Yeah, it's true. Plus, they're
I
done
don't-
anyway, so it doesn't even
I'm-
matter at this point. But
Actually,
we
I
were
think
always
Screen
against
Archives
it.
is taking them over.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
They announced they sold to Screen Archives.
Nick Redman used to do Peck and Paw commentaries, so I like him. I mean, I like his commentaries and shit.
It was
for the most
honestly
part.
one of the most overrated niche labels out there, though, man. They would charge like $35 American for these releases with
They're expensive.
minimal features and stuff. And I'm
No,
like,
But they
dude,
had sales. They had sales.
they did have sales, but I'm talking pre-orders and
Nah,
stuff.
trash.
But like, I couldn't justify it, man. Their packaging was just. It was, subpar to a lot of different labels, feature. Even
I like
The
it.
picture
Night of the
quality was
Living
pretty
Dead
good.
transfer sucked.
That
And
did
They
suck.
charged like $30 with
I didn't
no
buy
fucking
that.
features. Get out of here, bro.
You know what's a good
I was
one,
so
man?
glad when Sony re-released it too. Normal.
Wait, they did?
Yeah, Sony made a made-on-demand disc like they did Young Guns 2 and Stay Tuned and a bunch of stuff. Yeah,
You know what's a good release, actually, is the Umbrella release of Night of the Living Dead.
I have
the
both.
original.
Yeah, I have that one too.
I have that, yeah.
They did. I didn't even know they did that.
They put a
Yeah.
really cool one. It was a limited one where it had both movies, and the artwork was
I got it.
reversible
I got it.
on both
what's
sides.
the price?
Those
is it?
transfers are stupid silly good, man. Really good.
What's the cost of getting umbrellas these days? Is it still through the roof or is it?
I don't know.
I haven't ordered.
I don't
from
order them.
them.
It shouldn't be too bad for you guys. Your guys' dollars were actually, oddly enough, Canada's dollars actually worth more than theirs too. I don't know about right now, but no, Umbrella's overpriced though. They do sell their shit for pretty high.
I do like Umbrella a lot, but
on deep discount you can get a good sale and get them for like $15 sometimes.
I'll pick up some of them from. I'll pick up some.
Yeah, you can get them on deep discount DVD sometimes.
Yeah, I
I'm
usually
still
buy
waiting
them
on
from Wow HD. I'll get a lot of shit from there. It's nice because they charge free shipping, right? So
I'm still waiting on my Pit and the Pendulum to get back in stock from deep discounts.
Ain't gonna make it.
Why?
Pit and the
Because I intercepted that motherfucker.
like the full moon one.
Yeah. I ordered it from deep discount. I ordered like 4 or 5 things from deep discount, and I didn't realize 2 of them were back ordered. One of the things was sometimes they come back olive release, and that actually got back in stock.
Hey, sometimes it ain't coming back. You ain't getting that Blu-ray.
I actually have that all of Blu-ray. Yeah,
I have it too.
I had to buy all.
Yeah, I remember you got it as a screener.
No. Actually, fuck, I did too, man, because I even reviewed that on my channel. Fuck.
Yeah, because I wanted that one more than anything that was coming out that month.
So it was one of the first. So it was one of like 1 or 2 that I got, and you guys got them all. Yeah, fuck you guys.
I didn't get them.
I'm not bitter at all. I'm just saying. At least I watched and reviewed them, unlike fucking Jeremy.
I made out when they were doing the blaxploitation stuff. They sent me a lot of those.
And you didn't even review any of them. You
know, bullshit. Go back. I reviewed all of them.
Bullshit. Did you say?
I said bullshit.
Okay.
I reviewed all the Hammer ones. I reviewed the Hammer. I reviewed all of them.
Yeah, I bought the Hammer. Motherfucker's still sealed too. I'm proud of it.
All right, moving on here. Moving on. Universal.
Cornbread Earl and me, man. I fucking got that and I reviewed that shit, man. That was amazing. Anyways,
Universal pulls the plug on the Purge television series.
Oh no!
Oh god, not that.
Will they pull the Purge on the fucking movie series then too? Pull the fucking plug on the movie series because that shit's junk.
They pulled the plug on the movie series too.
Please God, no. Why?
There was the Forever Purge was supposed to release July 10th, and now they just canceled the release.
What in
Why is the Purge happening right now? Stop it!
How'd you do that?
It's my ringtone.
Dude, that was amazing. I thought that was.
I did that because of the quarantine. I thought it would be funny when people heard like calls that I got.
Dude, that's actually kind of funny.
They were probably like, we ain't releasing the Purge right now because honestly, there's guys out in the street at like Capitol Hill in Michigan fucking with machine guns. They're like, not a good time for the Purge.
Right. So they pulled it. They pulled it from release, and it's just shelved now. They didn't give a new release date, which a lot of these films that are getting pulled, they're giving like extended release dates, but they just kind of pulled this one.
It can't be worse than the last goddamn Purge movie. That shit was fucking
the last one?
Bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't really care for the last one. The one before that was all right.
Let me correct myself. They're semi-automatic. They're not machine guns.
Pussy grabber motherfucker.
That was like the only good line in that whole fucking movie.
I think the best Purge movie was the second one.
Fully automatic machine guns. You can't buy one legally.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. Some people say fully semi-automatic, though, and think that means something.
I think that probably means that basically a semi-automatic with like one of those extra clips in there basically is an automatic, right?
No,
because you have to. No,
that's probably what they mean by it.
The difference is that you got because you have to keep pulling the trigger.
Yeah. But one of those
you hold the trigger.
Things they put in there that like I can't think what it's called. It basically pulls the trigger for you quicker.
The bump stock.
Oh, you're talking about bump stock.
Yeah. So you get one of them.
Are those illegal now?
They're illegal in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh,
Trump made them illegal in the U.S. completely. I think it was after one of those shootings that happened recently.
We already fucking had the harshest gun laws ever, and then of course the dude in fucking Halifax goes and kills like 23 people in one night. And then so our gun laws got even worse. I was like, Jesus Christ, man. Fuck. One mass shooting in 100 fucking years, and all of a sudden fucking we're banning shit that we weren't even allowed to have in the first place.
We got mass shootings every day.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Like our gun laws are insane.
That's because you guys don't have the Second Amendment.
Yeah. But no, that shit was crazy. That was fucking crazy. But
so the Purge, it was supposed to be about, get this, probably not surprising, but takes the Purge out of its usually metropolitan setting while still dealing with class and race issues in the way the previous films have. I'm not sad about it at all. Honestly, it's probably my least favorite modern franchise. Like, out of all the stuff that has made like 3 or 4 films, it's probably my least favorite.
I turned part 2 off. I couldn't watch it.
I actually like that one.
It started off too goddamn dumb. They're like, it's 5 minutes before the Purge. Well, we got to go to the store real quick. Get the fuck out of here. Over. Done.
Yeah, I think we commented on that.
Like it playing itself straight. It's not satirical.
Do you think those movies would work better if they embrace the exploitation concept?
One or the other. One or the other.
Yeah, that's my big issue.
Exploitation. They just try to mix them.
If it was a gore film without like CGI gore, it would be way better. Like I think that if they just made it like a fucking Necrostorm film and just were like, okay, the Purge is happening, and then like they just showed like POV somebody going around and just blowing motherfuckers away,
or just made it like a Charles Bronson movie where he's just like out there in a Purge. He's like,
yep,
he's killing. I don't know. I didn't finish the movie, so I can't talk. But if you're gonna start your movie that goddamn dumb, where people are like, we're out getting shit and fight like an hour before the Purge, no motherfucker, nobody's going to work that day. People are we're leaving the cafe.
Like if the Purge happens once a year in like July, people would have stocked up in fucking June for sure.
Yeah, and people are off that week. They're not going to work the day of the Purge. They're getting ready.
They're not going to work probably the week of the Purge.
Yeah, that's stupid as fuck.
The first thing I said to you, man, you're going to go out to the fucking store 5 minutes before? Shut the fuck up.
I turned it off.
So
I turned it off.
fucking stupid.
I looked over to the person I was watching with and I was like, hey, man, nah, dog, I'm done.
I saw that today, like just kind of browsing Facebook, that they canceled the Purge 5. I don't.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
That's
did you? I thought you were talking
Kyle,
about the TV show.
welcome to the show.
I thought you were talking about the TV show.
I was talking about both of them.
Yeah.
So they canceled the show and they removed the release date of the Purge 5. So it's apparently still happening, but it's just now an undisclosed release date.
And please tell me that they filled in the spot with the new Wrong Turn movie.
Featuring Henry Rollins again.
Yeah.
I just saw Henry Rollins in a movie this week.
I like Henry Rollins, actually.
Or not Dream Home, Dreamland.
I haven't seen that one.
That's a new one with by the guy who did Pontypool.
Nice. So it's Canadian.
Yeah, I threw up only twice.
Jesus Christ.
No, it was pretty. It's got some cool shit in it. Stephen McHatty's in it, of course.
All right. Moving on here, we have HBO Max is developing a feature film adaptation of the Stephen King and Joe Hill novel Throttle. So HBO Max has been greenlighting a lot of things. Says it follows a father and son led biker gang who get terrorized by a big rig truck on an isolated stretch of American desert. So essentially Duel with bikes. I'm down.
Duel meets Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
I could fuck with that, man. I love me some road horror, man. We always discuss that on this show, too, man. They don't make enough road horror films, man. And actually, speaking of that, they need to make another one of those fucking... what's the modern one? They did 2 of them. Joyride. Fuck, it was slipping.
No, they did 3 of those.
Yeah, they did 3 of them. I meant they need to make another one. Because all 3 were actually pretty enjoyable.
I've only seen the first one, but I'm a pretty big fan of it.
We need another Maximum Overdrive.
I like Maximum Overdrive. I know
the
GP
last
doesn't
one
like
sucked.
Dude, you mean Trucks or Maximum Overdrive? I think I turned Trucks off too in like 1999. I was like,
Trucks,
dude,
is
Trucks
horrible.
sucks,
it was a
dude.
TV
It's
film
so
too, wasn't
shitty.
it? It wasn't a TV film. Yeah.
Dude, the fucking rearview mirror was moving and shit. The side mirror and stuff by itself. I'm like, I don't like this.
I do like Maximum Overdrive more now than I did.
I love Maximum Overdrive.
See, I can
Best
fuck with
bad movie
Emilio
ever.
all the time, man. I love
Emilio's
Emilio.
the shit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
the
he's
shit,
not.
Hango keeps calling everybody Bubba. He's like, hey, Bubba. And his name is Bubba. I'm like, what is going on?
It's just,
I just think
I like everything about it, man. Emilio's got a great lead. It's got a great soundtrack. It's got this fucking gnarly gas station setting. It's got this
hilarious shit too.
It's got ridiculous. Like the narrative is ridiculous. Like
I love
how
when
shit's coming to life. It's so stupid. But
the soda machine,
pop kit, yes.
Oh, yeah. The coach, yeah, because it's great. He gets hit in the fucking
you say
nuts.
soda, dude?
I said what I said, and I'm not apologizing.
Oh, this show is getting so American.
I thought you were in like Ohio or something.
Pop, are you happy?
Yeah.
Is that the norm in
they're good.
Ohio? Do they use the word soda?
They use pop or soda or cola.
What
Who
about
gives a fuck?
What about soda pop?
I
do you
give
say
a
the
fuck.
Do you say the term soda pop?
I don't fucking know. I don't drink pop.
Yeah, but you've heard other people say it though.
I've heard people say it both ways, and I've heard little babies complain about it. Dude, honestly, when I worked at Big Lots like 12 years ago, there was this fucking lady that she was cool. Her name was Candy. She was checking out, and this guy, she's like, "Do you want your soda in a bag?" He's like, "It's a pop. You want your pop in a bag or something?" He's like, "You want me to pop you in the face? It's soda." He literally got that mad. If somebody would have said it to me when I was checking out, I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here, you fucking idiot!" I'd have lost my job over that. And they were serious. If they were joking, I would have laughed. But if they were serious, I'd have lost my temper. I'd be like, "You want me to ram your fucking face into the goddamn counter? Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit."
I'm just saying, if you're
It's
gonna
a fucking
come to
pop.
our
You want me to
state
pop you in the
saying
face?
soda,
I love
then you fucking deserve to get harassed.
Oh yeah, right. I'll kill somebody over something stupid like that. I'll kill somebody because they're that
Soda
rude. They're
kills
that
me,
rude.
Well, isn't that pretty rude of you to kill them?
I don't care. They
It's
drew
the right
first blood.
reason. It's the right reason. Fuck.
Dave, did you buy a lot of Big Lots movies while you worked at Big Lots?
Yes, and I always bought their cookies that were marked down because they were, and all their candy because I got a 20% discount.
I don't think I've ever been in Big Lots.
Did you
before.
enjoy your time at Big Lots?
Not really. I don't like customers,
Yeah, I hear you.
and I had to do furniture.
That's
Wow,
what
Big Lots has
I know.
everything?
Andy works at
Yeah.
Big
I thought
Lots.
it was like a media play, like kind of like a Best Buy type thing where it's just
Oh,
like electronics.
Big
Oh,
Lots
no,
is just
it's-
dumping everything in a fucking store lot thing.
So
Yeah,
it's
it's like
a huge department store then, essentially.
Not
It's got
huge.
everything.
They're actually not too big. The ones that I've seen.
Medium size.
We have a lot of them. We have a lot of them out here.
Yeah.
But I actually like Big Lots. I go there and find a lot of movies for cheap. Usually DVDs, but yeah, I mean they sell they have a furniture department and then like a little like store department and then just like other like house stuff like, toilet seat covers and fucking
Big Lots used to be like the place to go for cheap Blu-rays. I've gotten like every Wrong Turn movie there for like $3 on Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's like $3 to $5.
catalog
Blu-rays.
studio titles on the cheap is what you could get at Big Lots. They
Yeah.
did have some Scream Factories a few years ago.
We have this place in my town now. It's in the ghetto though. It's called Bin Time. Have you ever heard of that? Any of y'all?
That sounds pretty.
Try not to
ghetto.
get hepatitis.
Bin
Yeah,
time?
well, it's an Amazon overstock place where, like,
what?
I guess
It's located
people.
right next to the Dollar General. But
It's literally, it's
Dollar General.
I
We have a
swear
lot
to
of
God,
those, too.
it's
Dollar
located
Tree.
next to a Mighty Dollar. It's literally right next to a
Mighty
Mighty
Dollar,
Mighty
Dollar,
Dollar.
Dollar
That's
Tree.
That
Dollar
almost
General.
sounds Canadian.
I think we had a Mighty Dollar out
Oh,
here.
shut the fuck up.
joking.
No, he's probably serious because this
We
place
actually do have
like,
Dollar Trees, though. I'm not even joking.
Well,
Yeah,
we have Dollar.
a bunch of Dollar Trees.
we have
Dollar
tons of
Trees
Dollar
the shit. I like Dollar Trees.
have-
Dave, I know you like them Dollar Trees.
Ours are
Fuck Dollar
crap, dude. I remember going there for Blu-ray.
Our Dollar
You can't
Trees are
find
junk,
shit
too.
in there.
In Toledo, they're junk.
Dude, the Dollar. We have
This
Dollar
one day,
General.
Dave went to like 4 Dollar Trees trying to find movies.
I went to like 2 or 3 and they were junk. Still haven't got rid of the herpes I got in there.
I feel dirty in those places, man. It's weird.
Yeah.
We have like
But
Dollar Generals, Dollar Trees. We have Mighty Dollar. Like it's all. bullshit.
I can't take here in Mighty Dollar anymore.
Yeah, no, we like Mighty Dollar is only in the
Stop
ghetto.
it.
Like
We-
it's
we
like
only
a
got
fucking
Mighty-
church's chicken.
We only got empty bins now.
No,
So-
we
So
have
do you
that.
go there and find cool shit or no?
Yeah, Bin Time is like it's like an Amazon overstock place where like people return Amazon stuff and you can go in there and they weigh the stuff that you get. So they don't charge you for like the specific things. So they have movies, like clothing, they have like DVD players, stuff like that, and they'll weigh it and they charge you per the weight.
So what is
So
it
it's
like per
pretty-
pound? What is it like per pound?
It's not much. It's like a couple of dollars per pound. But you can get like 10 pounds worth of stuff for
So
like
it's
20.
blind buy? Like you don't even know what you're buying. You just buy a box. So you say I'll
No.
take that 15-pound box. You pay $30. And
No,
you're
no.
like, yo, man,
No.
You pick the
It's like
stuff you
going.
want.
Yeah, it's like going into a Goodwill and picking out what you
I'm
want. and
joking,
put it,
but that would be so much better if you were just blind buying boxes. You'd be like, I want that
fuck
30-pound
that.
box. What am I getting, man? Maybe some dildos, some fucking Wrong Turn Blu-rays. Be amazing.
Then I just
Fucking-
have a bunch of
mic-
shit I don't want.
A toaster oven and shit. You'd be
the
like, yeah,
Human
that's a great
Centipede
combination.
on Blu-ray.
Duct tape.
Dude, so Basically, you can get a box full of DVDs, and sometimes it'll be good shit and garbage, and it'll be like they'll charge you by the pound.
Yeah, they basically charge you by the pound. Like, I've been in there. There's not really good DVDs or Blu-rays in it. I mean, they have them, but they're not, like, the best. You know what I mean? Like,
because people are returning good shit. Like, you're not going to find a 3-disc edition of Zombie in there. Like, no one's returning that shit.
No, you're not going to find shit like that.
It's
but
like
I mean,
catalog titles like The Conjuring and shit. Huh?
It's fun to go in
shit
there.
That
and
JP would love. He loves his
have.
mainstream stuff.
Yeah, he loves Dark Knight Rises.
I just like
and all that
movies.
kind of shit.
I like Dark Knight Rises.
You got to get them Jerry Maguire tapes.
All right, moving on here.
Show me the money!
AMC has acquired the Vampire Chronicles, which of course is the famous Anne Rice series, for both film projects and movies. So I think what we saw, Interview with the Vampire, which is a really good movie. It's a little slow, but I think it holds up decently.
Queen of the Damned is garbage.
Queen of the Damned is garbage.
Turn that movie off after 10 minutes.
Dude, when we were doing 2002, you know how many tries it took me to get through that movie?
Ugh. My friend was like, boring. It's great. So me and my cousin and him turned it on.
Is that the
we
movie
looked
with
at him
Aaliyah?
after 10 minutes, started laughing at him.
It's the last movie, I think.
Yeah, shit, man. Fuck, she was so gorgeous.
We got to that vampire
Shame.
floating and watching the band play, and like they turned around, and we were like, no, man, nah.
When it was a period piece, it was pretty solid for about 10 minutes, and then it goes into modern time, and it
I've
sucks.
actually never seen it. It's crazy.
We were like 16, though. You can't expect 16-year-olds to watch Queen of the Damned.
Right.
We're
But
haters.
It definitely is a massive step down from Interview with the Vampire.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Queen of the Damned is something you would see in bin time.
On DVD with a sliced barcode.
Exactly.
The snapper case. I have it on the snapper case.
Nice.
Okay, so after that, the New Mutants. Fucking sick of hearing about this movie.
Fuck, seriously. Like, honestly, do we have to report on this again? Like, nobody wants to fucking
talk about it anymore.
New Mutants. It's gonna be
really
so
quickly
lame.
then. They're now pushing the release back to August 28th, 2020.
I need to see some Onion articles in Harsh Times about this. Like, New Mutants announces pushback date to push it back. Shit like that. I need to see those kind of articles.
All right, after that, Deep Blue Sea 3 is hitting DVD.
Okay.
What's that?
Oh, yeah!
No,
Deep Sea 3!
Get not an Ellie on the phone. We got a shark movie.
I can't believe this is like big news. People are like freaking out over Deep Sea fucking 3. I'm like, what the fuck?
Deep Sea.
Deep Blue Sea
Deep Blue
fucking
Sea,
3.
motherfucker.
Fuck, whatever. Deep fucking
Yeah, I was
Mediterranean Sea. I don't give a fuck. It's part 3 of whatever.
Did you see Deep Blue Sea 2?
Is it good?
I did, and it was
No,
crud.
I
It was
haven't.
pure crud.
Who the fuck would want to sit down and see Deep Blue Sea 2?
I like the first one. It's fun.
the first one was
is good.
good,
The
but I
first
don't want to
one's
see a second
entertaining.
one.
Yeah, made like 10 years later with bad CGI. No.
Oh, dude,
that,
Deep
dude.
Blue Sea 2 is horrible, man. It was fucking bad. And like, I like shitty shark movies.
Shitty shark
That one was
movies.
just a shitty shark movie, man.
I
It
would
was just
expect it to be like Malibu Shark Attack. That's what I would expect it
bad. Yeah,
to
see,
be like.
Malibu Shark Attack is actually entertaining because it's so bad it's awesome. So, Deep Blue Sea 2, fuck that movie.
I'll just watch Day of the Dead again or something.
After
No,
that,
you're not. Dave, stop lying. You're not watching that again.
After
For Malibu Shark.
No. I don't think you would.
are we done? Sharks.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Is there more shitty shark news? Because I want
Nope.
some more.
Is there any more TV news? Because I don't really care.
Now we have shitty puppet news. Original Ghoulies creator is trying to pitch Sony to reboot the franchise.
But Ghoulies 1 sucks.
It does suck.
Why don't they just reboot part 2?
Yeah, and get Albert Band's dead, so who's going to direct it? Get somebody who actually... Dustin Mills would make
Richard
a hell
Band?
of a Ghoulies movie. Dustin Mills would make a hell of a Ghoulies movie.
Yeah, man. Puppet Monster Massacre, man, was the shiznit.
I'm telling you. But
was,
they would
man.
never hire an indie guy like that.
No, because he has
They
too much
might.
talent. He has too much talent. That's why.
I don't want to see Charles Band direct the movie because it would just be covered in CGI and just like puppets.
Well,
like
it doesn't have anything to do with him because it's Sony.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But part 2 is Empire, so they wouldn't get the rights to that one.
No.
Yeah.
They don't. They don't.
Well, MGM owns it now. MGM
yeah,
owns Ghoulies
MGM
2.
owns
Exactly.
Ghoulies 1 and 2.
Yeah. Lionsgate owns part 3, so we can't have Ragnar.
Who owns part 4 though? That's the question.
Film Rise, I think, owns part 4.
who would want part 4?
No one.
Part 4 actually
No.
doesn't have a release in Region 1, does it?
Yeah, it has a shitty DVD.
It does?
Yeah.
I have it.
It
It's
sucks.
shitty.
I do own
It's
it.
not
I
a
couldn't.
good movie.
I do
It's
own
like-
the DVD, but I couldn't remember if it was Region 1 or Region 2. It's been a while. So
It's a really bad Ghoulies movie.
yeah, no, it is. It is. But then again, Ghoulies
It's
Goes to
not
College.
Ghoulies.
I honestly, Ghoulies Goes to College, man, is fucking. That movie used to irritate. I like it
love
better
it.
now, but it used to irritate me, dude. Like, I think
Ghoulies
it's
2 and 3
because
are
like,
fantastic.
if you ever watch Ghoulies 1 and then you go to Ghoulies 2 and you're like, oh fuck, nice, that was a total upgrade from the first one. Ghoulies 2 is amazing. You go to Ghoulies Go to College and you're like, fuck, this is like hurting my brain.
I love it. Prank week, pancake. It's Three Stooges meets Revenge of the Nerds meets Ghoulies.
You
I
confuse
love
the
it.
shit out of me. How you confuse me,
Love it, Foods. Love it.
man. But I do agree.
Did you see it?
Universally,
Did you see Halloween Spookies? It is just Ghoulies 3.
yeah.
Just worse. Much worse.
Haunted. What was the?
I don't know about worse, dude. I don't think so. I think
Ouija's. That's the good one.
Oh, we just get the fuck out of here, JP.
What?
I gotta shut up. We're
I
gonna be
remember,
here till
I remember
fucking 3
Dave
o'clock in the
talking,
morning.
how the fuck did JP like Ouija's?
It's the Ouija's, man.
I gave it a fucking 5 out of 10, and Dave's like, "Why did you tell me to watch Ouija's?"
I think I
I'm
gave it like a
did
1.5, and everyone I know gave it like a 1.5 out of 5. It's the Ouija's, man.
Oh lordy, I passed on that shit.
Good choice.
I mean, it's prime full moon compared to what we're getting now.
I'm honestly surprised. Oh fuck, dude! New Full Moon is. They're getting so fucking lazy. Oh, so okay. The other day I was on Tubi. When I was watching. What the fuck was I? I was watching Full Moon. Oh, I was watching fucking Trancers 2, 1 and 2 on
Great
Tubi.
movie.
Because oddly enough, I don't even own those.
What?
And I
don't know them either.
Okay, you want to hear something else that's very strange about Trancers? I've only ever seen the first one. And I've
I
never
haven't seen any
of the sequels. So part 2 was like a new watch to me. I was like,
Isn't
nice.
there like 6 of them?
Yeah, there is 6 of them. But anyways, so I was on the Full Moon part of Tubi, and I was kind of scrolling through, and I just kind of noticed like some of the later Evil Bong sequels, like the length of them. Some of those things are like 55, 60 minutes. I'm like, Full Moon is the cheapest motherfucking company, man. They can't even make like semi-full length films, man. They're making like short movies as sequels.
There's like a few distinct era of full moon, right? Like there's the early stuff, the good stuff where they
Empire
sort of
stuff.
had Paramount with them. Well, there's Empire, but full moon
Empire's
itself.
the best.
Empire
Then
is the
Full Moon
best.
Empire's the best, but even early full moon is really good.
It's
with
good.
stuff like Castle
Honestly, man,
Freak
from
and-
like 1990,
And then we get that mix of Tempe. They mixed up with Tempe for a while, Full Moon.
like 90
and
to
then-
like 95, 96 Full Moon was it. Every movie feels the same, and it's awesome. It's great.
Yeah, like
I love the
Hideous.
feel.
Hideous is fun.
Yeah,
Hideous,
all those
Hideous and Head of the Family are like the last two good ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree,
those are
man.
96.
Because as soon as that atmosphere and feel change, man, that's when the movies just fucking struggle, man. They're brutal.
Yeah, but then I think they made a nice little comeback in like the mid to late 2000s with like some of the Killjoy sequels and like maybe the first 2 Evil Bong films.
I heard that some of the
Those three.
Killjoys were good. The latter sequels were really good.
3 and 4 are good.
You want to hear something funny, Dave? It's probably one of the only franchises we've mentioned many, many times on this
That gets
podcast
better?
before that gets better. The first one's one of the worst films ever. Part 2
I hear that.
is not
I heard
great,
that.
but it's better than the first one. And then all of a sudden 3 and 4 hit, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? It does like a 180 in quality, and they're so much better.
Trent
very-
Hagga was involved with those, though, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. And they're actually legitimate films. It's pretty crazy. And I do agree, JP, that's actually one weird era where the films kind of got a little bit better. But I think they're going back to where they were at that struggling time, too, because these films are getting shorter and the quality is so bad. Like, they're just...
Corona,
Yeah,
zombies.
They're
like
so
think
bad.
Think
Like-
back. The Puppet Master that they did the first of the Axis trilogy, not too bad, right? Like
Yeah.
like one of the best ones in years.
Mm-hmm.
And then like so that era, Killjoy 3, Killjoy 4, that Puppet Master movie. There was a couple of other fun ones like some of the little dolls and stuff that they did.
Did you guys
were
ever see
fun.
Trophy
And then
Heads?
just Trophy Heads.
Was Trophy Heads okay?
I don't know.
Dangerous
I've never
Worry
seen it,
Dolls,
actually. It was one that I remember
Graveyard
being published. It was, they promoted the shit out of. There was like all this crazy stuff with Trophy Heads and stuff, and then I never actually seen it. It's weird. But I always heard it was decent, so I don't know. But
All right. After that, we have Matthew Lillard said that he would return to Scream. I don't know, like that. Apparently, they're working like fastly on a new Scream. I don't know how that works. Obviously, we all know what happened to Stu's character. I don't know if
They're
he's
saying,
playing
what if he
something
didn't
else.
die?
I don't know if he's talking about like playing someone else. you know.
You know how when these things
But-
come out in the news where they're going to like, you know, add another sequel and someone's going to jump on board and be in that sequel that died in a previous film and shit like that. And it starts getting people's creativity in their brain rolling and stuff. So they start throwing out theories of what the next movie should be about. I don't know if you read this, JP, or if any of you guys read this on the page, but I think it was Chris Lax that wrote it, our buddy Critterbuster. And he had this theory of like, you know, having where he doesn't even die in the first film, and then that's the narrative for the new film. And I was like, what the I'm like, that's exactly what I wouldn't want to see.
What, didn't Lacey Lou say that's actually what their plan was for one of the sequels? And your guys'
Yeah, one of the sequels
That was that never came through. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but here's the thing: Matthew Lillard is in Scream 2 as a cameo.
Yeah.
Like he's not like he's just a background character, but there's some things you could play with there.
But that's different. If you're going to use the same character and have him where he didn't die, like using that in the narrative, I think is a big mistake. I think
it
it's
is
just
for like these movies.
For
like,
sure.
If it was like Child's Play or something, like nobody gave a fuck that Chucky came back. But yeah, it's like more grounded in reality. So yeah, I would
That's
have maybe
exactly
an issue
why.
with that. But what if he's playing like
His twin brother.
a brother or a cousin or something? Would that? I mean, I know that it's cheesy as fuck, but would it be worth the trade off? Because in my opinion, the best character in all of Scream is Stu.
yeah.
So I think would it be worth the trade off of sacrificing the poor idea to get him back?
I don't care.
Honestly, dude, I'm in the same boat. I honestly don't care either way. Like if they make another Scream movie, I'm like, whatever. Another Roundup show. Yay. Fuck me.
Wes Craven's not going to direct it.
Maybe
and that sucks, 'cause he directed all four.
Why won't Wes Craven direct it?
Stop it.
So yeah, another Roundup show, you know, fucking whatever, man. We'll do that right after we do the next 6 Leprechaun movies.
I don't like how I feel like you guys don't have the love for Scream that I do.
We don't.
Sad.
We're
It's
old.
fucking sad.
See, that's
I think they're great, but except 3. I think 3 sucks.
and you like
I never was like super into Scream personally. I mean, I like them. I think they're cool movies. I just never really. I'm not like a fanboy of Scream.
Yeah, me either. So
I can't
I'm
even
not
use
the
like
guy
the
to
nostalgia thing too. Like, you know, it's actually the only franchise I've ever seen all 4 movies at the cinema, and I still don't have that love for it. You know, like I don't know. Like I saw Scream in '96 when it came to the cinema. You know, I was 16 years old. I was like, okay, it was cool. You know,
Man, they were just such important movies for
like I think you would have a
age.
bigger heart on if you were my age. I think because I mean, face it, dude. In '96, you were 5 years old. Right?
Yeah.
You saw that later, so it was actually way past the
I
fact.
saw it when I was 5.
That's just so wrong. You shouldn't be watching Scream when you're 5, man.
Why?
They should. Let the boy watch the screen.
You know what I was watching when I was
turned out
5?
Completely fine.
You know what I was watching when I was 5? Good shit, like fucking, you know, House and fucking Fright Night and shit, man. Come on. Scream. Fuck. Shut up.
You didn't even have House in your top 10. I don't even want to hear it.
Just watching like Monster Squad.
I'll tell
Hey,
you
it made
why
the top 25. Whatever.
Hey, I had it in my top 10.
Why I originally
You guys are
watched
crazy.
Scream was because I like Matthew Lillard and SLC Punk. That's the only reason I watched it.
Yeah, he's good in that. He's my favorite character in the Scream series. I really like him as an actor. He's fun.
I mean, I was
watched it
like,
because it was Craven.
Rose
I
McGowan
was
is
a-
my favorite in that movie. I like that.
I was like big on like SLC Punk when I was in like middle school, high school, and I was just like, oh, this dude's pretty dope.
Did they wear skinny jeans?
Yeah, exactly. They like the Misfits. So
Man, we just spent like 6 hours talking about Scream movies about a month ago, so let's
Yeah,
keep
let's
it
move
down to
on.
a
But
minimum.
first,
I'm kind of done with that.
Matthew did say that he doesn't think Nev will be involved because she is very super loyal to Wes, and she even said that when Carly met her that like she just can't see anybody else directing it unless they have a really good idea. She won't do it unless she believes in the project, which I think is very commendable, and I appreciate when actors actually care about that stuff.
She already knows that she's gonna fucking, you know, call the performance in like she did in part 3. Yeah, man, she definitely called that shit in.
I can't remember. That's like the one that I don't.
That's something that we
Everybody
brought up.
called it in on part 3.
We definitely talked about that. How she's not even in the movie that much, which is kind of a shame. Well, I mean, there's a lot of problems with that movie, but you can just tell even like her screen presence just wasn't there in that film, and her heart wasn't in it. I mean, you can say all you want about her,
I don't
how she's
know.
loyal
I
to
don't
Wes
know.
Craven and stuff, but her performance was definitely not the same as it was in the first 2 films.
Was
That's
that?
for damn sure.
I don't know if that's necessarily her not being into it or just like not a good script and directing or something.
Well, I mean, the directing should be the same because it was Craven, so don't really understand why
it was a few years later. I don't know.
Plus, technically, shouldn't it get better if you have that chemistry after 2 films?
Well, we know there was a lot of production issues on that one. It was a very quick turnaround.
I mean, the script did suck. The script actually, her character in the movie,
if it's a bad script, she can't do much.
Like her character actually it's so shitty. They gave her the worst. Her role sucks, but I get it. I mean, I respect that too if she's gonna not come back because of her loyalty and stuff. But at the same time, it's like.
I think that it's also about like believing in the project too. You know what I mean? Like if somebody else is doing it, are you doing something good? Or are you just doing something for a cash in that isn't having a passion behind it? So moving on here, Shudder grabs the anthology film Scare Package, which has a pretty cool, fun throwback cover art. Pretty neat. So yeah, that doesn't have a release date yet.
What's involved in that? Directors?
Who in that? Yeah.
It's coming out on June 18th. It does have a date. Aaron Kuntz and Cameron Burns.
Okay, who directed that?
What's that?
Who's directing that?
I don't know if created by means directed by or not, but it has Noah Segan from Knives Out, Baron Vaughn from Mystery Science Theater 3000,
nice.
Chase Williamson from Beyond the Gates, Jocelyn DeBoer from Greener Grass, Jeremy King from Camera Obscura, Dustin Rhodes, who we mentioned earlier, a wrestler.
What's he doing?
Camera Obscura, man. That one came out a couple years ago. That was okay.
So it features directorial debuts from Segan and Vaughn, and then Emily Higgins, Anthony Cousins, Chris McInerney, and Courtney and Hillary Anjuar. Don't know any of them.
Yeah, I know some of them, but I don't know. It could be all right.
Could be.
I'll watch it. Why not?
Speaking of sequels that Moods didn't like, Hatchet 4 came out, Victor Crowley, and Adam Green says that 100% Victor Crowley will return in follow-up films. He said that when he initially had the idea for Hatchet 1, he kind of had a rough idea of a trilogy in his head that he always kind of planned on doing. That succeeded. He finished it. He never planned on doing more. He had that amazing conversation with George Romero that basically he told at the screening that I met him at, where he said that George like really touched him, and he's like, why are you running from the stuff that people like about you, the stuff that they want from you? And you know, it was Wes Craven and George Romero who really kind of convinced him to do another Hatchet film. I really loved it. I know Moods thought it was not that good.
Second best of the series after part 1.
Wow, we are so far apart on that shit, man. Yeah,
it's about maybe I like 3. I think 2's the worst.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I have it.
3's my favorite.
3. I have it 3, 1, 4.
I like 1, 3, and 4, but I don't know really what order. I haven't watched 1 and 3 in so long, but I really liked part 4. Surprisingly,
4 annoyed me, man. They did my girl Tiffany Shepard very wrong in that movie.
But they did Tiffany.
She was the one that was in the plane, fucking drowning the entire fucking role. I was like,
that was pretty mean spirited for that movie.
It was. I was surprised
because you never got to see her body. Her body's sexy, dude. It's submerged in water. I'm like, that's fucking wrong.
No, the best part of that dude was Doofy. The best part of that movie was Doofy, in that he was playing that guy wannabe actor, and he kept doing those bad impersonations.
Yeah, I thought it was good, man. I mean, dude, I'm probably as biased as they come because I watched it with Adam Green. You know what I mean? And it was like the whole theater that was one of my favorite things I ever did, was watch that movie with a group of people.
I thought your favorite thing you ever did was get Joe Bob back on the air.
Yeah.
No, that's everyone else's favorite thing I did.
No, not that guy who wrote that article.
This guy, man.
That's why I was so mad.
You're going to break every bone falling off that high horse, dude. Seriously.
That's what I told Carly. I was like, this guy's sitting there attacking Joe Bob, trying to get him taken off the air. Didn't even mention the fact that I brought him back on.
Oh, this fucking guy.
Bullshit.
This fucking guy.
So yeah, he says that it's possible we see Green bring the killer Victor Crowley out of the bayou. So maybe we'll get a Victor Crowley Takes Manhattan type situation.
Oh, that would be lovely.
I feel like he should wait a couple more sequels to do that.
Or maybe we can
I
get
think he should next one.
maybe we can get a
But he
Poltergeist
did
3.
say
He attacks an apartment building. Yeah.
he's had a few ideas for the Victor Crowley character and stuff. He had an idea of, which I think eventually became Digging Up the Marrow, but the idea that take it like a Wes Craven's New Nightmare approach, where Victor Crowley was real and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then, but he did say that he designed this one as a trilogy too. So hopefully, it continues on. I'm not a huge fan of like Adam Green, like some of the stuff that he says. He was one of my favorite modern filmmakers just because I thought he was more accessible than all of the filmmakers. Like he did the Eli Roth thing with me, where he did like 8 commentaries for his movies and just really gave you a lot of insight into his like filmmaking journey, which same thing Eli Roth did in his early career with Cabin Fever and Hostel 2 and stuff. And I really connect with that. But when I started listening to the podcast, I don't know, it made me like not love a lot of the stuff that Adam Green was like constantly talking
Because
about.
he talks about the same stories over and over again, and you'd rather hear Joe Lynch talk because he's a better director. Not to be a dick, but that's the truth. Like, you can only listen to the show so long without hearing the same story. I don't know. I didn't watch Frozen, so I can't make a comment on that. I hear it's his best directed movie.
It is.
It actually is legitimately pretty good.
Mayhem's
Frozen
pretty
and
big.
Spiral. Have you seen Spiral?
No, I haven't seen those. I've seen the rest
So
of his
those
movies.
two are like serious
Thrillers.
films. Yeah, thrillers. And I prefer those to anything else he had done.
But when I hear Joe Lynch talk, Joe Lynch has much more better insight on films and better opinions on movies in general, I think, than Adam Green. Adam Green really doesn't ever come out with an opinion about anything. Mostly
like-
he talks about himself.
And nostalgic stuff.
Yeah, well, it's always the same stories. And
I
he
always
seems like a
felt-
generally sweet guy, but he's just overly sensitive, and it's just he definitely has like a there's that funny article that someone wrote, like the fake articles. Remember, like that one site, Horrible News, and they said basically it was Mick Garris and Adam Green have a fart sniffing contest where they sit and smell their own farts. And like I mean, you could tell Mick Garris and Adam Green are the nicest guys ever, but I never really felt that way. Too bad about Mick Garris, but definitely
You
Adam.
still listen to the show?
No. I haven't listened. I got tired of him like having mental breakdowns about the possibility of his dog dying one day when everybody else is going through like some real shit. And I didn't want to hear it.
Adam Green definitely
Yeah,
likes to
yeah.
fucking talk about himself, though. It's kind of like Eli Roth. I think that's why they do like 5-6 commentaries on every movie, because they need to tell everything about everything, and it's like, okay, guys, seriously.
Yeah, but Eli Roth never comes across. I don't want to sound like I'm bad mouthing Adam Green, but like I don't know. Eli Roth doesn't repeat himself too much.
No, you're
Eli
right.
Roth, I was just
because even Adam would admit, like, I've told this story a million times. Like, people are going to get annoyed that I'm telling you, but really quickly, and then he would tell the story again.
If I have to hear that goddamn Steven Tyler story one more time, I might just end it.
The Steven Tyler congratulations.
Yeah.
I know it was kind
he
of
needs to get out more, man. He needs more stories for sure.
No, I actually like sometimes would get like, man, I wish Joe would talk more, because sometimes
He
the
got
stuff
cut
he
off.
was saying, I would like appreciate.
It's never gonna
And,
happen.
yeah.
Adam likes his own voice too much.
Yeah, but still a big fan of Adam's films. I'm a big fan of Joe Lynch's films too. If we're taking the last couple from Joe Lynch and the last couple from Adam Green, I definitely think Joe Lynch has made the better.
What, Everly and Mayhem, right?
Mayhem and what was that other one he
Everly.
had? No, the other one that he had Knights of Badassdom.
That was way before that, though.
That was his last 3.
Is it?
Yeah,
He's
but
gotta
he took his name kind of off that one.
Yeah, some problems with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, Victor Crowley coming back. Netflix launched a trailer for Ju-On Origins for July.
Is it a TV show or is it a movie?
I couldn't tell. I was trying to figure that out. I don't know. It doesn't say.
Dude, I'd be so confused by the series continuity on that stuff. I had no idea where to start.
The Ju-On films?
There's like so many of them.
Yeah.
There is a lot.
I don't even want to hear how many.
I think it's a film.
I actually
honestly.
seen a breakdown. Someone actually posted an image one time and broke it down, like how the actual narrative or the storyline works and shit. And I was like, what the fuck, man? It looked like abstract art by the time they were done.
Yeah, because isn't the American remake almost like kind of has continuity with the Japanese films a little bit?
And that's what confused me. I was like, oh shit, man. Now I'm like deathly confused by this. But
plus you have like
these spin-offs and these
verse like Sadako and stuff.
Yeah, like these ones that are related to it that actually have continuity. I'm like, holy fuck.
I don't like the Ju-on films. I really don't. I don't like the Grudge films. I don't like the Ju-on films.
Really, JP? I've never
Not
heard
a
you
big
say that
fan.
on this podcast ever. That's definitely new information. Adam Green.
Fuck off.
Fucking Adam Green Jr. over here.
Yeah, Adam Green.
Mister,
fucking
I got Joe
He
Bob
loves
on
them
the
so
air.
much. He's just got to tell
I
the
got
same
Joe
stories
Bob
over and
on
over
the
again. Fucking JP.
Hey, Boots. I got
JP.
Joe Bob.
Who was that guy that you got back on the air on Shudder? What was his name?
Joe Bob.
Oh, was
Oh,
it Joe
shit,
Bob?
dude,
Can you tell
I
the
forgot
story?
his name, man.
Can you tell the whole
Yeah,
story from
so
top to bottom?
I like a couple years ago I was thinking,
Okay, this fucking
man, I
guy-
really like Shudder because remember I got early access to Shudder to
We
review
got it. Jesus Christ, he's gonna go through the whole story.
He's actually going to tell the whole story. Fucking, he is. He is. I was like, fuck this. I'm cracking another beer.
All right, whatever. Okay,
Where's my
so
popcorn?
Shudder's Creepshow was supposed to hit Blu-ray this month or June 2nd, actually. Oh wait, sorry, it was supposed to come out this month. Now it's coming out June 2nd. So
What's the
it was
holdup?
I'm
delayed.
mad. I'm canceling my Shudder.
What's the holdup?
The coronavirus.
Never heard of it.
Yeah,
Are they done the
so
season? Are they done the season? They're just not going to air it?
no, it's already. You've seen the
No,
season.
it's the first season. The first season on Blu-ray.
Oh, I thought you said the same. Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Yeah.
Burn.
No, the season 1 on Blu-ray was supposed to hit May 19th, this Tuesday, but now it's coming out June 2nd.
So what the fuck is the deal with season 2?
I think they're doing it right, but you know how TV shows work. It takes a year these days
No,
to
but
do
I'm
another.
being serious. Like, I haven't heard anything about it. Like, is it renewed for season 2 or what?
Yeah,
Like,
they're putting it on a main network, and then it's gonna.
Yeah,
come to
they put
Shudder
it on
afterwards.
fucking big AMC, bro.
Dude, I actually was watching on AMC the other day just by chance. I was like flipping through the channels on like Creepshow, and I didn't look at the network. I thought it was the movie, so I clicked on it. And I was like, oh, that's the TV show. Crazy. So
Yeah, I
anyways,
never
that-
finished it. I watched like the first 4 episodes and never finished it.
I actually thought it was pretty solid, man. I mean, there was
Most of the episodes are worth watching.
yeah, I would say, there's stronger. It's like every anthology, man. There's stronger stories than others and stuff, but I don't think anything was whack and terrible.
I love Shudder.
There's like there's like two in there that I was like, could have done without those.
I honestly, yeah. I mean, like I said, there always is, but I didn't think anything was like.
But none of them
completely
were like
unwatchable.
offensive because they're so short.
Yeah, I mean, you can survive it. It's like, didn't like that one. Next one, please.
Yeah.
It's almost that's what's kind of fun about anthologies though, is because like even like it's like a
They're just
it's like a mystery bag, you know?
Yeah, I always feel like they're a little bit more forgivable too when you have like 20-minute episodes and shit. And you're like, it's okay. I didn't hate it, didn't love it.
Yeah, it's
that's
like
what.
a bad grape. It's over after it's started.
Yeah, it just doesn't. It can't resonate with you for 90 minutes, and then by the time, I mean, that's why people hate fucking movies. Like, I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu, because
What? I
you
never
spend
heard of that.
2.5 hours watching this piece of garbage, and then by the time you're halfway through, you literally hate your life and the movie and stuff. And
Let's just cut in the review
We're
right
supposed
now.
to not talk about that anymore.
so, should we just re-rate that movie right now?
No,
Because let's just
we're-
talk about how awesome that was. Like,
Fuck. We're not
You know
supposed
what
to talk
you know what
about
Shudder
it.
set
needs
a
to
record.
do.
It set a record
broke
on the
the
22
rule.
shots. It
You broke the
literally
rule.
is the lowest rated movie ever rated on this podcast. That is some accomplishment. Fuck you
I
for
wanna
ever
talk
making that
about it
piece
any-
of shit fucking movie.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I don't.
We're
either.
so drained. We're just so drained. Like I actually hurt for 2 days after recording that episode. Like I was so mentally exhausted. I'm not gonna lie.
I was like kind of sick, so it's bringing back memories.
Yeah, you're killing my vibe. But what Shudder should do maybe is try to reboot Masters of Horror. That would be cool. Maybe I could get him to do that next.
No, Mick Garris is
Mick
too
Garris
busy
on the phone.
growing his hair longer.
Smell his own fart.
Man, that,
Smelling his own
that
farts.
first season of Masters of Horror was so good, man.
Dude, both seasons are great, man.
Yeah, they are. But I feel like I like the first season a little bit more.
Yeah,
There's
it's
only,
'cause you haven't
two
watched-
bad episodes.
it's 'cause you haven't
Fair-Haired
watched the second
Child
s-
and Homecoming are the only ones that suck.
Oh, Homecoming's the worst. That was the Dante one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that episode's the worst for sure. I actually agree with
But
you. But
I
season
was,
2
like,
is really
thinking of-
good.
Remember Pick Me Up, man? That one was fun.
Yeah, Pick Me Up's awesome, and that was Larry Cohen.
Yeah, and then what was the Clive Barker one? Jack, was it the dude that did Henry?
John Naughton.
Yeah, John McNaughton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was cool. All right. The only season of remember back for the DC Universe like app thing, whatever they do.
Swamp Thing.
Yeah, they did Swamp Thing. Apparently it was really solid, and they canceled it before it even aired. And they let everybody know they was canceling it before they aired.
So nobody's going to watch it.
That was so weird.
So now they moved it to the CW. So it's going to be on the CW. And they're going to put the whole first season on there.
Swamp Thing's getting a makeover.
I don't get it. I don't get their whole damn concept behind their, like, what are they trying
Probably
to do?
some money thing. I don't fucking know.
All right. After that, creature feature The Wretched has now topped drive-in box offices 2 weeks in a row.
The Wretched?
Wretched, yeah, sorry.
What did you call
Like,
it?
what the fuck's The Wretched?
I said The Wretched.
The Wretched? I
Yeah,
noticed that you'd posted a fucking podcast on that. Did you like it? I don't listen to your podcast, by the way.
I did like it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't like it as much as she did, but I did like it.
She as in Carly, your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I thought it was okay.
She gave it like an 8.5, I think. She really liked it.
I gave it like a 6.5, man. Actually, it's funny because I watched it with the wife and she loved it. She's like, that's great. She's like, I think I'd give that like an 8. What is this, like a female thing or something?
Carly likes scary things that try to be scary.
I was just completely fucking taken back in this movie because it's supposed to be this witch movie. But I mean, if you were just watching it as, you know, the way you are, you wouldn't even know it was that this creature thing was a witch unless you caught him Googling fucking witchology shit. And by the way, how the fuck did he come to that conclusion that this may be a witch?
That I thought I missed something. Like when he just is like there was no indication of like why he would research that all of a sudden.
Because wouldn't you just assume that she was either possessed by, you know, some supernatural or demon or something? Why would you assume it was a witch and go to witchology website? By the way, it was actually really funny fucking fake website that they were using.
No, that's real.
But like seriously, where did that come from? I was like, okay. So.
I don't know. I gave it a 7.5.
Damn.
I had some issues like that, but overall, I thought it was pretty creepy. I like the, you know, we were talking about the Rear Window-esque type of thing, you know, bad people next door. Big fan of that. And, you know, I thought it was, you know, dealing with kids and stuff. And I really like the twist in the film about, like, memories and shit. I thought that was a really cool concept.
That was a cool concept. Yeah. I always like the whole mythology with witches and eating kids and stuff like that. I always like that, too. It doesn't get utilized as much.
It's leading the box office. It made $158,000.
Crazy. Like, I thought it was good. Like, I didn't think it was great. Very interesting. People are kind of gravitating to that one.
I just think it's interesting that it's getting theatrical play. It fucking drive-ins.
Me too, man. Me too. I was actually on Derek's ass because I think he gave it like an 8 out of 10. I was like, you liked it that much? And then he got all butthurt at me because I was like, I gave it 6.5. It's not that great. All
right. Last thing here. Mike Flanagan will be writing a film adaptation of Stephen King's Revival. Don't know much about it, but I'm glad to see that he got more work after kind of Dr. Sleep bombed, which I thought was great.
You know, it's actually a travesty still because that movie was pretty good. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of a shame, you know, like the dude's obviously got major talent. He really hasn't missed with a lot of stuff. Yeah,
Flanagan's dope as fuck. He's definitely one of the best filmmakers out there right now.
I mean, like we discussed before, I was like, you know, just because, you know, it does generally make or break a lot of careers when you make those mainstream movies and they do poorly. People just won't hire you anymore because, you know, they automatically put the blame on you
think,
like it's your fucking fault.
Yeah.
It's like, how is it the directors? I mean, the movie is legitimately a good film. It just didn't do well, which is kind of a shame. I blame it on marketing, to be honest. I mean, some people disagree with me. I think the marketing...
It was a hard movie to market. They should have just put Stephen King's name on that.
Yeah, I just felt like a lot of people didn't even realize that it was a sequel to The Shining, and I think if more people had maybe possibly known that, it maybe would have helped it out. I don't know. It's speculation.
I think they marketed it very well with the... Like, I watched the trailers.
Of course you would completely disagree.
It clearly looks like The Shining. But you said you didn't really watch the trailers and stuff.
I don't think people know what the fuck The Shining is anymore.
That's what my argument was.
Well,
I think the people that knew that it was The Shining went and seen it, and then everybody else didn't.
No, I think the older people like myself and Dave, who have got stinky balls and shit, understood.
We went and seen it.
Yeah, we went and seen this. But I'm talking about the people that spend money these days are younger people like Jeremy and
that don't know about The Shining.
That don't know about The Shining. But that's where it comes back to the marketing. I felt like it wasn't pushed enough to that audience where we already knew. Like I said, you even mentioned I didn't really watch it because I didn't have to. I already knew it was a sequel to the fucking Shining. Where these kids might need that extra push, being like, oh, we might. A lot of those kids maybe have seen The Shining, they just didn't know it was connected to it because it's.
No, you should have put Here's Johnny
though.
in the trailer. They should have put the Here's Johnny in the trailer somehow.
Maybe.
And just blatantly marketed as a direct sequel. I mean, if it's not called The Shining Part 2, I mean, these heads aren't fucking being aware. You know what I'm saying? I just think it was a little bit off. I think, the marketing would have helped it a lot. It's kind of a shame, but Flanagan definitely,
there was just no young kids in that movie, dude. Everybody in there was like 50 and up.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, fuck, it was me and Dylan and a bunch of fucking older people that were there to see it because it was a direct sequel to The Shining. And that kind of
wouldn't it almost make more sense to market it as it wasn't a sequel to The Shining, and then more people would be
not
interested?
with the name like Dr. Sleep.
No,
not a horror movie called Dr. Sleep.
I mean, I feel like they didn't, and that's what happened too. I mean, I feel like there's still a lot of people that are younger, millennials that have seen The Shining that just weren't as attached to it as some of us maybe.
Man, dude, I think you're a little out of. I'm gonna be honest. Like the people that are younger than me, like nobody has seen The Shining younger than me now.
I
Like,
was
yeah, of
talking
course
to a
there's
kid that was like younger than me. They didn't even know who Jean-Claude Van Damme was. They just don't know this shit.
I know that as 7 years ago when we started this, when you talk about
I'm not out of touch with anything. Maybe I'm just giving them too much goddamn credit.
You are.
I try to believe in people. I try to give people some smarts. I try to believe that people are smarter than they actually are. I mean, how the fuck do you not know who Van Damme is when you're fucking 28 years old? Dude, we're not that much removed.
I don't know.
7 years ago when we started this thing, the young people you were talking about then probably did. The young people now were,
you just like dated us
10
so fucking much right there. We've been on there so long. We've gone through a whole generation of. There's more of a generational gap now than when we started 7-8 years ago. This is insane to me.
There's
blowing
a whole
my
other
fucking
generation.
mind.
Think about it. The people that were 17 now were 10 back then.
Dude, my
we're
shitter
old.
is so raw and blown out right now by this revelation. It's
Hey,
insane.
we're old and we like McChickens. It's over.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
We're like 2 years away from sitting at McDonald's lobby drinking coffee and playing fucking cards all day.
And not just
Every
sitting
day.
there
If you
drinking
start ordering
coffee,
the
but
fish
spending
fillet, then
all afternoon. All afternoon.
I can't
at
eat
McDonald's.
anything but fish because Lent, buddy.
Dude,
We're at McDonald's.
honestly, man, the Tim Hortons that's close to me, like you drive by there and you'll see like this group of old people sitting in there, and you come by like 4 hours later, they're still sitting there. It's like,
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God.
all they
They
do.
give
We're
free
headed
coffee
towards that,
like
aren't
they
we?
do at McDonald's.
Yeah, they only drink like 150
Well, Tim
cent
Hortons
cup
is
of
a coffee
coffee and
place,
just
right?
stay there.
Yeah, so that's what they do. It's that's pretty sad that we're heading there very, very soon.
Yeah.
Once they open
And then
up
you're
the,
like,
the
these
diner
kids
parts.
just they don't know The Shining anymore. It's just not like it used to be.
But again, it's probably right, man. It's probably right. Like I try to believe in people. I try to give people a little bit more credit.
Well,
than
The Shining is a lot older than than people think either, because it looks so not 70s,
I
but
don't
it was
like to
nearly
put-
made in the 70s.
I know I don't really like to put that on, it's like, but it's still a classic film. I mean, even people that are relatively into films generally try to, even some of the, younger younger kids and stuff will go out and maybe see those films. I don't know.
Film fans went. Just the general populace didn't. You need the general populace to go see a movie for it to be successful.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And the film fans
100%.
showed up.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it would have done $1 million more if some of the other kids knew it was a direct sequel.
Hey,
yeah,
but
anyways-
did somebody mute Kyle?
Anyways, the fucking... No.
That's the news, though.
Yeah, are we done finally?
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots. Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hand, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah. Alrighty, so getting into the bonus review here on episode 184. This is a Patreon pick from who, JP?
Mark Letham. He's the one that gave us a bunch of the interesting movies that we mentioned, I believe, a couple weeks ago when we were reviewing Martha. Yep. And he actually did respond when we were asking why he gave us that. He said, "Hey, Moods and JP, just a quick message to explain my Martha pick for the Patreon. I'll be honest with you. I don't actually proof watch. I did not," he said, he meant to say, "I didn't actually proof watch this one before sending it to you, and only actually watched it a few weeks ago. I was going to message you with a different pick, but forgot with all this shit going on. I always heard it was Fassbender's only psychological horror film, so I just blind put it in on the list with a view to watching it when you guys did." He's not. I don't think English is his first language.
Apparently,
he's
it's not
doing
yours
better.
either.
He's doing better than me. I totally agree with you guys that this isn't a horror film. In my opinion, a couple of horrific scenes does not make it horror. I, however, can't agree with your scores. Haha. I loved it in a weird way and have watched a few more of the director's films since. Just curious, did you watch a Blu-ray rip or the shitty TV copy? Anyway, I have tried to mix my picks up a bit with art house stuff like The Cremator and Rapture with more fun stuff like The Story of Ricky and Red to Kill. Violence Voyager definitely fits the latter. It's definitely horror. Stick with it. It's mental. And I will say that those picks were, The Story of Ricky was great, and Red to Kill. Were you on that review, Moods? Red to Kill?
I think I was not on that one, actually. I think that was the one I did miss.
I love Red to Kill.
Had a lot of
love
fun
that movie.
too. Yeah.
But
It's
I
a
was
nasty
on,
movie.
like, The Cremator I loved. I know JP didn't like. And Rapture I thought was really cool, too, actually. I liked it more than JP, but those were good picks. Yeah.
You can't hate on Story of Ricky, man.
Love Story
No,
Ricky.
we all love
honestly,
that.
the Story Ricky.
I rewatched that for 91 recently, and I'm like, I want
Horror
to put
film?
this on my list.
Question mark?
I've seen
know,
Story
right?
Ricky so many times. Like, I that movie is just phenomenally funny to me, man. It's so entertaining.
I love that movie. I think it's awesome.
It is amazing, man. I can't wait to rewatch it, actually, for 91, but
Yeah. So that was his reason for giving us Martha.
I think he liked it so much because he really enjoyed the Red Lobster rape.
The Red Lobster rape was one of the better aspects of the film.
I think it was the
Is
only
there
good
any
aspect.
other color lobsters?
I don't think
There's some
so.
blue lobsters, right? I think there is blue lobsters.
Yeah, but they're all red after you cook them.
Yeah, see, lobsters aren't red until you cook them, right? So
And this lobster was cooked.
this one was definitely cooked.
Okay, so she was always a lobster.
See, okay, so I want to say, live that, with Fassbender and stuff, I don't even think we even talk about Fassbender, but I get it, though. Fassbender is, he's always perceived as one of these really great directors. He's studied in colleges and universities and stuff like that. And I get that, he's done lots of great material and stuff. It doesn't mean that these great directors can't make bad films. I hate that when people are just automatically given the pass on their films, like, oh, it was made by Fassbender, it has to be good. Yeah, exactly. Jeremy's a perfect example of somebody that does that too. And I'm like, dude, it's not really that great. Like, great directors can have misses in their filmographies. It's just the way it is. I mean, how many directors
All of
out
them
there?
except Wes Craven.
Oh my
And
god.
yeah, George Romero never made a bad movie. Survival of the Dead is a classic.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point, though. Like, there's so many classic directors out there that
Argento's
have
Dracula?
done exactly another great point that have done a fucking like a total shitter. And
Door in the Silence.
fuck off, man. That movie's not legitimately horrible, man. I mean,
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's all opinion. It's all opinion. But I'm just saying these things happen, and I just hate when people are like, no, it's done by Fassbender, kind of thing. I'm not saying you did that, but that's my reasoning behind it. And I just kind of take the movie for what it is and don't put it into this, oh, it's a classic director, it must be amazing type shit. And take it for what it is. But that movie psychologically was it was hard to watch because it was so fucking boring. Literally one of the most boring movies I've watched forever. So
Love it.
I thought it was weak.
Love it.
oh, just
I've never seen it. I'm just
I mean,
kidding.
even the psychological aspect wasn't that great. It wasn't even like one of those kind of, twisty and turny type films and shit. It has this aspect of psychological thriller, to it, but it just
What'd you guys rate it?
Like four, I think. I don't even remember.
I think I gave it like
It might have
1.5
been lower.
or 2. It was horrible. It was fucking terrible.
What, you
Yeah, I
guys
might
rate
have given it
four
like a two.
together?
Like, I don't even think it was there was just no elements to it that was great, man. The story was just terrible. But
yeah, we've reviewed a couple shitters lately, dude.
Yeah, I know,
One
right?
which
That was
will
like
not be named. One which will not be named.
back-to-back weeks. We had some of the lowest rated films, which is really interesting. But on that note, getting to this week's bonus review, which is from 2018, and it's called Violence Voyager, which JP had actually mentioned. Directed by, dude, he's just got one name. He's got one name, so he has to be important, right? It's like Madonna, Cher. Prince. His name is Yuchi?
JP.
Don't know. Not even going to go there. He's only done a couple films. Don't even know much about the director whatsoever. In fact, I don't even think I'd even heard of this movie in 2018, to be honest. Had anybody heard of this one before
I don't think
this
so.
watch?
No.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
Nope, I haven't heard. And that's what's funny, because it's been on Prime forever. And it also is, a couple years ago where, you usually hear everybody talk about everything, because new movies during year-end preps and stuff like that. But no, never heard a single person ever mention it.
Fucking twisted.
It wasn't on Prime for moods.
No, it's definitely a regional thing, because again, going back to the whole regional bullshit. Fuck, man, I actually was getting annoyed because I actually took Kyle's login and everything, and it still region fucked me on that. So
God bless him.
And I had actually looked for this movie for a couple weeks, couldn't find it anywhere, and I actually was rechecking some of the websites, and I found it on one of the sites that actually didn't have it like a couple weeks ago. So to my amazement, it was uploaded. So I got a chance to watch it. So I thought it was going to be one of those movies where I didn't get to see, and I'm on the show and not be able to review it. That's weird. So I was going to pull a Jeremy review.
You're like, yeah. Cool
Jeremy's
stuff.
done this how many times? Anyways, but quick synopsis on Violence Voyager from 2018. Following an end-of-term school ceremony, the American boy Bobby decides to go with his friend Akun into the mountains outside their village to a perfect place for a secret base. On the way, they stop into a mysterious amusement park. They have fun there, but are attacked and cannot leave. Fuck, I love synopsis is written on here. It's so funny.
That's it? That's the synopsis?
That is the synopsis. I mean, it's
Okay.
it's half correct, I guess. So what are your guys' thoughts on here? Let's start with Kyle. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think the thing that drew me to the movie the most was the visuals. I really enjoyed the way it looked. I guess whenever I started watching it, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I really didn't know what to think about the movie originally. When I first, the first probably 15, 20 minutes, I was like, this is kind of strange. I mean, really the first 30 minutes were there wasn't anything really horror related. It was just kind of building up to what was going on. I really liked the way it looked and the way it was filmed. Overall, though, I honestly liked the movie a lot. I thought it was dope. I mean, it kind of ended really weird. It was more, honestly, it was more of a sci-fi film sort of to me than a horror movie, I guess. There was horror elements to it. It was very strange, very off the wall. I didn't really get the whole mask thing, at the end when they had they put the robot masks on the guy, the people that Akum and the people that would turn into these robots. I didn't really understand the whole concept of that, but I thought it was really dope. I mean, I just thought it was really interesting, cool. It wouldn't be a movie that I would normally seek out and watch, but it was something that I was really glad that somebody mentioned that movie for me to watch, and I watched it. So it was really cool. It was really neat.
Yeah, the style is very unique. I don't think I've ever seen a movie like it. It's almost
Dante's Inferno is the only one I can think of.
It's called Gekimation, the style of animation used in this.
It kind of reminded me of Paper Mario.
Yeah. Essentially what it is it's kind of like cardboard hand puppets that are obviously controlled by, physical people and stuff over painted backdrops and things. But then they use real practical effects. So the blood and the gore and the puke and everything that you see is actually real
water
and stuff. So it has this really interesting effect to it because the background's painted and you got these puppets which are kind of, they're standard, they're not moving around. They don't have the animation to them and things. But they got real effects. So it just has this appeal, this style to it that's so unique. Like I said, I'd never seen Dante's Inferno done in this animated way. So this was actually my first experience with this type of animation. I was fucking enthralled by it, because I actually was telling Dave at the top of the show that when I started this film, I was actually shocked it was in English, because I knew it was like a Japanese film. And I was like, oh shit, it's fucking dubbed. I'm sure there is a Japanese language version of it. I don't know if you guys, did we all watch the English dub?
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently I think there actually is a Japanese, but I couldn't obviously find it because this is the only version I could find.
There definitely is.
So I thought that was kind of interesting too, and just even the look of people, they didn't really look. Of course, Bobby, the foreign kid, is American, living in Japan and stuff, but even the Japanese characters in this film didn't look Japanese. So I thought that was really interesting too. But the overall aesthetic, man, had me kind of geeking out a little bit, because as I'm watching this thing, I was 20, 30 minutes into it, and I realized I wasn't paying attention to the narrative at all. I was watching the actual animation. Like, it was totally bizarre. I never geek out and kind of like focus on shit like that completely. I lost my train of thought and I wasn't focused. I actually had to go back and like rewatch the film. Well, not just kind of go back 20 minutes or whatever and then start watching the narrative. But that's that's interesting, because it caught me and sucked me and pulled me right into the story. And then, it gets really weird. really fucking strange.
Yeah, it gets super weird.
Weird.
Yeah, that was unpleasant as fuck. But
yeah.
It is uncomfortable.
It feels like a fairy tale world. The whole thing is like a fairy tale adventure kids movie at first, and I was like, "What is this?"
Yep.
And then it hits the halfway point, or the 2/3 point, and it turns to straight up hell, like a hell experiments. And the fairy tale world even works with like the animals, like partaking in a lot of it, and they do things that they normally wouldn't do. And like a coon and his brother, I swear to God, look like proto Cenobites. Like they have the lines that Pinhead has, but they haven't.
I was like, what the hell is this potato head shit?
I thought they were deformed. But they get a lot more deformed as the movie goes on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this one, it definitely starts out as this kind of like, it almost feels like a kid's movie. It totally does.
It's a kid's adventure thing. Like a fairy tale. Like, it reminds me of that weird cartoon where the three kids are told not to go in the forest, and they go in the forest anyways, and they end up on the witch's house, and all the kids are in the bed, and the witch is always like asking, who is awake and who is asleep? And the weird narration and everything. It was a lot like that, too.
This movie is like prime example of why you should not listen to your white friend in the woods to like go out and go to go do something that's not what you're originally going to do.
Well, the funny thing, it's actually not even Bobby. It's actually a coon has the idea that so they want to go visit their friends on the other side of the mountain, but a coon's the one that actually says that there's a shortcut, and that's ultimately what leads them to this evil kind of carnival type place and stuff. So it's actually a coon's fault.
Trust the Crazy Ralph character that tells you not to go.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. The Crazy Ralph character literally tells them that, but it's so weird. So like the whole movie's pretty standard when it gets to this point, and once they get to this crazy kind of carnival setting type thing, and you get this kind of like weird backstory with these robots that shoot this shit out their hands and stuff, but they can play this game where they fill up these water pistols and they can, shoot them, kill them. It's kind of like you're at like a family fun center type deal and shit. It's really strange, like almost like paintball, but with like water pistols in this park and shit. It's just like this really kind of weird, strange setup and shit, and then of course when they're there, they find some other kids that have been trying to escape this place, and then everything kind of goes to hell. This movie almost seems like it's like two different fucking worlds, man. It's really strange. Then it turns into this like hardcore like mad scientist type movie, which just goes kind of batshit, man. It has some of the most uncomfortable scenes that I've seen in a long time, and that's weird because we just watched 6 I Spit on Your Grave films plus Human Centipede films also. Yeah. But this one has, these, it's all cardboard, but it has like, little kid nudity and like these weird kind of hard kid penises and shit, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, I couldn't even fathom why they even put the penises into the film, because they don't have to be there. So that was pretty fucking strange, but yeah,
they kill kids.
It's Japanese, so that tells you why they put it into the.
And they kill a bunch of kids too, which makes it repulsive in the way they do it. Like main characters too, and like you see their bodies, and it's just fucking awful.
Yeah,
naked dead bodies, just unpleasant.
It has a whole pile of weird ass elements. I think, with kids being fed to certain kind of alien creatures and shit like that, and
I'm not sure they're aliens, are they?
I don't really know. Like, what?
I don't know what the fuck they were.
Calls it mother. I wonder what it. I don't know what it is.
But I just assumed it was some type of weird kind of because they're using the rest of the bodies to get. I wouldn't say reanimate them,
but they almost turn him into these kind of like cyborg robots type deal. But that's actually the
he's
problem.
He's trying to revive his son, is what the story is.
Well, that's the
backstory.
That's the backstory with it. But there's actually no. There's no. Well, that's when he's feeding him to the son, the kids to the son and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But as for transforming some of the other kids into these kind of cyborg robot things, I couldn't actually figure out why he was doing that. I mean, I get it, he's feeding the fucking, the kids to the kid to revive him and stuff like that, but what was the point of transforming these kids and keeping them around? Like, what actually
have
was
an army of mutated robot kids?
I get that.
He wasn't
trying to
he
make
wasn't
his
doing
winning.
it.
I get
He wasn't
that.
doing anything with them at all.
But
He was just like changing them, and that was it. Like,
none of them were
Maybe he just
listening,
wanted
though.
to see their penises.
But that was my point. It's like he's transforming these things. They're kind of running around. They're kind of like these new cyborg type things, but it doesn't really explain what he's using it for. It's almost like it's this mad scientist film where he has the power to create these things. He's like, why not just create a bunch of them? I got
Maybe
these
Didn't they
leftover body
kidnap the
parts.
kids in the beginning? Didn't they all kidnap the kids in the beginning, or was it just the one? Because I thought in the beginning when the girl was attacked, I thought the initial attack was a bunch of them.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was actually.
Yeah, he's using them as slaves, but they don't ever, like, half of the ones that we see
remind me of
behind
the
the scenes
tall man.
refuse to take
Well,
over.
I thought the same
it's like
thing,
a
Dave.
Phantasm thing.
I thought the same thing too, but I was like, they're not really working directly for them, right? It's
they don't work very well.
No, they don't.
It's not
And
a good.
like-
it's not a good idea. He's not very good.
I just kind of took it as like he had the power to do what he was doing, and he was doing it. Like he figured out a
'Cause
way
he's
to
a mad
transform.
scientist.
Yeah, because he was a mad scientist. And
what was up with like the eyes being separated the way they were? That was kind of weird.
Just the look they gave him, man. It's very,
Fucking
very
like
strange.
Tetsuo, isn't it? It's like Tetsuo with the body horror.
It is like Tetsuo. That does remind me of Tetsuo a lot. That's crazy.
It's very
The whole thing
Cronenberg type Tetsuya, yeah, for sure. Yeah, with that body
I
horror
think
type thing.
Cronenberg inspired Tetsuo though, for sure.
100%. Yeah. But I the body horror, like Cronenberg shit is like body horror, but then you get Tetsuya and it's like very strange body horror,
The metal, the mechanical stuff with the body horror.
Trashio.
Shut up. Tetsuo's awesome.
my Arrow box set is supposed to be here today, never got delivered. Fuckers.
I didn't watch the sequels.
Yeah, I don't like the sequels. The
What were you
first one.
saying, Moods?
Actually, the box set that Arrow just released, it actually shipped and was supposed to be here today, but it didn't show up. So speaking of Tetsuya, that's just why I brought that up. But
Yeah, I think this movie's super cool, man. It's one of those films where you're just kind of happy you saw something like it because it's so unique, and you're like, wow, like that. And you could tell there was a lot of like, artistic flair going on and a lot of hard work. It just looked like that would have been a lot of hard work.
Well,
and
I was about to say that would take a lot of work to do that movie. I feel like.
well, I think
Yeah.
I read a quick little thing, and it said it took like 3 years to actually do this film and put it all
I could
together.
have did
So
it probably too, but I still give them credit.
you have just no artistic value whatsoever, so don't overgrade yourself, buddy.
No one would be able to read the script. They'd be like, "What's this word?" Artistic. It's artistic, man. It's artistic.
But even watching it with like the English dub, I thought the English dub was actually pretty decent in this. And one thing that
All,
really was
all
catching my
animation has good English dubs.
no, it doesn't actually. There's some that are terrible, really, really bad.
I'm not saying like every single one. I'm just saying that like in general, I never really see a reason not to watch an English dub if it's
Unless you speak
when it comes to
Japanese.
animation, yeah, I know. It's like watching Godzilla films with like the original language. You're like, what? It doesn't like the English dubs are so much funner to watch.
This isn't right. You gotta turn it up.
It's just so much more fun. Like I usually would never watch, a dub on a film, but there's certain ones
like
just
you're not gonna watch the English dub of Martyrs,
No, like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I don't know, man. I really enjoyed this movie, man. I was like taken back by, just the use of sound in this, dude. Like the sound effects are amazing. Like really accentuated sound, and like it just kept like catching my attention because I was like, fuck, man, I would love to have worked on something like that. Super crisp sounds and shit. Like I said, the voiceovers are really cool, but just the visuals were absolutely like amazing to me. It was disturbing. Just the use of practical effects. I think this is like something I would like to seek out a little bit more and actually check out more films like this if there's more. I'm sure there is.
When the Wind Blows has a similar thing to it, but it's
Does
not.
it?
It's animation with real stuff in it, like rotoscoping and then stuff like that. You should check out that one. That's a great movie too.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's real effects. Like they didn't just have this type of style and then there's like CG for the blood and the puke and shit like that. I was like, oh, that's really fucking cool, man. It's just kind of adds this kind of realism element to this like total animated type fantasy world that we're watching. It's weird. It's like almost off-putting, but it oddly works.
The mixture works. It's depressing though, man, because it makes it feel like a kid adventure movie, like an RPG or some shit, and then it just gets so dark, and all the characters that end up helping him, so many of them die. And
it is, man, because Bobby's like such a pure character. Like he's just, like he could have made it out of there, and he goes back in to save some people and shit, and he's already changed at this point, but he still wants to save people. And I was like, this is fucking crazy, man.
Bobby was a real G. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. It's actually pretty well written for what it is, with the exception of not really explaining too much about the kids and stuff. But I think that was kind of the one miss in the film. I would like to actually know more, because I was like waiting for the reveal on what the fuck he was doing with all these things, because it was just intriguing to me because it was such a weird design.
Like I wish the dad was more like Charles Bronson, but he's more like whiny. He's like so annoyed with the situation. He sounds like he's so annoyed. He sounds like Coach McGurk from Home Movies. He's like, all right, let's go. He's just like talking. He's so annoyed with the whole situation. If he would have been more like Bronson, who just doesn't like to talk, I felt like he would have been more believable. Yeah. I don't mind him, but the only thing I really didn't care for the movie in general was the end narration. I could have done without that.
The overall in there, or the end?
The very end narration. I feel like if you leave it at the end how it ends, I think it's better without the narration.
Actually, the end has one scene where I literally bursted out laughing. So like just the way the effects are and shit, it was just funny as hell.
Explosion!
The explosion just fucking killed me, man. Just like he's hugging his kid and fucking just explodes and shit. I was like, oh my god, it just sounded so funny. But I enjoyed it though, man. I enjoyed it.
Movie depressed me.
Really?
Yeah.
I was actually like, after I just kept thinking about it, it was definitely a little bit depressing, because when you're dealing with like, even though it's animated and you're dealing with kids' deaths and shit, it doesn't matter,
and the animals too.
And the animals too, yeah, for sure. Like being a big animal lover and stuff like that, those elements definitely add to the depression level for sure. And I can totally see that. But yeah, this movie definitely kept me thinking. I was like, fuck, man, it's just like, it just hit on so many different levels, which is a good thing. I mean, I think a lot of people were just taking it for face value, just kind of seeing this thing and seeing the gore and seeing all this type of shit, whatever. But if you actually think about what's going on, like, you're right. Even seeing animated dead kid bodies is a little bit, it takes you back a little bit, It's brutal.
Oh, Kyle. I think that they were putting them in the machines, putting them in the armor to hold their bodies up, because their bodies were too weak after being drained. So they needed to be in the metal armor suits to actually move and support their bodies.
That makes sense.
Because they do it. The main guy at the end, they're like, you need the suit to walk. That's why he can walk at the end. And did you guys notice that the main kid, the villain, kid villain, he was like made partially of that baboon, because they showed the flash of the baboon earlier.
Yeah.
And then his face was the same color palette as the baboon. I think he was made of baboon parts. That's why his teeth were all fucking sharp like that. That was crazy.
Yeah. Really,
it almost looked like they like skinned their face and shit whenever, like, whatever they did to them. They were like, their whole like upper torso and body was like skinned. It was just really strange.
Yeah, it was like they were raw. They said all their nerve endings were showing.
Yeah, so I think the armor was there to actually protect them.
Yeah,
right? Because
they give them the strength to move.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was basically like the glue. It was like almost putting bones back into their body.
Yeah. Like,
but it was
skin.
Exoskeleton.
Yeah, it's weird too, man. Because like when Bobby gets his on, man, like I was trying to think about that too. Because when Bobby gets his suit on there and he starts like, I guess his back asshole is what we would call it or something. But he puts it on and it starts shitting everywhere. And then all of a sudden this like little creature bat starts licking up his shit. I was like,
fed
what
that bat earlier. The bat was his buddy because he fed him, and then the bat comes back and helps him.
But just the fact that the bat shows up just to lick his shit that he just shit on the ground, and I was like, what the fuck?
It kind of reminded me of like the Borg from like Star Trek, like how they had all the like the mechanical portions of those, like the suits on those on the Borg. I don't know.
Nobody's watched Star Trek, bro.
I don't know. I think you guys have seen Star Trek, so
maybe like the Guyver suit or something like that too.
Yeah,
but not as powerful as the Guyver, obviously.
So, what do you guys think for ratings?
Who's going first? There's four of us, so we each get to go first once.
Kyle gets to go first.
I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. I thought it was like really cool. I mean, it was. I think the visual aspect of the movie was like the best part of it. The storyline was like interesting. It wasn't like the craziest thing I've ever seen, or like something like that'll like draw me in, or I'll remember it like a couple of years from now. But I mean, overall, like the visual of it, I would give it a 7 out of 10 for just the visual. So.
I'll go next. Yeah, I thought this film was super cool, man. Just the style alone, like I have to go higher on it because it was just so unique and cool. And I really, really love the mix of like real, like physical effects with the water and the splats and stuff like that. It was just like neat, you know. And honestly, like the Bizarro story totally makes sense. It was Japanese, just very out there story, and it had kind of like a fun like children, almost seemed like on like Nick Jr. or something from the early days of Nickelodeon or something. That whole look to it that I really liked, and you know the almost like lightheartedness of the beginning of the film, and then it just gets crazy. But I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking very, very cool, man. Like I said, you know, I had to go back and watch it for the narrative because I was so hooked on the fucking animation in it. I was like, this is really interesting and unique. It's one of those stories where it kind of hits home a little bit. I mean, anything to do with kids' deaths and just... But I'm a huge Mad Scientist fan. I love these type of stories and shit, but it's honestly... the style of film, the animation is really what kind of sucks you into this, man. I don't think that they do it for like shock value and things like that. I mean, I think it's just an interesting way of telling a pretty interesting story. But yeah, a lot of fun with this one, man. Actually, the music was really good in this too. It kind of has this kind of like, I don't know, it's like this kind of low kind of synth music that works perfect. It's not trying to be like, you know, 80s pop kind of synth and shit like that, but it has this kind of sense of dread synth music to it that really adds to the shock value of, you know, the kids' deaths and shit like that. I think that's great. Body horror is always a good thing, man. I've always been intrigued by that, so that's really cool too. But yeah, again, you know, voiceovers, sound. I think the overall specs of the film are done so well. You can tell that, you know, the time that they put into this, you know, the 3 years putting this shit together was well spent because all those technical aspects are done really, really fucking well. I'm in at an 8.5 out of 10. I think it's great, to be honest.
All right. I was also pretty big on this. At first, I was unsure. When I put it on, I was like, man, I don't know about this. This animation looks weird. But I was willing to give it a chance. It reminded me of the Dante's Inferno. And when the wind blows, it has the real elements added in too, but that's more animated. But I really liked it. I thought it was touching, depressing, a good mixture of fairy tale and absolute horror. I'm coming in at an 8 out of 10 on it, and love Derek. The cat was my favorite.
Yeah. Big ups to Derek.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so getting into the main features here on episode 184, and of course that is the Human Centipede Trilogy, brought to us by Ratchet Command.
Ratchet Command. Yeah, he gave us a disturbing cinema type show, which is why we got Kyle on. For those of you who don't know, me, Moods, and Kyle started a spin-off, very short-lived, only one episode, but not to say it wasn't good. It was actually great. One of my favorite reviews we ever did, where we called it 22 Shots Presents Disturbing Cinema, years ago at this point, and people loved it. It was very good, and people often asked us to bring it back, and we just, you know, time constraints, different stuff like that. Kyle, skinny jeans on too tight, and, you know, couldn't make it.
Couldn't breathe
To, you know.
Ha ha ha.
He was fart burping.
But yeah, so we didn't go back to that, and he gave us 3 different films. I think one was like a Serbian film, which was actually our next title on what we were supposed to do, I think. And
It'll happen.
The show was originally Forced Entry from 1974, which is basically a it's a full on porno, but it's a slash.
Roughy. They call them roughies.
Yeah. Yeah, Ruffies.
Ruffies.
And of course, a Serbian film was the other film, and Men Behind the Sun was the third film. So that
Trying
was
to kill your asses.
It was just such a mixed bag.
I know we
kind
were
of show.
already so depressed from all the rape. Then we got ass to mouth.
So that show got changed to the Human Centipede trilogy. So thank you.
Yeah, he offered to let us do that, and at first I was like, no, we'll just do the other thing. But then after I thought about it, I was like, you know what? Let's do the Human Centipede trilogy. It's a little easier.
100% medically accurate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely 100%. Yeah.
All right. So that is the little background on this show. Synopsis: a mad scientist. All right, keeping with the theme, right? A mad scientist kidnaps and mutilates a trio
Wow, that
of
actually
tourists.
worked out perfect. Unplanned.
Well, I know, and go figure. Violence Voyager actually is pretty. It's kind of extreme, I guess. Right.
Oh, it's nasty.
Mutilates a trio of tourists in order to resemble them into a human centipede, created by stitching their mouths to each other's rectums. I like the fact that they use rectums in the. That's awesome.
Gotta be classy. Gotta be classy.
I'm a sick man.
Fuck, Human Centipede, man. I watched this movie when
This was a very pop culture-y film.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, how
Cultural
could it
phenomenon.
not be? I mean, the idea itself is pretty original. I mean, it's obviously never been done before.
Who paid for this? Who the fuck paid for this? Like, who was like, he came with an idea. He's like, I want to make a Human Centipede movie. He's like, what's that? Well, these people get tied ass to mouth. And he's like, I
wanna say-
let's do this.
You know the backstory of where he got the idea, right? He says it in the third film. But
Yeah, he literally says it in the third film.
yeah. The concept was they were talking about child molesters and
Oh, yeah,
how
yeah,
they
yeah.
would,
As a punishment, he would
as a punishment.
a child
I like
molester's
it.
mouth to a trucker's
idea.
asshole, a fat trucker's
Yeah,
asshole.
I'm.
Well, the
I'm-
fat trucker's
I
also
approve.
got to be a pedophile.
Or
Yeah, because if
You can't
not,
just be
then,
tying a fat trucker that randomly going to work every day. It's like, hey, fat guy, you want a job? what do I got to do?
yeah,
what,
I agree
are you
with
just going to fuck that guy who did nothing?
I feel
but
like
yeah,
Tom Six actually fucking did this. He probably funded this shit himself because, like, how do you bring this to any type?
it
of
is a
investors,
Six production.
right? Like, how do you
It's
bring
a
this
fucking
idea to
sick
a bunch of
production.
people? You're gonna like, man. So I have this idea about a mad scientist that wants to, basically make a centipede tying.
Is he German? 'Cause
Right?
if he's German, I'll pay for it.
Doesn't it make sense? It's like he's got to
He
be
has
fucking
to be
German.
German.
It's just so fucking.
If he
funny.
wasn't German, it wouldn't have flew.
The great part about this is that the character, the doctor, he spent his whole medical career detaching Siamese or conjoined twins is the proper term. Sorry, and now he has this weird transgression where he finds it much more beautiful to tie them back together like he feels they were meant to be. He's
Love it.
fucking. That's his fucking psychology.
It is definitely fucking weird.
He has all those paintings on his wall of the attached twins and
The
stuff.
paintings are like so creepy. Like that's such a creepy vibe. Like those girls like didn't know what the fuck they were getting into until they saw those paintings.
Every guy in this movie is a pervert too, really, except the Japanese guy. Like the guy that initially stops to help them, he's like, "Grr." I'm like, come
Oh
on.
my god, dude! I don't know like how these girls went to his house and like saw him and were like, okay, let's just go in and think this is fine. If
I'd
I
have
saw
knocked
that
him out,
motherfucker's face, if I saw his face, I would have been like, fuck this! I'm going back out in the rain.
I would have been like, give me your phone. I'm not drinking your water. Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, like what the fuck, dude?
Never drink open containers. Never.
This
Just
movie
don't do it.
starts out like such a horror film, like a bit like a cliche horror film. You know, like two girls, rainy woods. You know, burp down.
Starts like knock knock.
This movie,
Knock Knock had a better.
I've always thought, man, is like one of the most cliched. It has like such an original idea that is approached with such cliche, and it's
I
just
kind of like that though.
I think it's done on purpose, though.
I
Yeah,
don't,
I
I
think
don't
so,
know if
too.
it is. I hope it is. I mean, if you can convince me it was, I feel like it wasn't because this shit's just taken itself way too serious, man. It's like, I even like when I first watched this movie when it came out, I was like, oh my god, man. First thing I noticed, man, is the girl's acting is just atrocious in this film. It's just so off-putting. but
Didn't hate him.
It's not even.
I don't think it's that bad.
It's not
I
even.
don't think so either.
Yeah, I think it's horrible. I think they're really bad, but it's just the cliche of it, man. It's just ridiculous. Like these girls are traveling. I think they're American
It's
tourists
comfort food
traveling
for me, though,
in
man.
Germany. Of course, they blow a tire and stuff. But the thing that pisses me off is the simple fact that like our fucking doctor, what's his name, Dr. Heater, they actually show him in the beginning of the film actually like hunting people, like trying to find test subjects and shit like that, which is fine. That's cool, man. I wish it had kept on that route and he had to capture the girls that way, because it just turns so damn cliche. I mean, they're literally
but
driving.
It's so brief too, dude. It's just a setup.
But it's so funny with the water. He gets so mad when she spills it, and they play the gag later when the cops. He's like, "How about some coffee?" He's got no coffee, just water or some shit.
It's not even that. It's not even
water.
that way until they get there, man. It's like. It's just the build-up, man. It's
They
blow a
don't
fucking
know how
tire.
to change a tire.
Yeah, they don't know how to change a tire. This dude pulls up and he's like,
which I thought was ridiculous back when I seen it. But after meeting some people in real life, like there's a lot of motherfuckers out there who don't know how to change a tire.
I can totally see two women not knowing how to change a tire.
So can I.
That's not even the problem I have, man. It's like this dude rolls up and he's like, trying to get with him. I'm like, fuck, whatever, man. But then, of course, they break down very, very close to this dude's house. It's super cliche. They go and seek refuge in there because they need to get their car fixed so they can move on.
It's like a Hammer movie.
And then, but it's just, I mean,
breaking down next to Dracula's castle.
It's different if you're making this movie in 1950 versus 2009. I mean, this has been done a million times. And back in 1954, it wasn't a cliche, though. I don't think.
It is a Frankenstein story.
But
I think Tom Six is very aware of like pop culture stuff, so I think that he would look at that as like almost like a satirical setup.
Yeah,
I don't think so, man. I think the satire comes in part 3. I think part 1 and part 2 are being taken he's taking these movies
No,
seriously.
I think this film is very serious.
Part 2 is a
but
dark comedy. Part 2 is 100% dark comedy.
You think so?
Like, imagine.
I know so.
Imagine them pitching this movie. Like that's like this movie was it's almost like a Serbian film. Like, imagine like the director and the writer pitching this movie, but this movie is very well filmed and very well, like the actors are like pretty decent actors. Like
the Doctor's great, man.
Yeah, well, he's like an old school over actor, but it's on purpose and it's perfect for this movie.
He's the best thing he's the best thing about the movie.
He's scary. In the first one though, he's really scary.
The Japanese guy's fantastic.
No, the Japanese guy actually is good. It's just, I mean, he mostly speaks in Japanese. It's just,
but it's perfect.
He doesn't really have
screaming and yelling, and they have no idea what he's
with
saying.
each other.
But honestly, man, this one for me, man, just it moves. It's like this cliched snail pace for like the first. I mean, we really don't get into the centipede shit until about 50 minutes into the movie, right? But most of the stuff
that's why I think it works a little bit though, is because it is a serious horror film. It's a horror film. It's not like the sequels. Each of these films are very different.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying. So it happens about 50 minutes into the film, but then, once this third act is starting, we get a little bit of the centipede stuff, but then we get this absolutely ridiculous fucking police investigation, which is absolutely stupid because we're leading into the third act here where it just, to me, it feels like it's super anticlimactic, man. It's not even about these guys trying to escape or trying to get free of this stuff. It becomes more of this battle, but with the police and I mean, they do, and you get minor scenes with that and shit like that. But it's this police investigation takes over and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like,
like that the cops weren't dumb either. They figured it out and they weren't dumb.
I know, but I couldn't. This is what I love about the second movie, that we don't get this ridiculous fucking police investigation to kind of slow down the pace, and I feel like it just. Like, it doesn't even need to be there, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. I really don't like the way this movie progresses, man.
The cops would be there. They left a car on the road right next to the house, and they think.
Yeah, I think it's a little ridiculous that the cops aren't in the second one.
I'll say this.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. It seems more logical to me that they would be there in the second film, considering where he's getting all his subjects are from like a public parking garage. Like, it would make complete
there's
sense.
gunshots every night.
Well, the cars are still there.
Regular gunshots down the fucking street.
The second movie might be something different too. The second movie plays with reality a little bit.
Yeah,
I'll say this too. Like, if you take a movie like Taken, like the movie with Liam Neeson, where like American girl gets taken in like a foreign country, the police didn't give a fuck in that movie about that girl. But then you take the Human Centipede, and all of a sudden the cops are like rolling up, trying to figure out what happened with these two American girls. Like,
this is Germany. This is a real country.
Definitely helps.
And that just brought me into my other point. So you guys figured, it would make sense that the cops would show up and stuff, but you got to remember, they're actually in the country. Patrol guys just aren't fucking going looking out in the country and shit like that unless they had.
But somebody could have reported the.
They definitely reported.
A couple days. This has been probably a week by this point. They're going to start looking around, and the girls did not walk that far from the car.
It's a country road. They'd find.
I'm not saying it's not plausible that they would check that house, considering where the car was located. I'm just saying. You know,
I'll say
It's like
this was pretty cheesy when that he left the cage where he kept them in the living room for them to see too. It's like he has this whole lab down in the basement where he's like protecting everybody, but he leaves this cage up there and they're looking at it like, what the fuck is this? And he's like, you know what I mean? But like he's like this protective, like he doesn't want any, but he lets them in the house, and then they're like looking at this cage in the living room. That was kind of like
the house.
Yeah, if you're like, no, you
exactly,
can't come in, that they're gonna go get a.
But you would think that like he would be more, I guess.
Well, he was going to kill him anyways. He tried to poison him. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's cry.
Yeah,
He wanted the
crazy.
bodies.
Yeah.
Because the one girl was sick anyways. He was planning on killing those cops.
I think essentially what I'm thinking, like, I mean, there's a little bit of a slow time after the girls get there and stuff, and then it feels like as soon as you're kind of getting into it with the Human Centipede and stuff, I feel like it just loses focus, man. I mean, you bring in this fucking police investigation, it feels so anticlimactic to me. I mean, the shit goes down super quick in the end of the film. With the cops and our doctor and shit like that. And I don't like the way it progresses, man. This movie just feels super uneven to me. I was never a big fan of it when it first came out for the exact reasons. I was like, I feel like there's a better movie in here that's just not being showcased, man. I mean, it makes sense why you like it and stuff. I just feel like the pacing is like, I mean, for as cliche as it is in the beginning, okay, but I want a little bit more of the action part. You know,
Yeah.
it just feels anticlimactic to me,
The
man.
most realistic part of the movie. The cops are the most realistic part of the movie.
Exactly. And even though I'm not denying that, I wish it wasn't there because it's just taking away from the main focus of it. And I don't feel like we don't get a lot of that action, which is kind of
I
unfortunate.
like how fast the cop action happens.
Where
I
we
like
get it
I
in
do
the second
too.
film.
I do too. But for me, it's the psychological horror of this film that is strong. It's the concept of being involved in that. It's the slow process where he's showing them what he's going to do to them. Like, that shit is scary. I will say that when I first saw this movie, it really affected me. I thought it was super disturbing. I don't know if I just watched too much rape films or whatever, but this did not hit me like nearly as hard as
I never felt this film was that disturbing. I
No,
never was
either did
disturbed by it.
I don't think it actually is that disturbing. It's not even that graphic. It's not really that. I mean, the idea is more disturbing than it is graphic in its approach, right? It's so. I mean, like I said, you don't
see shit. You don't see anything, but it just, to me, whenever I watched it, and I saw this before I ever heard of it too, which definitely helped. I just randomly turned it on one night with a friend, and we were both like, "Holy crap! Like, what is this thing?" It's the weird. I thought it was going to be some cheesy like Human Centipede, like Full Moon film or something, but it ended up being this serious, psychological, disturbing thing to me, and
semi-classy too.
Yeah, right.
Isn't it funny how Tom Six actually shoots it pretty classy? Like, he doesn't grind in there, and you don't get to see like, you know, just blatant shots of the girls. There's really not even that much nudity at all. You can see like side nips and shit. It's kind of funny how he shoots it.
And there's no like poop, you know, which is what you expect.
Yeah, in this one.
In the second one, there's definitely tons of poop.
Oh no, they amped it up for the second one in all aspects.
It's nice.
They're
that
two different
it's such a disgusting fucking idea, but his house is so pristine and clean and white and surgical and clinical. It's a nice little comparison. And
but it makes sense though, because if you're a doctor, a surgeon and stuff, you probably live like that. I mean, he just obviously lost his shit in his later life, and it was like, well, you know, since I was, you know. Deactivating Siamese twins. I couldn't think of the word deactivating, but
I think that's when you kill them, put them down.
Separating Siamese twins for a living and stuff and dealing with that. Like, I mean, of course you're going to go to the opposite, right? End of the spectrum, and let's, you know, join them.
A transgression. I think he felt they were beautiful together, and he probably hated separating them.
Yeah.
I think
that's part of the psychology for sure. Absolutely.
Beautiful, not because of the anomaly that it is.
It's shown in the painting too, because the painting looks like, you know, it looks like it's painful. They're trying to separate and stuff, and he's kind of showcasing like, hey, it's probably better the other way, that they're actually together.
And it's non-sexual for him.
Exactly.
There's nothing sexual with this guy. He's asexual.
Which they pretty much
the other
do.
Characters in the second one, it's not such a thing. It's sexual.
It's actually the complete opposite in everything in the second film.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, I think the second film is the response to the criticism that people were getting for liking the Human Centipede.
Or it's also a response to the extreme horror fans saying part one wasn't extreme enough, and the critical
100%.
Great idea with not being that graphic. Yeah,
the performance on the Japanese guy in this are top notch. Like at the end when
he's probably the best part in part three. Also,
Yeah, when he gets that moment where he has that big like speech where he's like, "I was a horrible person," and he pours his heart out. It's actually, it's a really good scene. I'm not saying he's like the A-list actor, but I thought that was a very effective scene. And I actually like the Japanese guy. And the people don't like the girls, but it's like, oh, I hate them. It's like, dude, they're like 20. They're in Germany. They're having fun. Fucking relax. They're fun.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a problem with anybody in this film. I love the. I mean, I remember when I first seen it, and the ending was like just so downbeat for me.
Downbeat as fuck. I have it written down here, and so downbeat.
Yeah, very mean spirited, and it like. My friend, the one that I told you, like walked out of Midsommar because it was too intense for him. This was another film that he had that effect on him.
Your buddy sucks.
Does he like movies?
That movie sucks.
Yeah, he loves and he understands movies a lot too. Like
he probably walked out of Mid-Lamer because the movie
short
sucks.
Films and stuff, and they're really like solid for like cell phone videos and shit like that. He got a eye for like editing and music, and he's very cinematic and has that, but he just doesn't. He's religious, and two, he doesn't like evil or like mean-spirited stuff. It just hurt. It like he's very in tune with emotions, so like things he can hear a song in Walmart and it like ruin his day, that reminds him of something bad that happened in his life or something like that.
Yeah, I think most people are like that, but they just swallow down their emotions. And I love being miserable. I love when movies make me miserable. That's power.
I do too, and Carly thinks I'm insane sometimes, but I'm like, no, I just like to feel things.
Yes, I like to feel alive for once.
Lets me know that I'm alive. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, this film, I think the concept is pretty great. I think the execution's actually pretty great. I think that it works for me on a super psychological, like just disturbs me, the concept, and I really like this movie. I always have.
I don't even think it's supposed to be like that, too. I think that's just the way you perceive it, man. I know, like, when he's showing them how, like, he's going to map it out and he's doing those PowerPoints and stuff like that, I guess you kind of relate it to being the psychological aspect of it and stuff. Just waiting your mouth to be on some asshole fucking tossing shit salads. I mean, that's pretty brutal and stuff, but I just don't perceive it like that. I just find it kind of almost tedious to watch, even because I'm like, fuck, man, there's a better movie here than this. I don't know. I really don't like the construction of this movie, to be honest. I never loved it when it came out, and I still really don't care for it that much, to be honest. I love the performance from the Doctor. I think he's fucking great. I think the casting is brilliant with him, man.
With
I don't know where in the fuck Tom Six found this guy. But he obviously cast him on the creepiness of him and the fact that he was German too, which is amazing.
His face is creepy. He just looks scary.
It's so crazy, dude. Like, and honestly, the casting in the second movie too is brilliant too, man. That dude's creepy as fuck. Also, it's just great casting. So he does a great job there. I feel like it's almost like he's holding back on the concept, on the idea. I mean, I obviously let the fuck loose in part 2, which we'll get to, but I feel like this is a little bit imbalanced, and I feel like it's anticlimactic, and that really bugs me about this movie.
That's what turned me off of part 2, was I thought it was just, the concept was like I felt like it was what I expected the first one to be, just like over the top shocking and kind of just being shocking for shocking's sake. And that's what I like about Human Centipede 1, is it's grounded, and I do think he was trying to make a serious horror film, and I do think that it wasn't that just to be this over the top concept and gross out. Like, I think he just wanted to make a cool little scary movie. So that's my interpretation of it.
I agree with the first one. But I didn't like this when I first saw it either. I didn't love it. I was like, it's okay. I was like 6 out of 10 when I first saw it. I was like hyped up, and it just didn't deliver the goods that I was hyped up for. But I was like, it's a pretty classy, decent made horror movie. 3 out of like 5 or something like that. But rewatching it, I actually really enjoyed it. It was much better than I remembered. It was just it worked way more for me, and it's probably just, I don't know. I just wasn't expecting as much, but I liked it a lot more around this time.
How about you, Kyle?
I actually feel the same way as Dave. So I actually like the second one more than I like the first one, my first watch. But when I went back and watched all 3 of them, I really, really, really like the first one much more than the other ones. I feel like it's obviously the storyline's over the top. I really like the casting. I feel like the Doctor is like extremely creepy. The second movie, obviously the character is like a pedophile. He's weird. But the first movie, it's very well filmed. It has very good concepts in it. I really thought that it was over the top, but at the same time, I enjoyed the way that it was filmed and the way that the how the actors like responded to like the how it was. I really liked.
Did Jeremy jump on the call?
Sorry.
Fucking moving furniture over there.
I was about to say, what the fuck is that?
Sorry, I bumped my desk.
No, it's all good. I really honestly liked this movie.
Did you bump it with a sledgehammer?
He bumped it with his cock.
Thank you.
I'd give this movie 8 out of 10 all day. I mean, I really enjoyed it. The current time I've watched it, like from the previous time, so I really respect the movie like overall. Now, Tom Six is kind of a redneck and kind of weird, but I feel like he really did go into this movie with his all, and I don't feel like this movie really needed sequels personally, but he did make sequels, and the sequels we'll get into that, but overall I'd give this movie an 8 out of 10.
So we're rating?
Yeah, I guess. You skipped the order, dude. Amateur hour here. I'll go next, I guess. So yeah, I really dig this movie, man. I've always liked it. This is probably the 4th time I've seen it. I seen it when it first showed up on Netflix back when I didn't have my ear to the ground to horror, just late one night. I think we watched Dead Alive and then we watched this. Both first time watches, enjoyed both of them. And me and my friend Abby, just talked about this movie all the time afterwards. And then it took a while after that we saw it before it caught on, but then it was everywhere. South Park did an episode on it and stuff. You started seeing cakes made into human centipedes and stuff, and it was just, you still see the meme every once in a while with different things that are happening and things like that. But I think the first one here is really well done for the most part, and I also give it an 8 out of 10.
Mood, you want to go or you want me? I don't know.
I might as well just go. Yeah, I mean, I said what I had to say about the film. I do like the line where he's like, I don't like human beings. I love that shit, man. It's just fucking gnarly. Very mean. But it's true, though, man. You can tell. Yeah, man. I said,
the Rottweiler thing looks ridiculous, by the way. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, the Photoshop looks like shit.
It does look like shit. It's so bad. It's so bad, man. I don't know, man. I definitely like this movie a little bit more. I mean, I wasn't never huge on it before. I always felt kind of the same way as I do now and shit. I just feel like, oh, man, I think you could have spent a little bit more time with it, man, to be honest. I mean, there's a decent part where, I mean, kind of, I guess it starts out okay when when the Asian dude starts shitting in the chick's mouth and he's like, feed her, swallow it, bitch, and he's just going crazy. I mean, it actually still kind of makes me laugh because I'm like,
man,
it's so fucking.
Always made me sad.
It's so German. It's so German, man. Like, eat that shit, man. Eat that shit. Scheiße, das sind Scheiße. Oh.
It's
fucking nasty, man. But
why
does that make you just sad?
Humiliating, dude?
It kind of makes me laugh a little bit just because it's coming in that dirty, nasty, awful German accent, and it's like, feed her, swallow it, bitch, and I'm like, oh my god. It just comes off as so I don't know what's filthier, the shit going into her
evil,
mouth,
man.
I don't know what's dirtier, man, the fucking accent or the fucking shit going into her mouth. But I don't know, man. I think my biggest criticism with the film is, honestly, the chicks are, I think,
you just
they're terrible.
Don't like it.
I feel like there's a better movie here, and it's like a big thing to get past, man. I think it's shot really well. I mean, the casting's brilliant. I mean, let's face it, man. Dieter Laser, or whatever, how you pronounce his name, was fucking amazingly casted in this.
He died recently, right?
Yep.
Died a couple months ago, actually, end of February, I think.
R.I.P.
And, there's some cool things that are going on. The idea is brilliant, too, but I think it's just uneven. I think it takes a long time to get started. I don't think there's that much of a psychological aspect to it. I mean, a little bit, I guess, if you're those people waiting to have your mouth on a shitty asshole, for sure. But then I really don't like the cop thing. I mean, even though the cops, like Dave said, probably are, the best part about the film, acting-wise and shit, and they're not
That's
stupid
the most
shit.
realistic thing in the film.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Realistic, but for sure. But I feel like it just drags it down. It feels so anticlimactic to me, man. I feel like, his demise happens from them and shit, and not with anybody connected to the centipede. It is downbeat, which I do like. The ending is kind of fucking brutal. But overall, man, I don't think it's a bad film by any means. I just don't love this one. I'm in a 6.5.
I actually like it. Like I said, I came up on this one, enjoyed it. Not much. And also, I got to point out that the cop, the one with the longer hair, I think the smaller guy, the one who dies first, is actually the only actor in all 3 Human Centipede movies. So I'll point him out as we go on through the series. But yeah, I like this one. I was right at a 7.5, 8. I'll just come in at an 8 because I really surprisingly enjoyed this. I'm glad I did, and I love the ending. I actually like the actresses in it. I don't think they're too bad at all.
You know what?
Did you give it a 7.5?
I gave it an 8.
Oh, an 8.
So you guys
across the board, all 3 of us.
Yeah, you guys are fucking lame. But I think I think the main cop, he fucking reminds me of William Forsythe, man.
Yeah, he's got that thing going on. Or that other guy who looks like William Forsythe, but he's not. The guy who's in Young Guns 2.
Exactly.
Who's like, I'd rather... Yeah, that guy. Who's like, I want you to track down him. That guy is like William Forsythe's stunt double. He's also in Waterworld.
You guys have the
So
Scream
true.
Factory of this?
Yeah.
I have the IFC disc.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I had the IFC disc for one, and I got rid of it when the box set came out. I sold it off. So
I just have the Blu-ray IFC.
man, these transfers are crazy though. They look fucking. I mean, they're also shot really well too. But fuck, they look crystal, man.
They look good.
Yeah, really good.
I'm pretty sure that one of the cops is in the third one.
Yeah,
and he
he's
has
in the second one too. I said he's in all 3.
He's in all 3.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't hear you say that. Yeah, I was gonna say he's in the prison yard and like he's got long hair or some shit.
He's the crazy guy who eats his own shit in part 3.
Yeah, okay.
And he's the bald guy who he tries to perform the ass cheek cutting on in part 2, who bleeds out.
That's right. Yep.
Same guy.
Yeah, the Human Centipede box set from Scream Factory is weird because it's in the like, what do you call those type of packaging? I guess like almost like digipacks.
Yeah,
digipack type style. Yeah,
I don't think they've ever done that before. I was like taken back by it. I didn't expect that. I was
you
like,
should
what
have
the
sent
fuck?
me yours to let me check it out.
I actually kind of like the packaging because the way they did it though, like behind each disc is actually the original cover.
The
art for
artwork.
each.
Yeah, it does look cool. Yeah, I dig that. But I'm not a huge fan of digipacks in general. But I do like the poster art behind it.
I bought the whole Blu-ray set from Family Video, and it didn't come in time, so I had to torrent it. So
just had to legally watch them. Yeah, well, at least
Hey, at least you bought them though. So
You bought them. It's the same thing.
yeah.
good shit. All right, so yeah, that's the Human Centipede from 2009.
Martin, I'm here today because your mother is very worried about you.
He keeps on talking about a centipede with 12 people. What does that mean?
Alrighty, so moving along into 2011 with the sequel, The Human Centipede II, full sequence. Of course, directed by Tom Six again. And yeah, let's get into a quick little synopsis here. Inspired.
Wait a minute, Moots. We got to have 100% medically inaccurate.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so inspired by the fictional Dr. Heater, disturbed loner Martin dreams of creating a 12-person centipede and sets out to realize a sick fantasy. That's actually one of the first things that caught me when I watched this movie when it came out was the fact that this one was actually set in like this in reality.
yeah,
So-
it's a non-traditional approach at a sequel. It's very Wes
It's meta.
Craven's New Nightmare.
It's a meta approach.
It's very meta, and I was surprised that he even took this approach to it. And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool," because we get this introduction to our main character, Martin, who's played by Lawrence R. Harvey, which we mentioned in the first review that it's like brilliant casting. He's this like kind of short,
Great performance.
you know, he's short. He's very, very overweight.
He doesn't
he's very,
speak.
He's creepy looking. He has these super buggy eyes. He's always sweating. It's like perfect. Yeah, and he
The
doesn't
movie
speak.
fucks with you too when it opens up because it shows you the end of the first one.
Yeah.
So if you were just to pop this in, you'd be like, okay, and then it just zooms out. And it's just a fat guy watching it on a computer, and you're like, what the fuck?
I actually wanted to bring that up too about him watching the shit on his laptop at work, and he's obviously obsessed with the movie The Human Centipede and stuff, and he's getting these ideas. But I love the fact that you get to see some clips from the first film and the end of the film in black and white. I thought that was very unique. Cool. It's kind of
Did you guys watch the colorized version at all?
I wanted to, but I don't have it.
I've never seen the colorized version. I've watched this. This is my third time watching the sequel now. I've only ever seen the black and white. I think it looks crisp as
Now,
fuck too.
I wanted to watch the colorized version, or at least, turn it on, see what it looked like and stuff like that, but I just totally ran out of time this week. I've actually never seen this film. I've only started it and shut it off because I was just like, I feel like it's just trying to be shocking for shocking's sake. That was a mistake. I should have gave it more of a chance because it's different than that. I mean, it is being shocking for shocking sake too, but there's more reasons behind it and stuff like that. But I will say this. Yes, I will say this. The black and white in this film fucking pops, dude. Especially really in the dungeon room with the room that he rents out. The like how just gross and dilapidated. It kind of looks like just wet and moisture everywhere. It just pops so much in that room, and big long wide shots of that room and shit. Looks great.
I love this fucking movie. I'm not gonna lie. I love this. When it came out, I loved it. I felt like a lot of people hated it, and I like extreme movies. I always liked extreme movies, but this one goes there, and it's a dark comedy. I know people are like, it's too fucking disgusting, but if you're sick like me, it's a dark comedy, and everything. And it also reminds me of Eraserhead. The whole situation with him sitting with his mother in that miserable fucking house.
Dude.
Yeah, the black and white. It's just a fucking nightmare, and it takes place in reality, but it's a nightmare.
I have that written down, man. I'm like, it actually reminds me of Eraserhead and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah,
totally
dude,
does.
I
That's
like
the black and white with the mom and shit. That's fucking cool that you said that, man. But
the mom kills me, dude. She's like, he keeps talking about the centipede with 12 people, and she's like, I decided to kill us both. That's some comedy shit. It's so.
I thought that was such a fucking. Awkward. I thought that was such a weird line too, that she says he won't stop talking about the centipede thing, but he never fucking says a word.
I know, but it's his book. He has to talk, but we never see it on camera because he's calling all the actresses on the phone and shit.
I never really saw this as being satire at all. I just kind of took it for what it was. He's a crazy guy. I mean, there is funny moments in it, but it's interesting you look at it as a dark comedy or satire and stuff. But I never really seen it like that because it's just so brutal in approach.
It's so nasty.
It's so brutal, man. This dude just has no fucks to give. And it honestly, I guess it kind of works on a satirical way because the simple fact that this dude, this creepy ass fucking dude, works as a parking lot attendant. He's security. He works, he watches the cameras and shit. And this is where he's getting all his test subjects, is from the garage. Right? He literally sees them on camera, goes down there, beats him with a crowbar, and he does it to everybody. He fucking beats him with a crowbar, fucking stuffs him into shit, transport him to this warehouse that he's, building the centipede in and shit. But it's just it's absolutely ridiculous in approach because, like we said in the first review, there should be a police investigation in this movie, which there isn't. So that actually kind of adds to the comedic element to it because it's completely ridiculous because there's cars that are still sitting there. There's a fucking baby that he puts into a car that sits there for days.
It should be almost a nasty daydream. You don't even, you kind of feel like it's just his psychology. And you almost wonder, is this Tom Six's comment about people being inspired by a nasty movie to go out and do something?
Well, that's what I thought the commentary was. That's what I thought. It was a joke against these type of people. This is how ridiculous it is when you think that people get inspired and imitate art. This is what it turns into, right?
And it's hilarious the comparison between the first one because it's 100% medically accurate, and when he does the surgery, it's all clean and everything. Yeah. This one, the dude's fucking with a staple gun and a goddamn crowbar, and it's medically inaccurate, and nothing works. He kills half of them trying to fucking put it together.
I love that it's just sloppy. Fuck, dude. The scene where he goes and hits all of them in the head with the crowbar. It reminded me of seal clubbing or something. It's
yeah, dude, it's
fucked up.
I honestly, I think the most brutal part in this film is when he fucking kills his mom, dude. When he takes it out on his mom, I was like, holy fuck, man, this is fucking brutal.
And when she tries to stab him in his bed, he
wasn't there.
Oh my god, that was the best part. That was the best scene of the whole movie. Is when she's stabbing the.
It's so wrong
bed.
because when the camera pans back to fucking Martin, he's standing there buck naked with his little fucking penis hanging out his belly. I'm just like, oh my god, and he's staring at his mom. Doesn't even say anything, and she kind of looks at him like, oh, you're not there.
She just crawls in the bed and goes to sleep.
Oh my god,
I love the fact that actually one of my favorite parts of the movie, man, is when they're having dinner And the mom fucking loses her mind. She's like, I can't handle this music upstairs. And she grabs a broom and she fucking starts hitting the roof with the fucking broom, right? She's like, fuck this guy. And this dude comes down from upstairs into the apartment and is like, fuck you. You ever fucking do that again? And she fucking she blames it on her kid. And she's like, yeah, he can't stand the music. And he started hitting the roof. And then the fucking dude beats the shit out of Martin. Like,
she asked him to kill him. She's like, kill us. Please
she
kill
railroads
us.
him.
She totally sold him out,
so
dude.
bad.
She sold him out, dude.
She railroads him and sells him out so bad in that part. I'm just like, holy fuck.
He asked him to kill him. She's like, kill us. Please kill us. And he's like, fuck.
It's funny, dude. I never saw this as a comedy, but until we're talking about it, everything is hilarious to me now.
It's nasty. It's so over the top. It has to be a comedy. If it's not, Tom Six is way worse than I thought he was. But
I think when it gets to the garage and like when he actually compiles his Human Centipede with all these people and shit, it doesn't come off very fun. I mean, there's definitely funny moments in it where he's beaten, but like, man, it is brutal, dude. Like,
it's not very funny there.
There's so much shit going on in there that is nasty. Man, I don't know about comedic elements in that. I wasn't laughing at all. But
I did laugh out loud when the guy, because it's not even funny. It's just such a fucked up moment when the guy's tape falls off and he's like, and he realizes what he's going to do. And he's like, the Human Centipede is a film. It's a fucking film. And that part's great too. That gives me chills.
I love
because he knows how bad he's fucked.
I will say, man,
he slams the fucking crowbar down. It's like so comedic the way he like takes the crowbar and slams it down on like each one of their like heads or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Actually, when he's pulling out the tools to construct his centipede, and it's like all the wrong fucking tools. It's literally like he's building a fucking engine. He has like a hammer. He's got pliers and screwdrivers.
There's like a hacksaw and shit.
What is he building here, man? Like a fucking rebuilding an engine or a carburetor? This makes no sense, man. But actually, the one element to this where I do like how it has this meta approach to it and stuff, and it's set in like this reality and it's self-aware and shit, and it's pretty cool. But the fact that they actually got Ashlyn Yenny back for the film to do this, I thought that was, she's actually better in this movie too, because she's playing like, you know, this real life type person and shit, and it just comes across way better to me. But like,
is this where she says that you know, they took but she took they made sure to take baths before doing this stuff. I thought that was interesting because I remember so many people commenting on that aspect of the film. Mm-hmm. I feel like that Tom Six was just answering a question that people had, because you know you're sitting there all day with your
he completely was
face and nose up against someone's like butt, you know what I mean? And I just thought it was funny because it's like he took time to answer that question for people that watched the first film.
I like the fact that like she thinks she's going to a Quentin Tarantino audition. Like, what the fuck? Like she did this Human Centipede movie and she thinks she's Quentin Tarantino material now.
I love
Dave, you're so right. This movie actually is a fucking comedy. It's hilarious.
And the fact is,
I never took it like that.
Half the people are in the Centipede are pieces of shit, and the other half are just like normal people. You're just like, man, the mixture is just random people is also great. But and like when they're trying to, the one dude, the young guy who's like with the blonde hair, he's trying to hit him at the end. Even when he's walking as a Centipede, he's trying to hit Martin every time he walks by.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. This one surprised the hell out of me because I thought it was going to be just crap. Based on
there's lots of crap in it though.
Oh, and it's the only thing in color, for Christ's sakes. That's almost pushing it. Like, come on, that's like some immature shit. Huh?
Dude, I gotta say, actually, I even have it written down, the funniest moment, which is the only thing I even laughed at, I guess, when I was watching, but I said the funniest moment in this movie is when he basically induces the diarrhea flow, right? He goes around, he injects them with some shit that's gonna make them shit. He presses on their bellies and he makes them, and then when it starts happening, dude, you can hear the sound effect. It's like, actually at first he's making the sound effects, he's like he's making them and shit, and then it starts happening, and then when he realizes they're actually shitting in each other's mouths, his reaction is, it's like the happiest moment. It's like a little kid at Disneyland.
Yeah, it totally reminds me of a little kid who like is reenacting like their favorite movie.
Yeah.
What's that?
His reaction might be the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like, he is so happy. He's like a pig in shit, pun intended. But he, like, the way it's filmed, it kind of pans to him, and he's just like, oh, yeah. He's like, shit.
And then the shit hits the wall.
Oh, my. And it just starts spraying in this, like, diarrhea in everyone's mouth. Like, this movie just gets so fucking vile, but you can't look away, man. It's like a train wreck.
I think, what do you think? Do you think, like, because it's black and white, it helps with that, with how gross it is.
They made it put it in black and white. I bet they did.
I think it would have been worse in perfect. I think it would have been worse in color because I mean, especially by the end of it. Like,
so. I'm actually curious on that colored version. It is on the Blu-ray, you said, Dave?
Yeah, on the Scream Factory Blu-ray only. On that set. It's
new color version of the film.
Dude, I didn't even notice that, man. I wish I had noticed that. I would have watched the last the last 30 minutes in color just to see what it was like. Fuck,
I almost
didn't know
bought
that.
the set just for the colorized version.
Oh, I'm gonna have to watch
movie.
it. That's such a shame I didn't watch it because, man, I would like to see, because I was even thinking to myself, I'm like, man, this isn't black and white. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of blood, a lot of gore. Like, it would have just been a nasty scene of shit and blood everywhere. Oh my God. Crazy.
This has some real, man, there's some disturbing shit in here, though. At the end, when nothing goes right for him, when he does that little cry and shit, he does it when a couple people die that he doesn't want to. And then when the centipedes actually separate and he just loses his mind, when he goes around and just boom, boom with a gun, that part's just like, oh my God, the raw violence in that is just, and it doesn't stop. It doesn't let up. You just don't see that many people get killed back to back like that unless it's a war movie.
Yeah, it's very crazy? Dark. It's very dark because he starts at the end of the line and he kind of goes through and then he does the first half of the centipede, which are Ashley Yenny, she's actually at the top of the thing, and then he kills her last, and it's just fucking brutal, man. Like,
he runs out of bullets.
Yeah, dude, and then what he does to her, oh my God, man. Like, yeah, there's definitely no comedic relief in that end part, in that third act, man.
Of course, the baby.
Eli Roth actually said he got sick watching this, and that's the highest compliment he could pay to a movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely stomach turning. Honestly, as the new Extreme movies are concerned, the only two that ever were like, oh my God, like I was shocked, like I didn't believe I was seeing, it was this and the Serbian film. I was like, I can't believe these got made, and they don't. I can't believe these got made with real money. Like, somebody really paid for these because these look like real movies, and they're just fucking this nasty.
This one actually, honestly, it's more gross, it's more disturbing than a Serbian film to myself, just for the simple fact, like, I've joked many times with episode 184, I always talk about sandpaper on penis and shit like that. That was a joking before this movie even came out with me. And when this shit came out and he was literally putting sandpaper on his penis and jerking off and shit,
right on the nose,
I was like, oh my God, I've joked about this shit for years doing this. Like, obviously I don't do that because I'm not into sadistic, sadomasochistic fucking sex and shit, but man, I think him jerking off with the sandpaper is very, very disturbing. Like, just to see that, like, it's actually his
and
real
the barbed wire,
and also, but it's when he fucks her too, man. Like, I mean, we've already seen the whole line of shit go through everybody, and then that basically kind of like almost turns him on. He's like, yeah, he's so riled up from it that he puts barbed wire on his penis and fucks this chick. And I'm not sure if he does her in the ass or not. By the end of it does look like he fucked her in the ass, because when she dies and she's laying on the ground and her ass is like completely mutilated and fucking it's nasty.
One dude's asshole is so blown out, like, because it rips, because the big dude rips off of it, and you see it crawling away. You're just like, what the fuck? That shit coming out of that guy's mouth.
Yep. Oh my God. But like, man, those close-up scenes of the diarrhea spray going into their mouths, I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like, even real German scat porn can't even get it that right.
Oh, dude.
Man, it was brutal. And that whole scene is like relentless. It never stops. Like, there's no downtime in it at all. It's like 30 minutes of just like nasty shit oh my God, man.
The very end of this movie,
it's so effective.
You think it's like they're like, it's all a daydream, and then you hear the baby crying still.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder, like, is it a daydream still, or is it real? Did it happen?
No, I think I think it's set in reality. I think it happened. But
they let you think for a while.
The baby, though, what, like that?
I think it's just another movie.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's a movie.
The baby
it's a movie set in Seinfeld's Bizarro World.
that baby is just insane. Like,
the fact that they go back to that, like that baby was sitting there for a while, like a couple days and shit. Because it doesn't just
at the end, baby in the car too. That's the baby I'm talking about. But the baby, with the crying is at the end. I wonder that they let you think it might not have happened, and then you hear the baby crying. You're like, oh, it must have.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
but the baby in the car is fucked up too.
But that's disturbing in itself, because when he like hammers on that fucking the mom, takes her out of the garage and shit, and then puts the baby in the car and just kind of leaves it. Like, he has a compassion for the kid, but just leaves it locked in a car. It's like, well, at least it wasn't in the fucking beating sun. That would.
At least it wasn't in the centipede.
At least it. Oh my God. Yeah, that's Human Centipede mixed with a Serbian film. That's not even fucking funny. Come on, a little bit. But I gotta admit though, man, you know, like you're right. Like, oh man, dude, forgot about the one part in the film. Actually, again, this shit made me laugh too. So there was a pregnant woman that was part of the centipede, and she kind of fucking gets free and shit.
They think she dies, so she puts her on the
She has like a forced abortion or some shit.
Well, no, she gives birth. She was ready to burst when she went into the centipede. But anyway, she gets in this car and she gives birth, and this baby slides out of her pussy into the fucking where your gas pedal and and your fucking brake is and shit. Well, she freaks out and has to, you know, get away and stuff, and she goes to hit the gas and fucking crushes the baby's head.
That's so repulsive.
I was kind of like wondering why she did that, honestly.
She's panicking.
She was panicking.
She
was scared for her life, and she needed to get out of there. And I don't think she realized what she was doing, but she was to hit the gas, and the baby's head somehow got underneath there, and she crushed the baby's head with the pedal. And I'm like, oh my god!
I kind of feel like as a mother, though, you'd pick up the baby, and before you like, I don't know.
It's supposed to be like the horror is so ridiculous, and I don't even know if she knew the baby fell out at that point.
That's kind of
no. She noticed that the baby comes out because she actually looks down at the ground and she's like, oh, and she's looking down there, and yeah, she knows it came out.
Her fear overcame her baby's life.
But that's kind of a hard situation to like gather what you would do. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck would you do in that moment?
I honestly think that's probably something in that movie that made people just be so offended. I think honestly, this movie's intent is to like be a satire, a dark comedy, and be offensive.
Yeah, and do what people expected the first one to be, or
exactly,
and also the people who wanted it to be more.
I always felt
talk shit because it wasn't more.
Yeah,
it was his response. I like that. I think Tom Six. I like directors who like take feedback from what people are saying and
make fun of them.
Right.
Like Dario Argento does.
Yeah. Is that why we got Dracula 3D?
I don't know about that. But Tenebrae for sure. Because Argento wasn't a critic himself.
I definitely always thought this was just an answer to, you know, fucking, you know, people just don't imitate fucking, you know, art like that and shit. I mean, if they did, this is how ridiculous it's going to turn out to be. I mean, I like that, man. If you're gonna showcase that type of commentary, you might as well go to the extreme levels and do shit like baby killings and just amp up everything about what the first film wasn't. You know, I mean, you might as well do that. And I think he did it proper too, man. I mean, you gotta admit, dude, this movie has a lot of great things. Like, it's shot so well. It's even acted really well. Like the effects are good. Like, there's a lot of good shit here. He didn't just go out and make this like hardcore black comedy, satirical,
or retarded commentary dumb movie.
Exactly.
Or, I didn't mean to use that term, but mentally handicapped movie like Part 3.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, by Part 3, it's full blown just moronic satire. That's what it is. But this one's different because you can take it either way. At first, like, I never really thought about it as being like dark comedy. You can see the satire, and you can see the satire's in the commentary because he's obviously making fun of people that are, you know, bitching about.
Maybe some people don't think it's a dark comedy, but I see the humor in it, and maybe I'm just sick. It's so over the top, it has to be.
It's funny because I never thought about it until you said that, and then I started thinking about it. I'm like, there was a lot of parts that made me laugh, but I guess the end result is that you leave this movie remembering the last 30 minutes, which are so not fucking funny at all. Like, it's just insanely fucking gross and brutal. So, but I understand the commentary that he was trying to do, but yeah, I think this movie's great.
Me too. People hate it. They fucking hate them. They get worse. They rate them so low. Like, if you look in the Internet Movie Database, they hate all three of the movies.
Tom Six got a lot of criticism for making the first film. A lot of people were pissed that, you know, he did something disgusting like that, and like that's why I think Martin is supposed to be what people perceive people who watch the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
so cool. But you guys ready to rate?
Yeah, Kyle, I feel like we cut you off a little bit. Do you have anything else to say about it?
No, I mean, that
Kyle, just tell us stories about how you jerked off with sandpaper while watching this movie.
So I jerked off with sandpaper, and I also jerked off with barbed wire, and I fucked this dude and girl in the ass at the same time.
Did you eat Cheetos while you're doing it?
I ate jalapeno Cheetos, actually.
Were those hard to find? I haven't been able to find those jalapeno Cheetos.
Dude, I love that you get your hands all cheesy jalapenoed up, and then you play with your balls, and you rub your little mushroom while you watch fucking Human Centipede II.
And the jalapeno, because it's like hot, gives it a little tang.
Oh, flare in your coming. Yeah,
I take my pinky and I rub it in the Cheeto dust, and I shove it up my asshole.
Go slower. I'm taking notes here, man. This is a lot.
I'm not even sure what's grosser, the movie or this conversation right now. now.
This is
CGI
why
rain
people in
in this
Shockwaves get mad whenever I ever shared shows in there.
The
is
CGI
exactly what it is,
rain
'cause
sucked in this movie, by the way.
We're so like we have no filters on this show, so it is what it is.
I'll say the CGI did suck in this movie.
The rain,
but,
the CGI rain is the only thing I noticed. It was just poop. Every time they cut to an outside shot, there was a CGI rain. I was like, why?
No, I
Dude,
definitely agree.
exactly. Like, why did that even happen?
Unneeded.
Yeah, it is unneeded.
All right, ratings. Moots.
Up first. Well, first up, man, I enjoy the shit out of this movie, man. I'm probably, maybe one of a few people that actually really enjoy this film. Right from the start, man, I think it was a great approach doing it in black and white. I don't know why, but I really like the black and white cinematography to this. I mean, I guess it probably comes down to having the idea of what he did in the third act, and just it made more sense to not have it in color, because I'm intrigued now, man, that they have the color version on there. I gotta see this in color now. I mean, it's an artistic thing, but at the same time, as if there is color, I gotta check this out now. But I understand why it was probably originally done like that. But again, casting's brilliant, man. I think the effects are great in this film. It's just entertaining, man. I gotta agree. I think Dave changed my mind on this. I think it actually more is a dark comedy, because I never thought about it. I never perceived the film. I never even watched it like that. I just kind of assumed it was this meta piece, full of commentary. He's answering questions with what he's doing and stuff, and but just kind of taking a serious approach to it too. But there actually is a lot of funny ass parts in this. But it's honestly one of the nastiest pieces of cinema I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen the vomit gore films, and they're nasty and shit like this one, but this one's one is done on like a higher budget and just has that fucking more appeal to it. It seems to hit home a little bit harder. And this
it's also a story. It's not just fucking.
Yeah, it's not just scene after scene. Exactly. This one actually.
And I don't
has
think anybody actually was being exploited for real.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And I think that they probably had safe words and stuff. If people wanted their mouth off someone's asshole, you say the word.
Who would want to say that word?
Right? I mean, if you could get paid,
it all depends
Morgan's
on
a creepy little fuck.
If you
too,
could get paid to just tot salad all day on camera, not have any lines, why not? Right? Fuck. Right. But I think it's just full of nastiness, which is great. I absolutely love this, man. It feels, a lot of people perceive this film as being very tasteless and stuff. I think it's full of taste. It's maybe shitty taste. But I don't care.
We should make a part 4 with Jeremy as the head.
Just complaining the whole time.
Yeah.
Right? Fuck,
are we done yet?
And the other thing is, man, this movie fucking clips along, dude. Like, I'm intrigued right from the opening scene. Like, right when you find out this shit's like meta and is set in this like reality world, and this guy's watching fucking Human Centipede. He's got his DVD, by the way. It's not even a fucking Blu-ray. Fuck, you should have watched that shit on Blu-ray.
Well, I mean, back then, 2000, what?
Well, a lot of those, the laptop drives and shit, is very rare that you can come across ones with Blu-ray players, right?
I didn't get a Blu-ray player till 2010. And I felt like I was kind of early. Not super early, but like, earlier than like the regular population.
Yeah, I had the PlayStation 3, so that was 2007, whatever. But anyways, I love this movie. I think it's great. 8.5 out of 10. It's awesome. I think it's great.
Dave.
This is one of my favorite extreme movies, and I know maybe I steered you guys wrong, but I truly do see it as a satirical dark comedy. I know it's nasty. I know it's offensive as hell, but I just don't give a fuck.
Honestly, if I didn't agree with you, I would let you know. And you changed Like, honestly, man, I never perceived it like that until you said it.
I always have.
But if I'm going to talk about all the funny ass parts in this, and it might just be my sense of you, because I do find funny shit like jerking off a sandpaper to be kind of comical, because it's like ridiculous to me.
It's so over the top. It's got to be. It's like, so on the nose and over the top. It has to be a dark comedy.
I look at like the bigger picture too. I'm like, could you imagine this dude going into a hardware store and being like, "Sir, where's your 80 grit sandpaper?" And then just cutting to him jerking off with 80 grit sandpaper. I'm like, that's just fucking hilarious to me. So funny.
The only thing this dude cares about is this Human Centipede book. It's the only time he goes after his mother, when she grabs the fucking book.
I like how the cover is like literally the poster of the movie.
Dude, his face, he's so sad, and then he gets so mad at her when she's like ripping up the book and shit. I'm like, yeah, get her.
His face. Dude, I think it's a great performance. I got to give it a 9 out of 10. Love it.
Whoa.
God damn, I fucked up. I should have given it a 9 too. That's stupid.
Kylo.
I love this movie too.
I would say, I mean, I kind of agree with Moods on this. Like, I like the black and white aspect of it. It's extremely like graphic. I mean, I want to see it in color, honestly, versus the black and white. I think the black and white was like an amazing aspect of it. The main character was like the kind of selling point for me because he's so fucking creepy and he looks like a pedophile. And he was, I mean, the whole concept of the movie was he was molested, and he's kind of, his mom's a bitch. He doesn't have a dad. He's molested, and this is what he does. I mean, I mean, obviously that's just like room for disaster, basically.
On the nose too, right?
His mom's a bitch. He doesn't have a dad. He's molested. This is
I'm
what
just being honest. That's what I get from it. So I would give this. I honestly, from watching this, I used to think this was like one of the more graphic films that I've ever seen, like as far as like films go. But after rewatching, I kind of like the first one a little bit better than the second one, just because I like the way it was filmed. I like the story a little bit better. But I would say 7.5 out of 10 is what I'm going to give it. So.
I definitely like this more than I expected I would. Like I said, I turned it on. I was just like, this isn't for me. I was really not into the whole extreme era of films that were coming out at the time. You know, I've kind of, I don't know. It mainly like the August Underground and the Slaughter Vomit Dolls and shit. Like those
I'm
just
never watching Slaughter Vomit Dolls again.
They just didn't appeal to me back then. You know, I remember
got duped into watching fucking multiple times for this show. God damn it.
Yeah, and they gave me the other what's the name? Lucifer
Valentine. Yeah, see that's
he gave me the the documentary.
Dave doesn't like that shit because it's all Canadian. Again, he's hating on Canadian shit.
Yeah,
awful.
But so I was like really kind of turned off by like I'm just gonna torture somebody for, even though I love the Hostel movies, I felt like there was story there. But I'm just gonna torture people and make them eat piss and shit and puke and stuff for an hour and a half. It just didn't appeal to me. Thought that's what this was. I mean, there is some of that, but I think that it's way more artistically done, and like I said, especially like catching that it's like a response to the first film. I love that stuff. So I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10.
Damn.
That's probably the highest ratings this movie ever got.
and that was with Kyle's 7.5?
That's a good rating. 7.5 is a good rating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as you said 9, I was like, fuck.
I had a 9 right from the beginning.
I actually really I was like, when I finished this movie last night, I was like, oh fuck, that shit is so, I just super entertained by it. Like I was shocked.
Yeah, it's rare for an extreme movie to never slow down like that.
No, it's like relentless, right? Dude. It's like, it's crazy. Like when you think about it, like from the kill count in the first movie, I guess there's like 5 people that die in the movie or whatever. And then this one just seems like it's just amped up to like 2,000%, man. It's ridiculous. But
there's like 13, 14 kills in this thing. There's 14 kills in it.
But they're just brutal. Like every kill is brutal though. That's the thing. So the Human Centipede II from 2011. Yeah.
Our prison has the highest violence rates, legal and medical costs than any other institution in the U.S. correctional system. Things will have to change fast. I think I have a solution.
All right, so moving into 2015 with the Human Centipede III final sequence, again directed by Tom Six.
100% politically incorrect.
Politically incorrect, yes, I would definitely 100% agree with that. Synopsis: taking inspiration from the Human Centipede films, the warden of a notorious and troubled prison looks to create a 500-person human centipede as a solution to his problems. Man, so if you perceive part 2 as a satirical kind of black comedy, and you go into part 3, this one is just straight up full-blown satire of what he's done in the past. And again, this one is oddly set in this weird reality where the Human Centipede 1 and also part 2 are actually movies.
I think this is going to create some kind of paradox if we keep going.
I know it's like it's beyond Jerry Seinfeld and his bizarre
if he makes
world right
a
now.
fourth one, and it's like those ones were movies too.
Yeah,
I'm just going to be like, what the fuck,
dude? It actually made me laugh when I was watching this because it was like a first time watch for me last night, and I was like, what the fuck? This one's set what? Part 2 is a movie? What the? I was so fucking confused, man. But so
I turned this off the first time I tried to watch it. I got like 10 minutes in and I was like, if they're not going to try, I'm not going to try.
So honestly, dude, I don't think it's as bad as what I heard. Like, people made this shit out to sound like it was like such a disaster, like awful, horrible movie. And like, although I admit that it's not necessarily good, to me, like, what the statement is in this one is it's just reveling in the ridiculousness of the concept and the worn out concept by this point.
There's also a ham-fisted message about private prisons, big time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because there's scum.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of private prisons, people have problems with them because they think they profit off the prisoners more than the other prisons, yada, yada, yada.
They do.
Well, they do.
Well, I'm not arguing. I don't know much about prisons.
And it's funny, too, because it's set in Texas, too, which they have one of, like, the worst prison situations and shit, too.
Who is that sheriff from Texas that got in trouble for abusing the prisoners?
Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah, that's him.
John
That
Norris.
was him. Because that's where a ranger's going to be.
Oh, fuck, man. I love the fact that Eric Roberts is the governor in this movie. It's fucking great.
Tom Lister's in it. That's cool.
There's a lot of cameos, man. We got fucking Tom. Like, how these guys sign on to this shit, man? So we got Debo from Friday.
Yeah, that's Tom Lister.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see him, but he fits in prison. That's for sure.
Brie Olson. He's been in prison in 100 prison movies.
Brie Olson. She's a porn star, am I right?
Yeah.
She's the one that Charlie Sheen slept with, right?
She fucked Charlie Sheen's HIV dick.
She's actually not even that.
He didn't get it though.
She's actually not that bad of an
pretty
actress
lucky.
in this either. You know, I've never really seen.
She's one of the better ones.
She's
compared
cute.
The thing, Brie Olson, she got real titties. She got real tits too, man. That's one thing that
That's
she prizes.
saying a lot that she's one of the better actresses in this movie. That's saying a fuck ton of.
Well, I
like,
will say, man.
Did these guys forget how to act? Did they forget? They got some bad direction because I thought they were good in 1 and 2, but I don't think they're very good.
Well,
in this.
Dieter Laser, man.
I think they're just going.
He's playing like a full blown, like ridiculous comedic version of like any type of like serious warden, right? Like it's
Dude, he
purposely
won't
done
stop
over the top.
yelling.
It's
Like he
ridiculous.
literally is like,
I think that's the point. I think
like
it's
the
supposed
entire
to be.
film.
It's bad.
I think it's
annoying.
it does. It actually gets like honestly, man. The first half an hour of this movie, I was super entertained. I was like, wow, they're doing like a total full blown satire of these characters and
Seen
shit.
it before?
I'd seen the first 10 minutes. I kind of did what Dave did. I didn't turn it off because I was disliking it. I turned it off because I actually got sidetracked, never went back to it.
Oh, you turned it
You're
off
not
because
gonna
you just
try, I'm
didn't
not
like
either.
it. I don't believe that you did not turn it off because you didn't like it.
No, I honestly did. I honestly did. But no, the thing is, man, I actually liked the first half an hour of this movie, man. Until it gets into, man, this is where this movie just takes a total fucking shit corner, man. Like halfway through the film, the whole second half of this movie, I think sucks, man. I think it's terrible. I think the first half is actually quite kind of entertaining with listening to Dieter and his yelling and shit. He's just this ridiculous, over the top fucking warden. His ideas are extreme. They're ridiculous. But then
He's
of
like
course,
got cowboy hats on and shit, but he got that fucking German
He
accent.
was from Germany too. In the beginning of the movie, he starts out with a wannabe Texas accent. He's like, Jesus Christ, and then he like loses it right away. Like,
well, they make jokes about that.
Like he's like, no, I ain't doing this.
They make jokes about that too. He's like, he's so full blown American that he won't even smoke fucking Cuban cigars because they come from a communist fucking country and shit. He only smokes Dominicans.
I kind of like the doctor in this. He's all like, I don't want to do this, and then he's like, hey guys, how's it going at the end?
Right, yeah.
But honestly,
I didn't get invested in this till the last half an hour, but by then I didn't really give a shit anymore.
Dude, see, I'm the complete opposite. I think the first half an hour is fun because when you're getting reintroduced to these familiar faces and characters, I guess they're different characters, but the faces in Bill Boss, which I think is the funniest name for a warden. His name is Bill Boss. And then fucking his right hand man, which is played by Lawrence R. Harvey, which is the main character in part 2. His name is Dwight Butler. Like, fuck, are you serious? His last name is Butler. And he's great in this, man, because his accent, and he looks like Hitler. He literally has the fucking Hitler mustache. And he's got this fucking hilarious accent, and I think he steals the show in this, man. He doesn't really talk a whole lot, but every time he talks, it just kills me, man. Because
I don't even know what his accent's supposed to be.
Either do I. It's like a totally not Texas accent, like a cliche Texan accent, but I don't really know what he's supposed to be doing. But it is funny to me. maybe
I'm
that's
with
the
moods.
point.
I was on board for like the first part of the film, but it started getting annoying as it went on.
Yeah, I think once they start drilling these ideas into his mind about, well, we can solve all of our problems, because basically kind of what the setup is here is that,
I'm about to get fucking fired.
The warden is running this prison, which is obviously one of the worst prisons in statistically wise in Texas and shit. And he's about to get fired by the governor, played by Eric Roberts. And they need to do something to figure out a way to keep their jobs and, kind of straighten out the prisoners and stuff like that. And this idea gets thrown in their head that, hey, a way of controlling the prisoners and stuff is by building this huge 500 man fucking human centipede and shit like that, which is like completely ridiculous, right? But I mean, the first part, before it kind of gets into that, I think it's actually pretty entertaining. There's some pretty funny moments and stuff. But once it takes that angle, and then I don't know, man. He's a piece of shit from the start. But like, I don't know. There's parts in this movie that just kind of, I feel like they're there just for shock value too, and just kind of add to the aspect. But I mean, when
it's just not doing anything.
It's not clever.
It's
the
not.
second one was clever and but gross. This one's just gross. It's not clever.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like you take the scene with Robert Lusardo, man, where he fucking basically, actually, when he's pulling down his pants and he rips the hole in his asshole and shit, and then he basically fucking cuts his balls off. He cuts his fucking and eats his balls and shit. That's when it kind of loses.
The assholes was like kind of fucking gross in this one.
Like it gets so extreme. It gets so extreme and shit. But like in a non-comical way and shit. It just really loses me after the first half an hour in this one.
I like how he's eating African dried African clitorises.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
He's really enjoying those things too.
He like smelled it and he was like, "Oh, these are clitorises. These are dried clitorises." I didn't really honestly, I didn't really understand the whole point of this movie. Like, why was it even made?
The whole point was literally just to save his job. Because he was
no.
fired.
He just means like, why was
like I'm wondering why Tom Six even made this movie. Like I don't because
it got to be a trilogy, damn it.
Another thing I didn't understand was why he used these actors. Like, why did he use the Dieter or whatever Dieter Laser?
Well, that's the
and like
the
guy like that. That's what I don't understand. Like he didn't really reuse them in the original movies. Why is he using them as the main characters in this movie? And then in this movie, they were watching the first movie and the second movie, and it was them. Like it just kind of was like,
it's absurd. It's too fucking stupid.
It's stupid.
Well, I mean,
it's too fucking stupid.
If you take it as a full blown satire, I mean, those type of shit, it shouldn't even matter. I mean, we know that it's them. But to them in this reality, it's just like people that, I don't know. It's not even noted that they even look like them. You'd think somebody would be like...
He does note it once. He says that he looks just like that guy if he shaved the mustache.
Oh, yeah. They say that about Dwight. Yeah, for sure they do. Yeah. For sure. But honestly, man, I think Dieter would be a little bit more noticeable considering it's the same fucking face.
Dude,
it's weird that these are the only 3 films Tom Six directed, right?
He's got another one coming out, Aragna. What is it, Aragna Club? Or something
I know. I remember seeing the trailer for it and thought it looked kind of cool, or read the synopsis or something and thought it sounded cool. But it's kind of weird that he just did these 3 over a 6-year period. You would think he wouldn't want to get pigeonholed into this type of film, over and over and over again. I could understand if he just did this one last, after a few other films, just to kind of wrap it up and be like, we're gonna get the crew back together and shoot another Centipede movie. And to me, this one, what it really is to me is it's just him acknowledging the fact that they're ridiculous and how the world kind of perceives the concept by this point, where it's just become a joke. And it's just that's why it's a 500 how do you top a 12 person, a 500 person, and this one, with the fact that they're prisoners and stuff, just is actually easier for plot convenience to get 500 people.
Yeah.
And also the way that they modify how the centipede works, because they have to release them one day, you know what I mean? I don't know, there's things I like about this film, honestly. I don't think it's that bad. I just don't think that it wasn't really necessary, and it didn't really add much new to it. What he's saying wasn't really as interesting to me. And also with the whole yelling, it just the yelling of Dieter was
the overacting's too much. It's too much.
Just too much.
Again, Tom Six is even in it himself. He puts himself in the movie
Tom
for
Six
once.
is pretty fun in there.
Yeah.
This movie is 2 hours of Dieter Laser literally yelling. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish this one definitely shouldn't have been an hour and 40 minutes. Like,
no, it's
if
a mistake.
Should have been this one.
It definitely is a mistake, man. I like I said, I feel like the first half an hour was entertaining, you kind of whatever with the young, but then it just continues to go on for like the next like 70. Yeah, it goes on way too long with this yelling and shit like that, and it kind of gets even offensive too, like with the racial slurs at points. I'm like, like you don't really have to throw the N word with the hard R and shit in there, and I'm like,
I felt like it was just,
if you're going to be offensive, you got to be clever, or it just comes off embarrassing. And this one comes off embarrassing.
And that's the thing. And that's why I feel like in the first half an hour, there's actually some, not really clever jokes, but it's still entertainingly funny. Like when he's calling Brie Olson, his assistant, just tits. Like he won't even use her name Daisy. He keeps calling her tits and stuff. And like he fucking licks his finger and puts it right up her pussy and shit.
Oh my god, that was so cringy.
It's just like, what the fuck is like, this is ridiculous. Like everything that's happening in this movie is absolutely ridiculous. But I don't know.
I did like the cameos.
It loses
the Japanese guy, the cop from the first one, and then the doctor from part 2 is in here too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought that was cool, man. I love the Japanese guy.
The girl wasn't in this one, right?
No.
I thought it was like so cringy when he did that with her pussy. I was like, dude, why? Like that was like the beginning.
I think it's cringy when people say pussy. Sometimes.
It's showcasing like how out of control he is, man. He's giving no fucks and stuff. He's doing that type of fucking sexual harassment. Obviously, that's beyond sexual harassment. He's literally penetrating her.
I think too though that it was like bad because it was at the beginning of the movie. It was like that very beginning of the movie. I'm like, at least leave this for like the middle of the movie that you do this. But it's like he's like yelling and then all of a sudden sticks 2 fingers up her fucking snatch. And then it's like, okay, well, we get where this is going at this point. So it doesn't really leave much for the viewer to like see where the movie's going. It's like, all right, this is the way this movie's going to go at this point. So
it's going to death rape.
You know why this movie's so fucking long too? You know why this movie's so fucking long? You got
they had to throw it in a dream sequence where Theodore gets raped in the kidney.
Damn, you're like reading my fucking mind. Like, exactly. So he has this weird dream sequence where he dreams of the dude that he fucking cut his balls off and shit. And he like stabs him in the side and then he jumps on him and fucks his hole in his side and shit and wakes up. I'm like, what the like, why? Like, what the fuck is the point? It was actually painful to watch. I'm like, this is obviously a fucking dream sequence.
I meant like if I produced this movie after getting the first 2 and I got this, I'd be like, oh man, what are you doing to me?
I mean, I would have cut out that 5-6 minute sequence for sure, man. I was like, it goes on. And I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm like, it's obviously a dream. It's not happening in the middle of the film. Like, come on. It's just so pointless to do. I figure it's just, man, dude, this one goes on way too fucking long.
I'll say that my favorite part or my favorite actor in this movie was the dude from Nip Tuck, that fucking Mexican guy with all the tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
Like the one that he was like so fucking dope. Like he's the one that fucked like Dieter Laser in the fucking kidney or whatever.
Yeah, Robert Lazardo. That guy plays in like all this, like those are all real tattoos and shit. That guy's been in a million things, man.
Yeah.
He's been in like everything. He's so fucking sick though. Like I loved his acting. I don't know why.
Yeah. I like him too.
He's great in everything, man. Is it just me or is like Robert Lazardo not aged in the last 30 years?
He looks exactly the same from Nip Tuck.
I swear, when he was doing shit in the 80s, he looked the fucking same as he does in this movie. I'm like, this is weird. The dude just doesn't age. It's crazy.
Maybe you could hit him up, Dave.
Yeah, he must have a secret of life. I think it's being bald. Shaving your head,
but like even look at the year. Like look how like he's in such good shape too, man. He's like just cut to fucking hell. Like it's crazy.
Good skin.
His fucking cock's probably tattooed too. I'm sure.
He is Mexican, so I don't know what's going on.
Get him
JP.
up on the.
JP's like almost 30 and looks like he's about 50. So
wait, hold on. When did that become a thing?
He didn't get the skin, so yeah.
I love it.
I don't want that to be a thing. That's not.
I'm calling up.
He's all offended by.
No, because that feel good. Dave's the old dude that looks old. We can't have two dudes that look old.
Well, we can if they're in different backgrounds. But mine's a joke.
Everybody knows I look great.
Yeah. JP, we just been holding it in, man. You actually look older than I do.
Fuck off.
He's getting so mad. It's like the time where I told him he's swinging on my nuts.
I mean, this one is, I don't know. There's really not much else to say about it, I don't think.
There's fart butter. It's fart butter.
Yeah, it's pretty forgettable, to be honest. Like I said, it takes a big turd
It's
Pun
like
intended.
a one-time watch to say you watched it. Like, oh, I've
I
seen the
agree.
trilogy.
Human
But I
Centipede.
can't see myself ever wanting to see it again. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's horrible or anything, though.
I don't think it's Hall of Painter.
No, the Human Centipede itself is like the whole like the last like 15 minutes is pretty fucking lame, pretty tame and lame, to be honest. I was not satisfied with that. There's potential to have a real messy fucking courtyard. I was hoping for some like serious German scat going on there, but
I'm the scat man.
All right, let's-
Didn't
Didn't get
you gotta
it, man.
put that as the song.
didn't get it.
Let's get into ratings.
Am I first this time?
Yes.
Sure.
4.5. Don't care for it.
All right. Back to Kyle.
I cannot stand this fucking movie. It sucks. I mean, it's not nowhere near the worst movie I've ever seen, but I mean, it's pretty fucking terrible. I would say 3 out of 10.
All right. I don't mind it as much as you guys. I don't think it's good. Don't necessarily think it's bad. So I'm coming in the middle, rated a 5, man.
I'm actually going to stick with my original rating at 4 out of 10. I think it just takes a heaping fucking pile of diarrhea about 35 minutes into it, and that's it, man.
That's close to Hall of Pain, isn't it?
That
I'll tell you. I gave
What'd
it
you
a
give
three-
it?
I gave it
4.5.
a 3. I gave it a 3 because Brie Olsen didn't show her tits. So
It's a point.
I
and a half above
commend
Hall
her
of
for
Fame.
not doing that. If you're going to be a porn star and be a very famous porn star, and you want to like kind of break into mainstream shit, you know, why
Don't
not?
start with the Human Centipede.
No, don't start with Human
No,
Centipede
she's been in
Part
other movies.
3.
I've actually seen her in a couple other movies before where she didn't show her titties that weren't porno. So
she's not like a hardcore porn star. She's like a softcore porn star. So
I don't know about that. I think I've seen her.
dude, she's done she's done hardcore.
I'm talking about nowadays.
Oh.
Like,
Oh.
yeah.
No,
Well, good
but
for her.
But she retired, I think, in 2012 or 13 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has.
Hey,
She's making money.
I think that
well, she got her money and got out. She was smart.
If you
want
want to try to get into acting after porn, man, I'm all for it. I mean,
go
some
do
of
what
those
you
some of
want.
those porns have some acting still.
Either way, this movie fucking sucked.
Not a fan.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's pretty fucking terrible.
In comparison to the other two, too, it's a letdown.
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
It's no deja vu, that's for sure.
It was
We're
literally.
not supposed to talk about that movie. God damn it!
It was forced. It was. This was
did it once now.
This movie was completely like forced.
Yeah,
that's
Yeah, I hope this is the end of the Human Centipede. I just don't think there's anything else you could do with it.
It's like
Well,
Terminator 3. It's forced.
The reason there was 3 of these is because the first movie they said it was the first sequence, and they had to have 2 more sequences. I mean, that was it. That's the reason there's 3 of these.
Full and then final, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he had a plan for a trilogy the whole time, man.
I feel like
For
the
sure.
full sequence would have been all of it.
Final, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
I
think
feel like he probably was super into this movie originally, and then he got probably it took so long to make all 3 of them. He probably didn't give a fuck about the third one at the point he made it. He was probably like, whatever, we got to have like a third one, so let's just throw it out there. So
I wonder if he was like, if it was a weird thing where he's like contractually obligated to do a third one.
probably.
contract through who though? Himself?
IFC Midnight.
Or IFC or Lionsgate, whatever.
No, they didn't produce these movies. They distributed them. They didn't produce these movies.
I just figured maybe after they distributed the first one, maybe they had some kind of agreement with.
You know, I actually never looked into it, but I doubt it though. I mean,
yeah, probably not.
No.
Oh yeah. By the way, he's from like Denmark, isn't he? From Amsterdam or something?
Yeah,
he's actually
no,
from Amsterdam.
Tom Six is he's European. Yeah.
He's got a accent.
Yeah, because I think the first movie was actually the first one was actually filmed in the Netherlands, like around the Holland area and stuff. Yeah.
Is his real name Tom Six, or is that like a persona?
I would
No
assume that's
idea.
probably an alias. Tom Six does not sound like someone who's from Dutchland. My wife is 100% Dutch, and everybody over there is Van something.
Is Van Morrison Dutch?
I would assume probably.
What about Van Halen?
Right?
Oh, so wait a minute. So there was a porn parody, I think, of this, and I think Brie Olsen was in that.
No, she wasn't.
Oh
It
my
says
god!
here.
I know that there was a short done before this movie came out, and that I think she was part of it.
Don't tell me that.
I don't think it was a porn though.
So it's just ass eating. What is the porn?
Dude, I'm just I saw it on Wikipedia. I'm trying to look it up.
I'm about to jack off to it once we get off this call.
And it's done by the Germans, and it's just shitting
it's
in
called
people's
Human
mouths.
Centipede. Get bigger.
Yeah.
Oh my
Centipede isn't dirty enough.
Yeah,
how cringeworthy.
Sexipede? That's not even clever.
Pretty intelligent. It's clever.
Well, hopefully she can break out like Tracy Lords did. Tracy Lords is good.
She's amazing.
I love Tracy Lords, man.
Well, it doesn't have Brie Olson listed as in
you know,
the cast
Tracy Lords actually only ever showed after she did her whole porn stint. We all know the history of Tracy Lords and porn, but she only ever showed her tits in one mainstream movie, and I think that was the very first movie that she did. And then after that, she's like, no, I'm never gonna do it again. And she's been in like fucking probably 100 movies since.
What is that movie?
Where she showed her tits?
Yeah.
I can't remember, man. I do know if I can remember it quickly.
I'm just kidding. That was just a joke.
No, I'm actually curious because I can't remember what the first one. Did she show her tits in Not of This Earth? Or maybe she didn't in that one.
No, she didn't in Not of This Earth.
Because I think that was the first.
That's a Wynorski, the remake?
Yeah, the remake in '88. I believe. Are you sure? Because I think that was the first mainstream movie that she'd done. Well, non-porn. I wouldn't say it's mainstream, but... But anyways, yeah.
She looks just like my girlfriend, Tracy Lords.
No, she doesn't.
I swear to God,
Kyle,
dude,
stop
she
lying.
looks a lot like her.
It's probably a good time to... No, never mind. No, I'm just fucking with you, Kyle.
I know.
Yeah, I was going to say I actually banged a chick that looked like Brie Olson one time. But that's not true.
Brie Olson, like, only...
No, seriously, she actually did. Every time... I mean, I've known Brie Olson in the porn industry for years and years and stuff, and I was like, oh my God. That looked like Kristen so bad. It's crazy. But very, very similar. It's almost creepy, man. But I'm sure we've all had those moments. Yeah.
All right. We done here?
I think we're done. I'm done.
I'm over.
No, I dropped my 80 grit sandpaper, so I'm not done.
You've been jerking off this whole time? What? Your dick must look fucking
I literally jerk off during the show recordings all the time. It's fucking weird. I don't think it's that weird because you guys can't see me. You might be able to hear.
I am literally docking my dick as we speak.
And what? What are you docking it in?
I have a fucking metal pole I'm sticking in my cock hole.
Do you ever see pictures like that where assholes stuck their dick in something metal and they got an erection and then they had to like, oh God, that shit's so nasty.
That's fucking terrible.
Don't stick your dick in metal. Don't stick your dick in metal.
Stop putting things in your penis hole. That's disgusting, man.
You're not.
I don't think you're supposed to stick your dick in a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sticking my dick in a fucking metal pole right now, engaging it.
Jeremy took that.
That means you're gauging the pole, or you're putting the pole in your dick.
I'm putting the pole in my dick.
Oh,
ew. Dude, no! Don't put
pole.
Don't put things in your penis hole. That's not cool, man.
All right, I'm calling the cops for real this time.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot of things you don't put your penis.
I'm obviously kidding.
Jeremy took that to heart, didn't he? Never put his penis into anything.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
He's not even here. He's not even here.
And it's at the end of the show, and he doesn't even listen to the shows either. I'll tell him that. I'm sure we've made that joke before on the show. Okay, so that is episode 184. Thank you, Kyle, for coming back on the show. It's good to have you back on. If you want to come by anytime, let us know.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have some more ass to mouth shit movies that you can review with us.
I really want to do another disturbing cinema podcast, so we should do this.
I'm honestly fucking super down for that shit too. That would be fun. Maybe we could do some Lucifer Valentine films and get Dave on there.
I'm not doing it. I'll do Serbian film all day.
I don't think I could do 4 going on 5 puke films. I can't do it again. I just can't do it. No.
Can't do it.
We could do a Serbian film. I mean, I feel like that would be a really good next
Wait for the Unearthed BluRay to come out because there's going to be like a documentary and extended version.
We can wait. When that drops, we'll do a disturbing cinema on it.
That is true, man. I actually have been awaiting that release since they announced it. I can't wait for that shit. What the fuck? Do you know what's taking so long in that?
I asked Stephen Byro, and he said that it was the whatever the subtitles were. He has to wait for the subtitles to be like finished or whatever.
I bet we could get Steven on the podcast. I bet he'd do it.
Probably. He would.
Honestly, I bet he would too.
Do it. I've talked to him. I met him in person and shit. He'd do it for sure.
He's like super cool, dude.
Yeah. I bet you would too, man.
We never really had guests, but that would be kind of a cool, like, I mean, we've had guests, but nobody that's like in the industry really.
It's not that I don't, honestly, I've never really been a big fan of doing interviews myself. Like,
no, but if we could get him to like review a film with us, or something.
I would rather have someone come on and do a review and stuff. But as for like, I'm not an interview person. Like I did a lot when I had my radio show back in the day with artists and stuff, and I lost the passion for it. I'm like, I don't need to talk to people. Right? I don't know. I just don't like, I don't enjoy doing it. Some people enjoy doing interviews. I just don't.
Stephen Byro seems like kind of like a really chill kind of guy. So I think he would be down for it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that would be great. That'd be awesome. I would love to fucking get Dave to get fucking Fred on sometime.
Probably do it. He might review a movie if you pick a special one. Fred Vogel.
I'd be like, Fred, remember that time that you said I had the gnarliest beard?
I think we're from the same neck of the woods.
Yeah,
you are.
He's from Pittsburgh. He lives in Pittsburgh.
It would be fun to do a disturbing cinema podcast with like of all the August Undergrounds to have Fred on. It'd be dope.
We were gonna do those actually. Those were on the list. I bought
2 is so nasty. 2 is so nasty.
It is nasty. Yep.
I like 1. I actually like 1.
I like 1 and 3. I really like part 3 a lot. For extreme.
It's funny because the minority, like you're definitely in the minority there, because most people always say the third one's like the shittiest one.
I like it because you see the end to the character. You see him kind of crack.
Yep. That is definitely true. All right. So yeah, Kyle, again, thanks for coming on. Dave, awesome.
You.
Always.
And well, I mean, I guess that's it. JP, you want to take us out of here?
Yes. Thank everybody for listening. You guys are awesome. Everybody's been commenting a lot lately. I really appreciate that. That definitely makes us want to continue making shows and stuff like that.
And listen to the end of the goddamn shows, people. Because I know that people aren't listening to the end of the shows when I put those funny ass things in the end because no one's commenting. Make me feel better.
Yeah, listen to the end.
Make me feel better.
Well, you have to tell them to listen to the end while we're not on the end because they wouldn't hear it.
That's usually how I end every show.
Whose asshole was that?
It was Mitz. He could do it on command. But yeah, so also we've had a ton of Patreon supporters lately. Like I think we've probably gotten maybe 15 in the past month or so, which is incredible. It seemed like the 85 thing really worked, and then also just some other people just hopped on and said that they've been meaning to support us. And actually one dude said that we've been he's been really listening to our show during his work while stressing over the COVID thing or whatever, and he said it's really helped him out and pass the time and stuff. So that's pretty awesome.
Good thing I came up with that top 25.
I think that was me actually.
I don't think it was at all, because I said I'm doing a top 25 no matter what, and you're like, you know what? Why don't we just do it?
I think that I was I'm thinking about doing a top 25 for the Patreon.
Nah, after I said that I'm doing a top 25.
Yeah. So I came up with it then.
You didn't come up with shit.
I can't wait to do this top 25 for 1991, man. Jesus.
My number 25 is Class of Nukem High Part 2 Subhumanoid Meltdown.
Did that come out?
Coming in at number 25 with a 3.5 rating.
It's a Hall of Pater. It's by 25.
No, dude, I actually think that there's enough movies to start at.
I've only seen 6.5. I've only seen 2 turds out of 32 movies. I've liked everything else.
I haven't seen. I've been seeing some good stuff. So yeah, check out all the stuff. We still have shirts if anybody's interested in that. I know we have some new listeners, so we sell.
Why do I not have a shirt? What is up with that?
Buy one.
Where can I buy one?
From Jeremy. They're pretty dope. Basically,
I don't want to talk to Jeremy.
Actually, I won't even lie.
I'll tell him.
The prints on these and the shirts themselves are super high quality, man. I'm kind of a
we got
shirt
an
Nazi.
actual. We got an actual like dude in the industry to make them.
Yeah,
like
they're legit.
They were
dude.
expensive, man.
Yeah.
What type of shirt are they printed on?
Shitty kind. The shirts themselves aren't like a great. It's like Gildan or something.
No, I actually like the shirts that they're printed on. I like that heavier material.
Yeah, it is a little heavier, but yeah, we'll get you one soon. They're really dope. They're cool. Hopefully, we still have your size. What is it like? Triple XL?
Yeah, it's like fucking quadruple XL. You know what I wear?
Well, it's probably extra large, isn't it?
Dave, did you ever get one off of us?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
no, yeah, you do.
What'd you get? An extra medium?
Me? I got a medium.
All right, so yeah, check out all the Facebook pages, the Twitters, all that good stuff. I think we'll be back next week with the Wreck franchise. So be on
like 40 guests on that.
Yeah, it's a busy show. Jeremy says he's coming back for that one. I don't know. So we'll see you guys then. Thanks for listening. Thanks for Kyle coming on. Dave, always awesome as well. Peace.
Want to make a centipede with 12 people.
Deuces.